Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.11, To Attempt the Impossible. As 1797 dawned, Toussaint Louverture was arguably the most powerful man in Saint-Domingue. But though he may have been the most powerful man, that did not make him the only powerful man. His influence did not extend into territory held by his ally, André Rigaud, nor to territory held by his enemy, the British. And then even in the North Province, where Toussaint did wield enormous influence, there was still a check to his total authority in the form of Sonthonax. But Toussaint did have the most troops. He controlled all the best property, both the rich northern plains and the slowly rebuilding city of Le Cap. So in a complicated game of politics played out from the fields of Saint-Domingue to the halls of the Directory in Paris, Toussaint grabbed opportunities when they arose to make himself not just the most powerful man, but the only powerful man in Saint-Domingue. Now there is no doubt that for the moment, Commissioner Sonthonax was the biggest obstacle now standing in front of Toussaint. Toussaint had successfully engineered the commissioner's election to the Council of 500, but when Sonthonax said, "No, I'm going to stay and maybe I'll go home in the spring," Toussaint must have been annoyed, but he could not press the issue. Sonthonax was a living symbol of black liberation, and that had to be tread lightly around. Not all blacks were excited to be returning to the plantations under all these labor codes, and all through 1796, armed revolts had popped up from time to time, and Toussaint had to rush in to stop them from spreading, and he did not miss that some of these insurgents chanted "Long live Sonthonax" as they took up arms. So for Toussaint, getting rid of the emancipator was going to be a tricky business. Misplay it, and the blacks might rise up against him. But though Sonthonax remained, he was the only French emissary Toussaint had to worry about. Laveau had gone back to France to take up his seat in the Council of 500. Third Commissioner Philippe Rome remained in Santo Domingo, overseeing the transfer of Spanish authority, though just so you know, the Spanish are really dragging their feet about this, and the French don't really have the forces to compel them to do anything for the moment. The other two commissioners, who never did anything, went home without having ever done anything. So of the 5 members of the Third Commission, only Julien Raymond and Sonthonax remained, and Raymond had decided firmly that Toussaint was the future of Saint-Domingue. Whatever sympathy he may have had for André Rigaud never had much of a chance to express itself. Raymond was in the north, under Toussaint's military auspices, and he was currently taking advantage, along with Toussaint's officers, of all these land auctions. So Raymond was not a threat to Toussaint's authority, and was in fact now a staunch ally. Meanwhile, the rapid-fire spins of the French Revolution presented Toussaint with both a mortal threat to all that he was trying to accomplish, and a golden opportunity to get rid of Sonthonax and see the project through to completion. We are now at episode 3.46 of the French Revolution. The first round of elections for the open seats in the legislative councils of the Directory are about to unfold in March and April 1797. And as you may recall, this election turned out to be a crushing defeat for the old Thermidorians, and a great victory for a new breed of conservative reactionary. Coming into the Council of 500 amidst this conservative sweep were a number of prominent colonial landowners, the old big whites, who were absolutely set on reversing the course of liberty and equality in Saint-Domingue and restoring the rightful order of things, white supremacy and slavery. After taking up their seats in the Council of 500, these guys wasted little time, and in May and June 1797, a succession of colonial planters rose to denounce the state of Saint-Domingue, putting the blame for everything on first racial equality and then slave emancipation. These men painted a vivid portrait of a once lucrative colony in ruin, where once thriving industrialized plantations had pumped out the sugar and coffee that made the whole world go round. There now stood burnt-out plantations overgrown with weeds, tended by indolent blacks who just lay around. Fields were being planted with rudimentary tools and then ill-tended thereafter. The city of Le Cap was a burnt-out husk of its former self. The colony would never be what it was, and what France needed it to be, until the crimes of equality and emancipation were avenged. These planters called for a military force to go back to Saint-Domingue and put things back the way they should be. And they even got so far ahead of themselves that they demanded the Republic cover the planters' costs as they rebuilt their slave plantations. These planter delegates also took steps to ensure that there was no voice in the Council of 500 to oppose their picture of Saint-Domingue. As the legislative councils of the Directory convened, the planter interests challenged the credentials of the representatives from the colony, preventing Dufay and Belly and Laveau from taking up their seats. So there was no one directly connected to the colony who could stand up and defend everything that had happened since emancipation. Now, the Directory was not 100% moved by these speeches, but they were not deaf to them either. And part of it had to do with the changing international picture. Because where we are at in the Revolutionary Wars is that General Bonaparte has just beaten the Austrians and imposed the Leoben Preliminaries. If this last foreign enemy was really removed, sending an army to Saint-Domingue to reassert the old colonial order was not totally out of the question, nor, given the state of the Directory's finances, was the prospect of a productive Saint-Domingue pumping out sugar and coffee again odious to the directors. The reactionary planters managed to score one early victory when they pinned everything on Sonthonax and his radical ilk, and in June they induced the Council of 500 to recall the Third Commission. With a new political climate in Paris, Sonthonax was going to have to come home and defend himself all over again. Now, the reactionary planters in the Council of 500 weren't totally right in the picture that they painted of Saint-Domingue in the spring of 1797, but they weren't totally wrong either. There is no doubt that the cash crop export economy of Saint-Domingue had fallen off a cliff after 1791 when everything had been consumed by fire and civil war. It was also becoming clear that the plantations that were restarting were never going to be as productive as they had once been. The men like Toussaint and Sonthonax and the now departed Laveau believed that they could bring the plantations back to life by creating a system of shared prosperity. And Toussaint in particular urged returning white and colored plantation owners that fostering the love of the cultivators would be more productive than the fear that they had fostered in their old slaves. But at the moment, Saint-Domingue was in a vicious economic cycle that prevented this dream from becoming reality. The colony had always been so focused on sugar, coffee, and indigo that Saint-Domingue had never been self-sufficient. It relied on imported foods and supplies to live, imports paid for with the profits of the exports. But with exports nowhere to be found, the imports dried up. Now, the other problem is that as much as Toussaint encouraged the rebuilding of destroyed plantations, there was only so much that could be done. All the heavy machinery and special equipment to produce all the really good refined sugar could not just be built from scratch. It had to be crafted and forged, and a lot of it had been built back in France. Who was going to pay for all that, or wait for it to show up? Anxious new cultivators were more worried about whether they would have enough to eat that night than Toussaint's long-term vision for the future, and many turned away from plantation work to continue raising their own crops. Many also decamped to the mountains to live in peaceful maroon communities, if they could even be called maroons anymore. Focused on the immediate needs of self-sufficiency, these communities cleared parts of the forest to build homes and plant crops, beginning a process of total deforestation, which modern Haiti still reels from. And with corporal punishment now banned, the once omnipresent whip set aside, it was harder to get men and women to perform work they really didn't want to perform, especially when they were hungry and just wanted to eat. Also standing in the way of a reborn economy was something we talked about last week, that the life of a cultivator led nowhere. Meanwhile, the life of a soldier had the possibility of advancement. So young men of prime working age wasted no time picking life in the army over life in the fields. Adding up everyone together from across the colony, that is, those serving under Toussaint and Rigaud and the British, something like 25% of the black men in the colony were under arms, as much as 15% of the total population. And as these soldiers continued their lives under arms, they developed the soldier's habit of taking what they could not make. Cultivators, both on plantations and then free blacks living on their own, both faced constant harassment and expropriation from the soldiers, and the divide between the military and civilian wings of Haitian cultural life began to grow. Now, Sontenax tried to alleviate some of these structural problems, and he made efforts to erect a civil infrastructure to help bring up the next generation of free citizens into a world where they would not be subject to the whims of the wealthy and powerful. And one subtle new rule forbade the use of the word freedman to describe an ex-slave. Sontenax hoped to permanently erase any stigma that came with slavery, even an acknowledgement that it had once been overcome. Then Sontenax and Raymond got started on a program of education reform, though reform isn't actually a very good word for it, more like education conjured from the ether. The colonial administrators from the very beginning had viewed schools in the colony to be purely seditious institutions, and this is part of the reason why all those prominent colored families had sent their kids back to France for schooling, men like Raymond and Rigaud. There were literally no primary or secondary schools in the colony, and that's exactly how the metropole wanted it. So Sontenax established the first school in Le Cap to serve as a model for what he hoped would be a network of schools that would provide an education for the population. He also wrote back to France begging for teachers and textbooks and resources, but unfortunately Sontenax was never able to follow through on the project, and schools quickly lost out to the army when it came time to disperse state funds. The commissioners also worked to set up legal courts in as many towns and municipalities as they could to try to introduce the rule of law into a colony that had long been governed by little more than brute force. If the cultivators were going to have rights, they needed to have a judicial system they could count on to address their grievances and rectify them. But here the broader problem of an uneducated population rose its head, as Sontenax struggled to find men who were educated enough to staff these courts, especially because those who did have an education were drawn from the wealthy planter class, so they could never be trusted to just follow the law where it led them. So the reach of, and the population's faith in, these new courts was limited to say the least. Now, through this period, the winter and spring of 1797, Toussaint and Sontenax worked in harmony with each other publicly, and even privately seemed to get along okay, though Sontenax did keep requesting that Toussaint demobilize some of his soldiers to get those young men back to work, and Toussaint kept dragging his feet because, that's not gonna happen. It was clear to everyone that military might was still the key to power in Saint-Domingue, and Toussaint was not just going to disband the center column of his own support. Sontenax was also persistently angry about the generous welcome Toussaint kept giving to returning white planters. Many of those guys had fled the colony specifically because they were mortal enemies of the Second Commission. So Sontenax was not at all pleased when Toussaint welcomed these guys back as if nothing had ever happened. But Toussaint and Sontenax did share some broad principles, and really neither could afford to alienate the other. Then, in midsummer 1797, the text of one of the speeches made by the reactionary planters in the Council of 500 made its way back to Saint-Domingue, and Toussaint started formulating a plan to both hold off reactionary attempts to undo all that he was working for and solidify his position as the sole leader of Saint-Domingue. The first thing he did was write a long response to the speech that would be submitted to the Council of 500. Toussaint issued a point-by-point rebuttal of the planter arguments, aside from the obvious point that the free blacks are now the Republic's military force in the colony, so you want to be very careful about who you try to put back in chains. Toussaint also pointed out that the white property owners were finding life in the colony productive and beneficial. He said that if the white planters really wanted to make money again, that they should embrace their free labor force, not continue to alienate them with threats of reimposed slavery. And, God help you if you ever try to act on any of those threats. The planters in Paris had also made the claim, though, that the blacks were too stupid and vicious to be trusted as free citizens, to which Toussaint said, hey, we might be uneducated, but we're not stupid, so educate us, and we'll be as upright a population of citizens as you've ever seen. As to the vicious part, Toussaint took a pretty delicious swipe at the French. He said if the crimes committed by the inhabitants of Saint-Domingue precluded their right to be free citizens, then my God, what about you lot back in Paris? Toussaint was well briefed on the course of the terror, so if the existence of bloody crime stains us, then it must really super stain you. So what right do any of you have to be free citizens? And this argument in particular is pretty ingenious, because the Thermidorian Republic was all about distancing itself from the terror, burying it all with Robespierre. So if any group was open to the argument that the crimes committed in the heat of revolt and revolution ought not stain the leaders of the present, it was the men who ran the Directory. After dispatching this letter, Toussaint also prepared to make a peace offering to the conservatives that would solve a number of problems in one fell swoop, because there was no one the planters hated more than Sonthonax. And Toussaint could see that as long as Sonthonax represented the new order in Saint-Domingue, the hatred of Sonthonax would transfer to hatred of the new order. Emancipation and Sonthonax were just too closely tied. But if Sonthonax could be cut out, Toussaint might be able to make an independent case for following through with liberty and equality. And the amazing thing here is just how prescient Toussaint is in immediately grasping the political situation back in Paris and then using it to his advantage, because unbeknownst to everyone in Saint-Domingue in midsummer 1797, the Council of 500 had just voted to recall Sonthonax, just as Toussaint was getting ready to expel the commissioner from the colony. Now, the details of the expulsion of Sonthonax are obscure, and unfortunately the best picture we have of what happened came from Toussaint's later official version, so you can kind of take it all with a grain of salt. But here's what we do know. In mid-August, Toussaint and a few of his principal generals got together and decided that the time had come to force Sonthonax to take up his position in the Council of 500. Toussaint also enlisted the aid of Julien Raymond, who agreed to try to convince Sonthonax to leave. To justify the expulsion, Toussaint revealed that Sonthonax had approached him on numerous occasions with a plan to raise the blacks in a new uprising, whose principal objective would be to murder all the whites and then declare independence. Now, it's pretty likely that this is a wild pack of lies concocted by Toussaint, but it did line up with the prejudice against Sonthonax that was growing in the Council of 500, and that was really the only thing that mattered. Toussaint and his generals presented a letter to Sonthonax on August the 17th, 1797, demanding the commissioner vacate the island. Sonthonax stalled for 3 days, but on August the 20th, Toussaint grew impatient and apparently fired off some of the heavy guns in Le Cap to jolt Sonthonax to action. There is also a report in here of a closed-door meeting between Toussaint and Sonthonax, from which Sonthonax emerged ready to depart the island. The threats made must have been dire and immediate. Now, one of the reasons Sonthonax stalled, though, is that he wanted Toussaint to write a letter of support for Sonthonax that he could take with him back to the Council of 500, a request Toussaint refused, and not only did he refuse the request, he did the exact opposite. He wrote another long letter to the Directory denouncing Sonthonax, detailing Sonthonax's plans to massacre the whites and declare independence, and he said, "For these heinous crimes that I have uncovered, and as a defender of the French Constitution, I have now expelled him from the island." So, Toussaint has now positioned himself as the ally of the white planter interests in the colony, and then given the reactionary conservatives back in the Council of 500 their most hated enemy on a silver platter. And he reinforced the image of Toussaint Louverture as the Republic's point man in Saint-Domingue. There is a genuinely impressive cunning to how Toussaint operated. I mean, here in this instance, he has not just eliminated a rival, he has simultaneously co-opted his enemy's position and enhanced his own position with one deft maneuver. So Sonthonax got on board a ship in August 1797 and sailed away from Saint-Domingue. And this time, he would never return. But by the time Sonthonax and Toussaint's letter reached Paris, the Directory had already been hit by its most important coup, the coup of Fructidor, which we also discussed in episode 3.46. Fructidor was the coup that saw the Directory abandon democratic pretensions and reforge itself as the so-called Second Directory, run by the triumvirate of Barras, Rubel, and La Revelliere. But the more immediate upshot of the coup of Fructidor was that among the deputies expelled from the Council of 500 were nearly all the white planters, who had just spent the summer railing against liberty and equality. With them out of the picture, the threat of a white conservative attempt to re-seize Saint-Domingue was temporarily put to bed. And just as they were getting kicked out, the delegates from Saint-Domingue had their credentials approved. So now, for example, the men most committed to colonial matters were men like Laveau, Dufay, and Belly, who were never going to argue for anything less than the continuation of liberty and equality. So like, for example, when Laveau took up his seat, he defended Toussaint to the hilt. He said Toussaint is the only reason the colony is still French, and I understand that better than all of you because I was actually the principal military officer in the colony, and I'm telling you, Toussaint is not the enemy of the Republic. He also said that Toussaint's tricolor vision for Saint-Domingue was awesome, and given the circumstances, an amazingly good deal for white planters specifically, and then France generally. I mean, all that's happened is that these men have lost the right to call black men property. The rest of their property has not been seized. It's being handed back to anyone who wants to come claim it. If we all get together and embrace this move away from punishment and exploitation and hate towards a future built on reward and shared prosperity and mutual affection, everything is going to be great. With the political situation back in France once again altered, that meant that whatever firestorm Sonthonax believed he was about to walk into was already extinguished by the time he got off the boat in October. Sonthonax did defend himself by saying that Toussaint was a tyrant in the making and you can't trust what he's telling you, which isn't, totally inaccurate. The charges that Sonthonax was conspiring to kill the whites and make himself governor general of an independent Saint-Domingue was almost certainly lies. But the Directory had no personal beef with Sonthonax or the job he had done, and they declined to pursue any punitive measures against him. But this does mark the end for Sonthonax in our story, and he gets the rare peaceful ending to a revolutionary career. He retired from public life back to his hometown, and there lived happily and in comfort for 16 more years before dying in July 1813. Outside the very small world of people interested in the Haitian Revolution, which I've now roped all of you into, by the way, no one knows who Sonthonax is nor what he did. Even in Haiti, the natural course of patriotic history emphasizes the role played by the blacks and colored leaders in emancipation while downplaying the role of some random white French guy, which is totally understandable. But Sonthonax does deserve his place in world history, and hopefully I've done my little part here to make sure that he gets the recognition that he deserves. But back in Saint-Domingue, Toussaint himself was ignorant of the coup of Fructidor. And so in November 1797, he drafted another long letter that laid out both the promise of a free and equal Saint-Domingue and issuing some none too subtle warnings about the dangers of trying to undo it. Since it's arguably Toussaint's most famous declaration of principles, I'm going to quote it in full a bit here. But before I do, I want to clarify that when I say that Toussaint is drafting these letters, what he's actually doing is dictating his thoughts in Creole and then having secretaries translate it into formal French. Now, this could be a very time-consuming process that required a lot of dialogue between Toussaint and his secretaries to make sure it said what Toussaint wanted it to say. But he understood just how important it was to convey his ideas and plans and demands in clear, educated French. And all of his correspondence from the very earliest stages of the slave revolt show the meticulous care he gave to presenting himself in educated language. Toussaint began his November 5th letter with a denunciation of the white planters as the true enemies of the Republic who are now covering themselves in false patriotism. He said, "The attempts on that liberty which the colonists propose are all the more to be feared because it is with veiled patriotism that they cover their detestable plans. We know that they seek to impose some of them on you by illusory or specious promises in order to see renewed in this colony its former scenes of horror." He then pivoted quickly to claiming to be the truest defender of the Republic himself, and made his first hint that anyone back in France contemplating re-enslavement was going to find this a very difficult proposition. He said, "But they will not succeed. I swear it by all that liberty holds most sacred. My attachment to France, my knowledge of the blacks, makes it my duty not to leave you ignorant either of the crimes which they mediate or the oath that we renew to bury ourselves under the ruins of a country revived by liberty rather than suffer the return of slavery." So basically, remember those 20,000 muskets you sent us? We will use them to defend liberty, FYI. But then Toussaint deftly turned to a little ass-kissing of the Directory to make sure they knew that he trusted their wisdom and judgment entirely. He said, "It is for you, citizen directors, to turn from over our heads the storm which the eternal enemies of our liberty are preparing in the shades of silence. It is for you to enlighten the legislature. It is for you to prevent the enemies of the present system from spreading themselves on our unfortunate shores to sully it with new crimes. Your wisdom, which will enable you to avoid the dangerous snares which our common enemies hold out for you." Then, Toussaint stabbed at the white planters where they were most obviously vulnerable to attack, that from the beginning they had conspired with the enemies of France, that by 1793 they were openly in league with the enemies of the new republic. He said, "I send you with this letter a declaration which will acquaint you with the unity that exists between the proprietors of Saint-Domingue who are in France, those in the United States, and those who serve under the English banner, and you will see there a resolution unequivocal and carefully constructed for the restoration of slavery." Basically, you cannot take their claims of patriotism and love of liberty seriously. They are liars and traitors who are trying to use the English to reimpose slavery. Toussaint then moved on to a neoclassical allusion to the supreme fidelity of a man to his country, even over that of his own children. And I don't know how much of this is just Toussaint saying things, or if he really knew, for example, what a hit Jacques-Louis David's painting of Brutus, waiting for his dead sons, had been in France. But whether this was on purpose or accident, he hit the perfect note, and he is referring here now to the fact that his two sons have gone back to be educated in France and are now virtual hostages of the French. So he said, "You will see that they are counting heavily on my complacency in lending myself to their perfidious views by fear for my children. It is not astonishing that these men who sacrifice their country to their interests are unable to conceive how many sacrifices a true love of country can support in a better father than they, since I unhesitatingly base the happiness of my children on that of my country, which they and they alone wish to destroy." But even as he was directing all this vitriol at the planters, he's also subtly warning the Directory, "Don't you go thinking you can use my kids against me, because it's not going to work." And then with all that said, he started rolling downhill towards his powerful conclusion. He said, "Do the colonists think that men who have been able to enjoy the blessings of liberty will calmly see it snatched away? They supported their chains only so long as they did not know any condition of life more happy than that of slavery. But today, when they have left it, if they had 1,000 lives, they would sacrifice them all rather than be forced back into slavery again." Now, this is just kind of a general statement aimed at everyone, and reiterating his earlier hint that re-enslavement would be a violent and futile exercise. But then he did move quickly on to some more ass-kissing by rhetorically agreeing that France would never do anything that horrendous. He said, "But no, the same hand which has broken our chains will not enslave us anew. France will not revoke her principles. She will not withdraw from us the greatest of her benefits. She will protect us against all our enemies. She will not permit her sublime morality to be perverted, those principles which do her most honor to be destroyed, her most beautiful achievement to be degraded, and by her decree of 16 Pluvios, which so honors the humanity of the world." And then Toussaint concluded with the final famous kicker. "But if, to re-establish slavery in Saint-Domingue, this was done, then I declare to you it would be to attempt the impossible. We have known how to face dangers to obtain our liberty. We shall know how to brave death to maintain it." So what Toussaint has done here is, first, remind everybody that reactionary big whites have been traitors to the Republic and have been traitors for quite some time, so don't believe their lies. Second, I love the Republic. I will defend the Republic, and I have no doubt that the Republic will defend me. Third, anyone who tries to reimpose slavery is going to face an army of free blacks who will fight to the last man to stop it from happening, and you are just not going to win that fight. Napoleon Bonaparte would of course discover that for himself soon enough. Now, the ironic thing about this carefully crafted letter is that the battle had already been won before Toussaint even drafted it. The coup of Fructidor had tossed out the reactionary planters and let in Toussaint's allies, and I doubt very highly that the Directory to whom the letter was addressed even read it, before now Delegate Laveaux induced the Council of 500 to reaffirm liberty and equality in the colonies. On January the 1st, 1798, they voted that French law would be implemented uniformly throughout the empire, and that all blacks and coloreds would enjoy the same rights as if they had been born in France. though there was one small stipulation, that to enjoy these rights you had to be serving as a cultivator or a soldier or a tradesman, basically employed in some officially recognized productive activity. So, though the Directory's version of freedom wasn't quite as sweeping as the National Convention's had been, it did line up perfectly with Toussaint's vision for Saint-Domingue. And he was no doubt very pleased to discover that everything he had wanted to come to pass from all the letters he had written over the course of 1797 had now come to pass. Sonthonax was gone, the reactionary whites have been smacked down, and Toussaint has the full support of the Directory. But though Toussaint has positioned himself as the Directory's man in Saint-Domingue, the future of the colony was still in doubt, and now lay in a contest between the three principal forces left in the colony: Toussaint Louverture in the north, André Rigaud in the south, and then the British, still occupying an archipelago of ports in between, but not for much longer. Next week, when they leave, the stage will be set for a final showdown between André Rigaud and Toussaint Louverture for control of Saint-Domingue. Before we go, though, I'll mention that I just got to help the History of Byzantium podcast celebrate its 100th episode with an interview, and I'm assuming you're all listening to the History of Byzantium already. We talked about some behind the scenes on history podcasting, the difference between dealing with ancient and modern history, and then of course what my favorite scene from Red Dwarf is. The link is posted at revolutionspodcast.com. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.12, Toussaint's Clause. So we left off last time with the reaffirmation by the Directory in January 1798 that liberty and equality would remain core pillars of colonial policy. But, if you'll recall, the third pillar to the Directory's colonial policy was unity. The goal of the Thermidorian Republic was to totally integrate Saint-Domingue and every other French colony into the French nation, one and indivisible. So that meant that they weren't going to tolerate the kind of independent authority currently being wielded by André Rigaud and Toussaint Louverture. Since first word of the Estates General had reached Saint-Domingue way back in 1788, nearly 10 years ago now, powerful factions in the colony have been bucking the metropole's authority. Whatever faction happened to be most powerful in the colony at any given moment always seemed to have an eye on independence. First it was the whites, then it was the coloreds, and now that Toussaint Louverture has ascended to power, he's clearly not interested in Paris telling him what to do. Now the Third Commission had tried and failed to bring the colony in line, as so many others had in the past, but in the spring of 1798, the French government decided to give it another shot. Now, if you're surprised to discover that Saint-Domingue has been a hotbed of revolt and revolution for nearly a decade now, then this will really surprise you. We're now approaching the 4th anniversary of Toussaint Louverture's defection to the French. He's now been a general of the Republic longer than he was a general in the slave insurgency. And in that time, he has been a loyal and faithful defender of the Republic. Laveau never had to embellish the stories of Toussaint's fidelity back in Paris. Too much. It would appear that after the departure of Sonthonax, Toussaint had some expectation that the Directory would designate him, Toussaint Louverture, as the official representative of the French government in the colony. And it's not like this would have been a bad idea. As we've seen, introducing French representatives who have never set foot in the colony has been a very dicey proposition. Toussaint was an able administrator. His vision for Saint-Domingue was right in line with what the Directory wanted. He commanded the loyalty of the bulk of the armed forces. Why bring in another blundering white man when I'm right here? I'm a brigadier general in your army, commander-in-chief of the colony. I'm not some random guy off the street. But instead, the Directory did send in another blundering white man who just blundered around. And amidst this blundering, Toussaint began to recognize that the interests of Saint-Domingue and the interests of France might be permanently diverging, which is both true, but also the conclusion that nearly every prominent leader in the colony had reached once they achieved local supremacy. It's funny how that works. Of fundamental importance to the growing strain between Toussaint and Paris was the course of the Revolutionary Wars, which in 1798 saw two super important developments. First, the British will withdraw from Saint-Domingue, and second, the quasi-war between the United States and France will erupt. Both would have a profound impact on Toussaint's decision-making, as these two developments offered an opportunity to stop being forever economically and politically tied to the French. So the British had begun their invasion of Saint-Domingue back in the fall of 1793, with high hopes that they would be able to quickly pry the colony away from the French Republic, which was itself about to collapse anyway. When both the Republic and Saint-Domingue proved themselves frustratingly resilient, the British settled in for an occupation that had now dragged on for years with very little to show beyond the initial gains they had made. A renewed surge in 1796 saw more men and resources being sent to Saint-Domingue, but they had yielded almost no tangible benefits. By the end of 1796, the royal ministry back in London was coming round to the idea that Saint-Domingue might not be worth it. It was turning into a black hole for both money and soldiers. So in early 1797, they dispatched a new general to take over, and one of his key orders was to cut the cost of the occupation to the bones, to find local sources of revenue and recruit local troops, that is, black men, to maintain the British occupation. Now, I probably shouldn't get off on a tangent here, but I'm going to do it anyway, because the general who showed up to take over the operation in February 1797 was a guy named John Graves Simcoe. Simcoe had joined the British Army in 1770, just in time to get shipped to North America, where he was amongst those soldiers besieged in Boston during the opening round of the American War of Independence. He then became a captain commanding a regiment of grenadiers as the British chased Washington through New York and New Jersey in 1776, and then he was wounded at Brandywine in 1777, and holds the famous little distinction of being the officer who ordered his men not to fire on some fleeing Continentals, one of whom just so happened to be George Washington, and this is just one of many of Washington's near-death experiences during the war. Simcoe wintered in Philadelphia and then fought at Monmouth Courthouse in the spring of 1778. Then he stayed in the North when the war turned south, but did march down to Virginia to meet up with General Cornwallis's army, so he was there for the surrender at Yorktown in 1781. In short, Simcoe was involved in a ton of the principal engagements of the American War of Independence, and he wrote a full account of his actions that is an excellent primary source, and he is currently being portrayed as the principal villain in AMC's revolutionary spy drama, Turn, in case you happen to be watching it. But if Simcoe was just some British officer who served in the American War of Independence, I wouldn't be going off on this tangent. But as it turns out, Simcoe was also an abolitionist. During the war, he tried to raise a company of blacks to fight for the British, but new orders took him elsewhere before he could see the project through. After the war, Simcoe briefly joined Parliament, but was then appointed Lieutenant Governor of the new colonial zone of Upper Canada, which is basically modern Ontario. Upper Canada was created so that British Canada could develop independently from French-speaking Quebec. In this new role, Simcoe played a key role in passing the Act Against Slavery in July 1793, the first legislated emancipation decree anywhere in the British Empire, beating Sontenac's general emancipation decree in Saint-Domingue by about 6 weeks. The Act Against Slavery allowed current slaves to be kept as slaves, but stipulated that no new slaves could be brought into Upper Canada, and that children born to slave mothers would be emancipated at the age of 25. So General Simcoe already has his own little place in the slowly grinding wheel of history that eventually crushed slavery. After returning to England, he was finally posted now to Saint-Domingue in February 1797, where, as I said, he was supposed to maintain the occupation on the cheap. And though official British policy was that slavery would be maintained in any areas they controlled, it's not hard to see that Simcoe might be a more believable face for the British to be putting on their efforts, as they tried to recruit more blacks to their cause. In the end, the British had about 6,000 black men under arms, which was more even than André Rigaud had in his Legion of the South. With these forces, Simcoe made a play at retaking Mirabile, and he did succeed in temporarily displacing Toussaint's forces, but they couldn't hold what they had taken, and Toussaint was able to move back in. And though the British did fend off a furious attempt by Toussaint to retake San Marc shortly thereafter, they lost their hold on Port-au-Prince, and Republican forces retook control of the capital. So as the winter of 1797 set in, the British were like, this isn't going anywhere, and they appointed a new commander, one whose principal calling card was not that he was a friend of the blacks, but that he was incredibly skeptical of the British occupation and argued that it should be ended as quickly as possible. But just to finish up with General Simcoe, though, he went back to England and in 1806 was named Commander-in-Chief of India, a post that he was supposed to take over from the recently deceased General Cornwallis, but Simcoe died in England before taking up the post. General Simcoe is a super interesting guy, so thank you for indulging that little tangent. In the spring of 1798, then, two new generals arrived from Europe who would help define the next stage of the Haitian Revolution. The first was the aforementioned British General Thomas Maitland, who would bring with him a clever new British approach to the situation, which we'll talk about at length here in a second. But first, I want to introduce our latest blundering white man from France, General Joseph de Douville. Douville was, first of all, a noble. He joined the army of the Ancien Regime just before the Revolution, but had liberal enough notions that he stayed on as his brother aristocrats fled across the lines. He fought at Valmy and eventually became a brigadier general, but then spent 1793 bouncing in and out of the army as he was suspended, arrested, reinstated, and arrested again, all due to his very suspicious nobility. He landed finally in jail once and for all, and was likely on his way to the guillotine when Thermidor arrived and saved his life in July 1794. Now, one thing I've mentioned a few times now is the lack of care that the various French governments have taken in selecting the senior military officers who they were sending to Saint-Domingue. Now, Governor Blanchland was diligent enough, but he was weak and in over his head. That old man, whose name I can't remember, was outmaneuvered by the Second Commission and sent home like 3 days after he got off the boat. And then Galbaud. Galbaud got the job as a total afterthought and proceeded to trigger the destruction of Le Cap and mass emancipation. Not exactly what he had been sent there to do. Their only really good appointment was Laveaux. Laveaux was solid, but it's entirely likely that he got the job just because he was there already. So now we come to Hédouville, and once again, the lack of care in the selection process is going to make a mess of things. Hédouville was nominated and confirmed by the Council of 500 in April 1797, when colonial policy was being driven by the reactionary white planters, before they were all expelled in the coup of Fructidor later in the year. But then after Fructidor, instead of reassessing the candidate chosen by the planters to impose French authority on the chaotic colony, the Directory just kept Hédouville on and let him go. They don't appear to have ever wondered why the planters wanted Hédouville, nor if he was the right man to ensure that liberty and equality remained pillars of colonial policy. Because while Hédouville was liberal enough to have remained in the Revolutionary Army, he was totally retrograde on racial stuff, and the small cadre of officers he brought with him shared his retrograde views, and you can just bet Toussaint Louverture is going to love that. Hédouville's explicit mission was to reassert central control of the colony, that is, render it merely a Caribbean department, not an independent fiefdom. He was to restore property to white planters who had not been classified as émigrés. He was to make the colony economically productive again. But just to be clear about this, Hédouville is not coming in as a new governor general, even though he himself was a military officer. He was a civilian administrator, because part of this reasserting of central control was putting the military under civilian administration. Now, Hédouville knew that putting the Saint-Domingue military under civilian administration had been attempted by the Third Commission, and in the South it had been a disaster that led to the massacre of the whites in Lacaille in the summer of 1796. And we know that he knew this because Hédouville carried an arrest warrant for André Rigaud, who the Metropole blamed for the massacre. though he did also carry verbal instructions to use the arrest warrant as a stick to bring Rigaud into line, and that if Rigaud played ball, Hédouville could cancel the warrant. So Hédouville's first act as the Directory's agent in the colony put both Rigaud and, even more especially, Toussaint Louverture on notice that they might have trouble with this new arrival. Rather than sailing into Le Cap directly, which was now run by Toussaint, Hédouville landed in Santo Domingo, over on the old Spanish side of the island, though it was still pretty much the Spanish side of the island. Neither Spain nor France had spent much energy completing the colonial transfer. There was a small company of French officials led by Philippe Rome who were now nominally in control, but in the main, life in Santo Domingo had not changed one little bit. It is generally supposed that Hédouville put in at Santo Domingo to get the lay of the land first and avoid immediately falling into the orbit of Toussaint Louverture. But while in Santo Domingo, he was given a very keen piece of advice by a French officer who had been serving on the island for years. Of Toussaint, he said, "With him you can do anything. Without him you are powerless." And Hédouville would learn that for himself soon enough. With the arrival of Hédouville on the island, the new British general in charge of the occupation, Thomas Maitland, who appears to have done very little before arriving in Saint-Domingue, he's just an aristocratic officer who rose up the ranks, he got to work on his plans for the reorientation of British policy. In April 1798, he sent emissaries to Toussaint with some big news. "I want to discuss the terms of a British withdrawal from the colony." Toussaint was obviously all ears, and even more so when he got the terms. All Maitland wanted was assurances that whites and coloreds who had been living in British-occupied zones wouldn't be punished as collaborators when the British pulled out. Since this was exactly the kind of generous reconciliation Toussaint was all about, these were almost flawless terms for him. And that was kind of the point, playing to Toussaint. What Maitland was trying to do most especially was snub Hédouville, who was, after all, the official representative of the fresh government, and deal straight with Toussaint. Maitland hoped to create a rift between the new French administrator and his commander-in-chief, and then also build up Toussaint's ego a little bit. But Toussaint was nothing if not savvy, and he duly forwarded everything to Hédouville for consultation and approval. Hédouville said, "Yeah, this looks good, keep negotiating, and I'll be over there soon to finalize the terms." But Toussaint didn't want to wait for that. So he turned back to Maitland and said, "Let's make the deal. And frankly, I will do you one better. You've had Frenchmen actively fighting under your banner for the past few years. Tell those guys they can come back into the fold without fear of reprisal." And Maitland said, "Hey, that sounds great." And before Hédouville got to Le Cap, the British had pulled their forces out of Saint-Marc and a few other ports in the west and south. The only zones they still occupied were the original two ports they had seized, Jérémie and Mollet-Saint-Nicolas. Marching into Saint-Marc in particular must have been a triumphant moment for Toussaint. Twice he had failed to take the city in brutal battles, and true to his word, Toussaint did not exact reprisals on anyone. When Hédouville finally got to Le Cap in June, he and Toussaint met face-to-face for the first time. Hédouville congratulated Toussaint for negotiating the British withdrawal, but when he found out the full details, he was pretty angry. Official government policy was that men fighting for the enemies of the Republic were classified as émigrés and forfeited their lands. They were liable to be executed, not rehabilitated, and this was to say nothing of the fact that Toussaint had closed the deal without him. But if Hédouville was angry with Toussaint, it was nothing compared to how angry Toussaint got with Hédouville and his staff. These guys apparently did very little to hide their disdain for blacks and coloreds. They were free and open with their slurs, and insinuated that it sure was a good thing properly civilized white men were here to take over for the savages, playing dress-up with military uniforms that they had probably found laying on the ground. They referred to Toussaint Louverture as, quote, "a monkey with a handkerchief on his head." So, unlike Sontenax, who Toussaint had maneuvered to get out of the way while still basically agreeing with his principles, Toussaint started maneuvering to expel Hédouville while hating his guts at the same time. In July 1798, then, we get a fateful moment in the history of the Haitian Revolution. As a part of a general conference of the Republican leaders, André Rigaud came up to Port-au-Prince, and from there, he and Toussaint traveled together to Le Cap. It was the first time that these two men, who have been the dominant Creole leaders in the colony since 1793, have met face to face. We know nothing about what they talked about, but the general supposition is that they agreed to back each other if Hédouville really tried to, take over the colony. At the subsequent meeting, they must have said all the right things, though, because, for example, we never hear anything more about the arrest warrant for André Rigaud. Though it's also possible that Hédouville could see that he had no way at all to execute the warrant anyway, since between them, Toussaint and Rigaud controlled every soldier in the colony. After this meeting, Toussaint went back to the West Province in August to work with Maitland on the terms of the final British withdrawal. And this time, Hédouville told him to stop negotiating with Maitland directly, and Toussaint just ignored him, much to Maitland's evident delight. Maitland and Toussaint then held a personal conference at Molay-Saint-Nicolas on the eve of the agreed British withdrawal. Maitland hosted a dinner and presented Toussaint with some parting gifts. And it was around the time of this meeting that Maitland and Toussaint talked real turkey. Not the logistics of the British withdrawal, but what happens next. Now, both men had an agenda, but for the moment, their agendas lined up pretty well. Toussaint was well aware that aside from labor troubles, the single biggest obstacle to reviving the colony's economy was the British naval blockade. He was also aware that one of the biggest boons to the economy would be if that blockade was not only lifted, but if Saint-Domingue could sell to British merchants. Now, this would of course been like treason against the French government, so we're only talking hypotheticals here, but that sure would be nice, and Maitland agreed that it would be a very enlightened course of action. Now, the one thing that Maitland really wanted was to make sure that General Toussaint didn't try to export slave revolution over to Jamaica. Now, Toussaint never appears to have really pursued this idea, but British spies knew that back in Paris the Directory had been in favor of this idea, and that inciting a slave insurrection in Jamaica was a part of Hédouville's secret orders from the Directory. So, Toussaint and Maitland struck a side deal. Toussaint pledged not to allow the gospel of slave revolution to spread to Jamaica, and in exchange the British would lift the naval blockade. Now, there may in all of this even been some direct promises to back Toussaint if he wanted to make a bid for political independence, but Toussaint did not trust the British that far just yet. But the seed was planted. So as Toussaint was cutting the beginnings of this independent foreign policy for Saint-Domingue, Hédouville was going on an inspection tour of the provinces and was finding it very difficult to re-establish French authority. What he was trying to do at this point was take back direct possession of the lands that had defaulted to the state when their owners fled, and restore that property to the original white owners, not counting those listed as émigrés. And now I know what you're thinking. What's the problem with this? This has been Toussaint's policy all along, and so it has been. But now a crucial wrinkle has been added. Land that had not yet been reclaimed was leased to Toussaint's officers, who now occupied and ran the plantations, and you can imagine their reaction when this cadre of racist French officers blundered in trying to boot them out, bringing with them all the classic old racist tropes with them, that blacks are too lazy and dumb and short-sighted to run a plantation like a real civilized gentleman. So when Hédouville complained to Toussaint, Toussaint said, yes, I'll look into it. He even issued papers confirming the rightful ownership of property by such and such an old family, but then he never lifted a finger to enforce those papers. So we're seeing a change in Toussaint's attitude. He had been happy to let the whites come back. He welcomed them with open arms. But the window on that was drawing to a close now. Because if he had to pick between white planters who had still not yet claimed their property and his senior officers who had, Toussaint was going to support his officers. As a part of his economic revitalization program, Hédouville also brought with him some pretty heavy new restrictions on the cultivators. His officers, who were inspecting the plantations, wrote mockingly of the cultivators, who focused on their garden patches rather than the cane fields, saying these animals only live for the moment, they can't see the bigger picture. Missing, obviously, two key points. First, the economy of Saint-Domingue was still in shambles, and we actually do need food to eat. We can't live on sugar. And then, of course, second, bleep you. Harvesting sugar stinks. We're free citizens now, and we don't want to do it. If you want sugar so bad, you go harvest it. Bleep hole. So to make sure that the cultivators kept working, Hédouville implemented new labor codes, requiring cultivators to stay on their plantations for a minimum of 3 years, and up to 6 years in some cases, with stiff penalties for moving around. And this was greeted with angry shock by the black community. Remember, when Sontenax had decreed emancipation, he had said you have to stay on your plantation for 1 year. Well, that year has come and gone, a long time ago, and many blacks had taken the opportunity to move around, either in search of better conditions or to reunite with family. And now suddenly we're supposed to get locked back down again? It wasn't hard to see that this might be a prelude to re-enslavement, which was the omnipresent fear of the poor black community. Now, as we've seen, Toussaint himself was pretty cool with forcing the cultivators to work at cash crop planting, and there is some speculation that he was all too happy to have Hédouville issue the unpopular decree and take all the heat for it, while Toussaint reaped the ultimate rewards. As Hédouville struggled to impose his will on a population and its leadership, who were making it clear they did not care what he wanted, he also started to assert control over the military. Technically, he was the supreme authority in the colony and could promote and dismiss officers at will. So over the summer of 1798, when and where he could, Hédouville promoted white officers to replace blacks for a variety of pretexts, with a focus most especially on securing the coastal garrisons. This attempt to take control of the military would prove to be his undoing. In October, Hédouville's racist blundering finally caught up with him at what used to be called Fort Dauphin. That's where Jean-François had once massacred those French auxiliaries. It was now called Fort Liberty because, the French Revolution. The fort was pretty important, and so Toussaint handed it over to one of his most trusted generals, Moise. Now, I can find very little solid background information on Moise, except that he was a former black slave who had joined the original insurrection in 1791 and had quickly attached himself to Toussaint, and then stayed attached to Toussaint ever since. The two had become so closely linked that Toussaint adopted Moise as his nephew, which I'm not exactly sure how that works, but that's what they say happened. The other really important thing that is always reported about Moise is that among the black generals, he was the one most sympathetic to the black cultivators. He was very popular in the black community and seemed genuinely interested in their well-being, more so certainly than Toussaint himself, which will become an issue down the road. At the moment, though, the issue was between Moise and Hédouville. Hédouville suspected that Moise was fomenting some kind of rebellion against the new labor laws, and in mid-October, a scuffle at Fort Liberty broke out between black and white soldiers, and Hédouville seized on it as a pretext to remove Moise from command. In his place, he appointed a white officer to run the military garrison and a black civil officer to run the town. Now, whether Moise was fomenting rebellion before this all happened is an open question. But after it happened, he definitely started to foment revolution, marching around the plantations of the northern plains and raising cultivators to help fight for him. He also sent an urgent dispatch to Uncle Toussaint, saying Hédouville is making a power play, we have to stop him. So Toussaint ordered one of his other key generals, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, to lead a strong force down to Le Cap and arrest Hédouville. Dessalines surrounded Le Cap, and Hédouville was like, well, that's it for me. The only way he was going to avoid being taken into custody, and then God knows what after that, was to leave the island. So that's what he did. On October the 23rd, 1798, Hédouville and his little cadre of racist officers got on a boat and sailed away. Also taking this opportunity to bolt was Julien Raymond. He had supported Toussaint since his return to Saint-Domingue, but Toussaint was obviously moving in an autocratic direction, and Raymond got out before he became a casualty of Toussaint's ambition, which will unfortunately be the fate of Moise. Now once again alone to do his own thing without interference, Toussaint went back to charting his own course for Saint-Domingue in the troubled international waters of the Western Hemisphere. Having secured a pretty good deal from the British, he now had to focus on Saint-Domingue's relationship with the United States. As we've seen, Yankee traders were just about the only merchants willing or able to do business with Saint-Domingue, and they had been practically the sole conduit for colonial exports and imports since 1791. So you can just imagine how Toussaint felt when he found out about the XYZ affair. Because that's where we're at now. Let's see, we're at episode 3.48. Talleyrand has just demanded a massive bribe from the American ambassadors to do something about French attacks on American shipping, and the puritanical Yankees have just gotten their panties in a bunch and walked out. This led to the Quasi-War, which, as I mentioned, played out mostly between the two navies in the Caribbean, which means that this is all playing out right on top of Toussaint Louverture's head, and is really, really bad for business because American merchants are now barred from coming to Saint-Domingue ports. In the United States, attitudes towards the French in general, and then Saint-Domingue in particular, had changed since the refugee crisis of 1793. Anger over the XYZ affair had hardened public opinion against the French, and so when a new exodus of whites fleeing Port-au-Prince just before it fell in mid-1797 landed in Philadelphia, they were treated with hostility and suspicion, rather than sympathy and charity. Frenchmen with connections to Saint-Domingue were amongst those specifically targeted when the infamous Alien and Sedition Acts were passed in the spring of 1798. But this anger at the French didn't 100% transfer to Saint-Domingue. The northern merchants were suffering badly from the loss of trade with the colony, and they lobbied Congress to let them keep going. Meanwhile, over in London, the American ambassador to the court of St. James, Rufus King, started talking this all through with his British counterparts, and then wrote home recommending that if the Americans really wanted to hurt the French, and simultaneously lessen the threat posed by this island of armed blacks, they should keep trading with Saint-Domingue. Give all those ex-slaves an incentive to work, rather than forcing them in their desperation to take more drastic measures. Now this, of course, was great news for Toussaint Louverture, and after expelling Hédouville, Toussaint was able to make his own case to the American government for maintaining trade. In November 1798, Toussaint made his first formal approach to the American government. He wrote a letter to President John Adams, saying, "Look, this war has got nothing to do with me. We are not fighting you. We are not doing anything to you. In fact, all we are doing is being a great source of trade for your merchants that is as lucrative for you as it is necessary for us. My goal will always be to protect American shipping, not attack it. Please lift the embargo." As a follow-up to this letter, Toussaint dispatched two agents to Philadelphia. One, a white merchant from Le Cap named Joseph Bunel. The other, the resident American consul in the colony, a guy named Jacob Meyer, who was willing to vouch for Toussaint in the coming negotiations. These two met with Secretary of State Timothy Pickering, who was happy to receive them, because Pickering was a staunch Federalist and very pro-British, who absolutely had visions of breaking Saint-Domingue away from France, and this all seemed like a golden opportunity to do just that. In January 1799, Bunel then finally met with Adams in person and made the case for lifting the embargo on Saint-Domingue. But while he pleaded with Adams, a bill was already being drafted to do just that. The recent election of 1798 had played out in the midst of anti-French war fever, and the Federalists enjoyed their last happy election before being obliterated by the Jeffersonian Democratic Republicans in the years to come. But for the moment, the Federalists now controlled both the House and the Senate. So in February 1799, they passed a bill that first extended the trade embargo on the French, which was due to expire, and then second, allow the president at his own discretion to exempt certain regions from the embargo if those regions weren't actively involved in the fighting. Everyone knew that this was all just code for Saint-Domingue, and for the moment the bill was passed, it was referred to as Toussaint's Clause. President Adams signed the bill into law, and American merchants were once again allowed to trade with Saint-Domingue. Now this is great news for Toussaint Louverture, though the deal was not without future dangers. In bilateral negotiations between themselves, the British and Americans concocted plans to protect trade with Saint-Domingue by not allowing anyone but British and American ships to come and go. So ultimately, Toussaint was still at the mercy of powers beyond his control. And then the British and Americans also secretly agreed that this would only go so long as the war with France did. After that, they would reappraise their relationship with Saint-Domingue, which, after all, was a country run by insurrectionary slaves, which was a very bad example to be setting for the rest of the Western Hemisphere. If Toussaint was planning to declare independence from France, he was off to a great start. He had the economic support now of both the British and Americans, and was operating totally independently of the French government. He had secured his supply lines, he faced no foreign military threat for the first time since 1793, and he controlled the majority of the armed forces in Saint-Domingue. So that can only mean one thing. It's time for a final showdown with André Rigaud. Rigaud and Toussaint had been working as partners officially for years, but as we discussed back in episode 4.9, they had been quietly rivals for the loyalty of the blacks from the beginning, and Toussaint clearly had the upper hand. It was also pretty obvious that once Hédouville got back to France, that the Directory would send along another delegation or another commission, probably a bigger one this time, and possibly backed by armed forces. If they decided that Toussaint was a real threat, they could sail round and land in Le Caille, and then combine with Rigaud's Legion of the South and push north. None of this was implausible. And I don't know if Toussaint knew this at the time, but on his way out the door, Hédouville had written an official dispatch to André Rigaud that was designed to sow his own seeds of disharmony and pave the way for a possible future joint operation against Toussaint. Ever since Toussaint Louverture had been promoted to lieutenant governor, he officially outranked Rigaud. The dispatch sent by Hédouville absolved Rigaud of any subordination to Toussaint. It said Toussaint is not your superior, he cannot tell you what to do. And Rigaud was no doubt very pleased to see this officially confirmed, because he had never had any intention of letting Toussaint Louverture tell him what to do. Next week, the final showdown for control of Saint-Domingue will play out. Traditionally, the showdown has been described in strictly racial terms, that the blacks under Toussaint fight the coloreds under Rigaud. And while this is broadly true, it's not really true. Rigaud had black supporters and allies, Toussaint had colored supporters and allies, and it's not like Toussaint was fighting for black supremacy. He was still all about that tricolor vision for Saint-Domingue. But we'll get into all of that next week when we delve into the War of Knives. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.13, The War of Knives. So last week, Toussaint Louverture not only rid himself of Joseph d'Hédouville, the Directory's official emissary to Saint-Domingue, he also opened up independent diplomatic relations with both the United States and Great Britain, who were both at war, or at least quasi-war, with France. This was a bold step towards total political independence, but Toussaint was not prepared to go all the way just yet. He rebuffed advances from both the British and Americans to declare independence, and in the wake of Hédouville's departure, he instead called on the third commissioner, Philippe Rome, the last man carrying credentials signed in Paris, to leave Santo Domingo and come back to Le Cap, where he would be able to officially rubber stamp Toussaint's policies. Rome reluctantly came back, and though he would half-heartedly push back against Toussaint, there was nothing he could really do. So though Toussaint still hid behind a veneer of fealty to France, he paid them now even less mind than ever. Now, as I somewhat cynically mentioned last week, through the whole course of the Haitian Revolution, whatever political faction happened to be on top tended to seek independence from France, while their rivals tended to seek greater ties to France. Now, I don't know if Toussaint's ultimate objective was in fact total political independence, but it is clear that he is now essentially playing for the program first advanced by the Big Whites when they sent delegates to the Estates General way back in 1789. Their goal had never been independence per se. What they were really after was home rule and the right to free trade. As long as they had those two guarantees in hand, remaining inside the French Empire was fine. They just wanted to replace the system where the superior metropole dominated the inferior colony and turn the French Empire into a confederation of autonomous units with a shared loyalty. Toussaint was now angling for almost this identical program. He didn't need or want any more of the supposed superiors from France telling him what to do, and he wanted Saint-Domingue to be able to trade with any power on Earth. If I had to speculate, I'd say that Toussaint would have been fine running an autonomous Saint-Domingue inside the French Empire, rather than actively pursuing a clean break. And certainly the coming war with France would be forced on him by France. It was never anything that he truly sought. Now, one thing we absolutely do know, however, is that Toussaint wanted to be the supreme and unchallenged master of the island of Hispaniola. And yes, as we will see here today, he wanted the whole island, not just Saint-Domingue proper. And the only man on the island currently in a position to stand in his way was André Rigaud. And now that their mutual enemy had been removed from the island, that is, the British, the time had come for Toussaint to also remove Rigaud. So, of course, the flip side of the powerful political faction seeking independence was the weak political faction seeking closer ties to France, and that is now right back where Rigaud has found himself. He and his free-colored brethren had begun the Haitian Revolution as the staunchest defenders of French authority, as the Big Whites had used home rule as code for racial apartheid. When the whites had been expelled and politically neutralized, the coloreds then briefly became the dominant political faction, and it was they who brushed off French authority, most dramatically in 1796, with first the coup of General Villatte in Le Cap, and then the massacre of all those whites in Le Caille later in the summer. Well, now that Toussaint has leapfrogged Rigaud in terms of power and prestige, it's time for Rigaud and his colored allies to head back to the bosom of the metropole. And in the coming battle with Toussaint, Rigaud would paint himself as the true defender of the French Republic, who was battling against this usurper Toussaint, and in this, he would cling to the dispatch issued by Hérouville in October 1798 that liberated Rigaud from his subordination to Toussaint, and also clearly hinted that Hérouville would be advocating for Rigaud when he returned to France. So in the coming battle with Toussaint, André Rigaud would always keep one eye on the horizon, desperately hoping that reinforcements would arrive from France. But spoiler alert, these reinforcements are not coming. Now, as I mentioned at the very end of last week's show, right before the outro music didn't kick in, I'm sorry about that, it should be fixed now, the civil war that's about to begin between Rigaud and Toussaint, dubbed the War of Knives, is simplistically painted as a race war between the blacks and coloreds. And while this is kinda sorta true, it's not really true. I mean, we know that Rigaud was setting up a system of colored supremacy, but as open war approached, Rigaud was supported by black leaders in the West and North provinces who were disenchanted with Toussaint Louverture's rule. There were plenty of blacks who believed that Toussaint was effectively betraying them back into slavery. These are the guys who had just recently chanted "Long live Sontenax" in 1796, much to Toussaint's great annoyance. So Rigaud does have a pro-colored agenda, but his supporters are not only coloreds. And then more importantly, on Toussaint's side, we know that he was absolutely not pursuing black supremacy. He not only had all the whites in Saint-Domingue supporting him, but he also had a fair number of coloreds, practical men, landowners and merchants and military officers who believed that Toussaint's way forward really was the best way forward. Whatever racial solidarity they might have felt was subordinated to economic solidarity. Toussaint was fighting for all three races to live together and prosper together. This was not about exterminating the coloreds. So though it looks like a war between the blacks and the coloreds, it really wasn't that at all. But it's also not surprising that history books would report the War of Knives as a race war, seeing as how that's how Toussaint painted it, as he and Rigaud waged a propaganda war in early 1799. Toussaint launched the first attack of this war of words in February 1799, practically the minute that Toussaint's clause was signed into law in Philadelphia, which guaranteed his access to trade with the United States and Britain. He issued an address that denounced Rigaud and the colored regime of the South. Toussaint said, as everyone in Saint-Domingue now does, that Rigaud planned to re-enslave the blacks the first chance he got. Toussaint said, "I've been Rigaud's superior officer for years now, but he won't take orders from me because I'm a black man, and Rigaud hates black men." Toussaint also pointedly reminded everyone of the fate of the Swiss, the first slave fighters promised freedom by the coloreds, who were then immediately betrayed. Toussaint said that's Rigaud's plan for all of us. Use us to get power, and then betray us back into chains. Rigaud then fired back with an address of his own that said, "I cannot believe I'm the one being accused of hating blacks. I have fought for racial equality my whole life, sword in one hand, declaration of the rights of man in the other. Half my family is black. I was raised by blacks. I have fought alongside blacks." Toussaint Louverture is a two-faced double dealer, and you shouldn't believe him because I promise you, it's not me, it's him who wants to put you back into chains. He is planning on selling out everybody to the British, who will bring with them re-enslavement. I mean, just a couple of months ago, he expelled the official representative of the French Republic so that he could make deals with the British and the Americans, who are nothing but racists and slavers. So if you think he won't throw you back into chains, you're kidding yourself. I am actually the one fighting to keep you free. Now, the funny thing about all of this is that aside from Rigaud's very real favoritism of the coloreds, the rival regimes of Toussaint and Rigaud are practically the same. Neither questioned that plantation economics was the only way forward. Neither questioned that blacks must be the labor force. And despite their mutual accusations, neither planned on re-enslaving the black cultivators. Neither was particularly interested in democratic participation in government, nor being told what to do by France, even as they both positioned themselves as the two representatives of France. And as for cutting deals with the slave powers, Rigaud has been able to maintain his position thanks to a very brisk trade with American merchants. So what are we really looking at here? That's right, we are looking at two powerful and ambitious men running into each other. Everything else is just a lot of talk. But though they were both ambitious and powerful, there was very little hope for André Rigaud in the final analysis. Because on the eve of the War of Knives, the balance of power in Saint-Domingue was hardly a balance of power at all. Between Rigaud's Legion of the South and various independent forces who would come to back him, he commanded about 15,000 troops. That's pretty good. But meanwhile, Toussaint now commanded nearly 50,000 troops. Rigaud's men were better trained and better fighters and better organized, but the brutal math of the thing was overwhelming. Still, though, Rigaud was not content to just sit back and get pushed out of the colony, and so in June 1799, the War of Words ended and the War of Knives began, and Rigaud launched the opening attack of that war. This first attack was against a pair of port cities on the north side of the southern peninsula. These two ports were Petit Goave and Grand Goave. These two ports had been occupied by small garrisons loyal to Toussaint, as the British had pulled out in 1798. But in his final dispatch, Hédouville had told Rigaud that those two cities were actually a part of your territory and fall under your jurisdiction. And Rigaud used this to justify mustering a force of 4,000 men to go easily expel Toussaint's little nominal garrisons. This bold strike also earned him the open support from a great colored officer who currently held the important city of Jacmel, and who will go on to figure very prominently in the history of independent Haiti, Alexandre Pétion. Pétion was born in Port-au-Prince in 1770 to a big white father and a mulatto mother, so Pétion himself was classified as a quadroon under the now defunct racial categorization system. Like Julien Raymond and André Rigaud, and other sons of wealthy mixed-race families, Pétion was sent back to France to be educated in 1788, so just before the French Revolution broke out. He's a hard guy to nail down, but Pétion appears to have been back in Saint-Domingue by 1791, and as a young, energetic, and educated colored man, he enthusiastically joined the colored revolt against racial apartheid when all hell broke loose in the summer of 1791. He then spent the rest of the revolution under arms, and remained loyal to the French Republic when other coloreds started bolting for the British after the Emancipation Decree of 1793. But he was never a part of Rigaud's Legion of the South, and with Toussaint's elevation to commander-in-chief, Pétion's ultimate chain of command led up to Toussaint, not to Rigaud. So his defection to Rigaud in the summer of 1799 was kind of a blow to Toussaint's plan for a quick and decisive campaign. And just so you know, Alexandre Pétion is going to wind up the first president of the Republic of Haiti, so yes, he does play a prominent role in the future of independent Haiti. Now, Rigaud was hoping that his attack on Petit and Grand Goave would help trigger a larger anti-Toussaint uprising. And in the early summer of 1799, he had some reason to hope that it might actually happen, because up in the heart of Toussaint's territory, black revolt against Toussaint's rule began to flare up. In the countryside surrounding Molay-Saint-Nicolas and Port-au-Paix, cultivators rose up in arms against Toussaint's regime, forcing Toussaint to hold off making an immediate move against Rigaud while he pacified his own territory. I mean, there was even a flash of insurrectionary anger on the North Plains themselves, just outside of Le Cap, practically where Toussaint had been born and raised. Now, Toussaint Louverture has always cultivated this image of himself as the generous father figure, always forgiving and forgetting he's Papa Toussaint. But he had no time or patience for these revolts, and so he sent his soldiers in to pretty ruthlessly crush the insurrectionaries, and instead of showing mercy, they showed no mercy at all. And the man Toussaint trusted with this is the man whose time has finally come, who, like Pétion, will play a huge role in the future of independent Haiti, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Jean-Jacques Dessalines was born most likely in Guinea, in West Africa. His birth date is officially listed as September the 20th, 1758, but to be honest, I have a really hard time believing this was actually officially recorded somewhere. He was captured and sold into slavery as a young boy, likely along with his whole family, because we know, for example, that he had two brothers in Saint-Domingue with him. He spent his formative years working in the fields of the North Plains, but did eventually rise up the ranks to become a driver, which was somewhat unusual for an African-born slave, but having been brought into slavery at such a young age, I guess he could be trusted. Now, for most of his young life, Dessalines was known as Jean-Jacques Duclos, taking his name from his owner, just as Toussaint was originally known as Toussaint Breda, because that was his owner's name. But while the origin of Louverture is a bit confused thanks to many rounds of myth-making, Dessalines gets his final last name thanks to something far more mundane. Around 1788, he was sold to a new owner named Dessalines, and so his name changed. When the original slave revolt started brewing in the summer of 1791, Dessalines was right in the heart of it, but he was not one of the leading leaders. When the fighting began, he wound up attached to the army of Jean-Francois, but was not much more than the equivalent of a lieutenant in the slave armies. And though he may have been amongst those who would have been freed had the big whites accepted that deal at the end of 1791 to end the revolt, he was almost certainly not amongst the final 60 that Toussaint had negotiated down to at the last minute. Dessalines then stayed with Jean-Francois and was among those formally enrolled into the Spanish army in 1793. At some point, though, in here, he winds up serving under Toussaint Louverture, and when Toussaint took over control of the far west of the North Province, Dessalines went with him and then defected to the French along with Toussaint in the spring of 1794. Under Toussaint's patronage, Dessalines rose up the ranks quickly as Toussaint identified Dessalines as an officer who could be relied on to get the job done. In the subsequent battles against their old comrades, Jean-Francois and Bissou, Dessalines was given command of important missions, and he never let Toussaint down. But though Dessalines was for sure an officer Toussaint could count on in the field, there was an even more specific role for Dessalines to play. He was the bad cop, the heavy, the man who had no mercy in his heart whatsoever. And when you're trying to be enlightened and generous, while simultaneously being an authoritarian strongman, as Toussaint currently is trying to do, you need someone who isn't afraid to do your dirty work for you. And for Toussaint, that man was, among others, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. And this wasn't just about role-playing. Though they were tightly linked, Toussaint and Dessalines had genuinely divergent worldviews. So Toussaint wanted reconciliation and coexistence with the whites and coloreds. He's not a black supremacist. Well, Dessalines is. He hated the whites and he hated the coloreds. Had Dessalines been in overall command during the War of the Knives, painting it as a race war would have been a no-brainer. But he is still just the enforcer, not the supreme leader. And one of the things that a guy like Dessalines allows a guy like Toussaint to do is avoid taking responsibility for brutal but necessary repression, as happened in the North Province in 1799. When the threat of the recent insurrections was eliminated, Toussaint could then come riding in and say, "Oh no, this isn't what I wanted at all. Oh, my friends, this is not what I wanted at all." He could curry favor with the black population by openly reprimanding his officers, while quietly saying thanks, good work, once the cultivators were back in the fields. But open revolt was not the only threat facing Toussaint during the summer of 1799, and he also escaped not one, but two assassination attempts, both of which he escaped only by sheer luck. During the first, a gunman opened fire and put a bullet through Toussaint's hat, and one through Toussaint's personal physician, who was killed on the spot. And then during the second, multiple gunmen strafed Toussaint's carriage and riddled it with bullets, but Toussaint just so happened to be riding his horse near the rear of this entourage and was not in the carriage when the assassin struck. Toussaint would pretty much spend the rest of his life not unjustifiably paranoid about assassins, and he took elaborate precautions to stymie their efforts. Now, as I just mentioned, the brutal math of the War of Knives spelled doom for André Rigaud, especially after whatever anti-Toussaint elements inside the black population were unable to get anything unified going against him. But even with his mass numerical advantage, the truly decisive factor in the War of Knives was the United States Navy. With the signing of Toussaint's Clause in February 1799, the United States clearly had an interest in continuing to do business with Toussaint Louverture, and the new American consul in Le Cap, a guy named Edward Stevens, was amongst the most vocal proponents of making sure that Toussaint Louverture stayed in power. In the summer of 1799, for example, Toussaint's army had actually been struggling to properly arm itself after the Quasi-War had shut down access to American munitions, while Stevens worked with his counterparts in British Jamaica to organize an emergency shipment of arms from the neighboring island to ensure Toussaint was not seriously threatened until bigger caches could be delivered from the mainland. Stevens also wrote home to his superiors in the Adams White House, arguing relentlessly that backing Toussaint was in America's best interests. But beyond keeping Toussaint supplied, actually supporting him in the war was quite a bit further than anyone in Congress who signed off on Toussaint's clause would have been willing to go. But André Rigaud then gave Edward Stevens and the Americans the pretext they were looking for to really enter the fray. Rigaud had a little fleet of pirates operating out of Lacaille, who started to prey on British and American merchants once it became clear that they were supporting Toussaint over Rigaud. With the elimination of piracy being one of the core aims of all the diplomacy between the Adams administration and Toussaint's regime, deploying the fledgling U.S. Navy against this new threat posed by Rigaud's pirates raised no objections. The Americans set up a naval station in Le Cap and then started patrolling the waters around Saint-Domingue regularly. And when Rigaud became identified as a pirate enabler, the U.S. Navy showed no hesitation about blockading ports under his control. So by the end of 1799, Toussaint was receiving regular shipments of supplies and arms from the United States, and their navy was attacking Rigaud. With this support, he then finally launched a full offensive. But before he did, he sent one of his staunchest white supporters, a colonel in the French army named Vasson, back to Paris to explain what he was doing to the Directory, and get them to confirm that Toussaint Louverture was in fact the commander-in-chief of the French army in Saint-Domingue, and that Rigaud not obeying orders was a justifiable cause for the hostilities that were about to commence. Unbeknownst to everyone in Saint-Domingue, however, by the end of 1799, the Directory was already dead. Without waiting for confirmation from Paris that what he was doing was actually legitimate, Toussaint's army marched south, led by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and this army was too much for Rigaud's forces to handle. But still, the ensuing battles were hotly contested and very bitter. Neither side offered the other any quarter, and when prisoners were taken, their usual fate was either execution or torture and then execution. But against the mass onslaught, Rigaud had to retreat into the mountains of the South Province, and this retreat then became engulfed in flames as Rigaud elected to burn everything to the ground rather than let it fall intact into Toussaint's hands. Now, Rigaud hoped to raise the black cultivators of the South Province to join him in his fight, but he found almost no takers. The black cultivators of the South Province pretty much hated André Rigaud's guts, and they welcomed the arrival of Toussaint's army. But sadly, what we're seeing here, and what we've already seen earlier in today's episode, is the black cultivators everywhere engaging in a bit of the old grass is greener on the other side fallacy. The cultivators under Toussaint hoped Rigaud was their salvation. The cultivators under Rigaud hoped Toussaint was their salvation. But there was no salvation to be had. This was a war between two men running authoritarian labor regimes. This was not a war for anyone's salvation. So Dessalines then peeled off from his pursuit of Rigaud to lay siege to Jacmel, where the defenses there were led by Alexandre Pétion. In November 1799, a prolonged siege began that would be as bitter as any battle. It's reported that somewhere on the order of 4,000 people died of starvation over the next 4 months as the siege continued. Meanwhile, by early 1800, the United States Navy was now fully on Toussaint's side. Though Edward Stevens did resist requests from Toussaint to actually transport Toussaint's troops, the U.S. Navy did blockade all the southern ports, and they ran a very close patrol of maritime shipping in Saint-Domingue waters. Ships loyal to Toussaint were issued passports by the American consulate that allowed them to operate freely, and anyone not holding one of these passports was liable to be boarded and have their ship seized. Now this made for the rather uncomfortable reality that in Saint-Domingue, which was still French, the leaders of Saint-Domingue could not operate in their own waters without express written permission from a country that had no legitimate claim to jurisdiction in Saint-Domingue waters whatsoever. But Toussaint did not raise any fuss about this, since it was all for his benefit. In February 1800, Jacmel, now surrounded by Dessalines' army on land and the U.S. Navy by sea, finally fell. Whatever forces Rigaud had left in the south now fell back to Lacaille, but there wasn't much left at all. The story goes that when Rigaud re-entered his capital, that he rang the tocsin bells to turn out the local blacks to come in from the fields to fight, and not a single one came. Now, they had all come to his defense in 1796 because they had been told that the Third Commission was going to re-enslave them, but that had turned out to be a lie, and in the 2.5 years since, the lives of the black cultivators had not improved one bit under Rigaud. But still, Rigaud continued to hold out, and from Toussaint's perspective, an all-out assault on Lacaille would have been a very bloody exercise. So rather than rush to a conclusion that seemed inevitable, Toussaint's forces proceeded slowly and methodically. And rather than give it up, Rigaud kept his eye on the horizon, hoping that reinforcements would arrive from France to help him win the war. But in May 1800, word finally did come from France, and it was not what Rigaud wanted to hear at all. In the meantime, Toussaint, confident of victory, was already moving on with the next phase of his plans, controlling not just Saint-Domingue, but all of Hispaniola. He went to Commissioner Philippe Rome, now under a sort of de facto house arrest, and said, "Commissioner, I have grown concerned about reports that honest French citizens are being kidnapped and sold back into slavery over on the Spanish side of the island. This is going on with impunity, and it must be stopped. So please sign off on my plan to send French forces to Santo Domingo to ensure that the rights of French citizens are protected. I mean, Santo Domingo is ours, right? Right. So please sign here. Philippe Rome, however, resisted sanctioning Toussaint's annexation of Santo Domingo without approval from Paris. So, to help Rome get over whatever hesitations he might be feeling, Toussaint had his adopted nephew Maurice go round the northern plains and raise angry cultivators to march to the very edge of Le Cap and demand that Rome take action to stop their brothers and sisters from being sold back into slavery by the sinister Spanish. And in the face of this mob, Rome capitulated and signed off on Toussaint's plan. Toussaint then put Rome under an even closer house arrest in the parish of Duncan, where he would no doubt think twice about thinking for himself again. But though he had official permission now to take Santo Domingo, the actual expedition east would wait until after the War of Knives. Now, the war was actually brought to a fairly peaceful conclusion when a commission, yes, another commission, arrived from France in May 1800 bearing official proclamations from the new government in Paris. A new government in Paris? Okay. Now, for whatever reason, this latest commission is never anywhere called like the Fourth Commission, so I'm not going to introduce new nomenclature that won't be present in any other history book. And besides, they didn't really have the same power or authority as previous commissions. They were more like emissaries of First Consul Bonaparte. When they arrived, it became clear that Toussaint's emissary, Colonel Vasson, had been very persuasive in arguing Toussaint's case to Bonaparte, seeing as how Vasson himself was one of the three commissioners now getting off the boat. The other two were a random general I won't bother you with, but the third guy is Julien Raymond. After skipping town with Hedouville in October 1798, Raymond spent less than a year in France before accepting Bonaparte's request to return to Saint-Domingue and represent the consulate, and I'm sure he was just thrilled to be delivering the news that Bonaparte had taken Vasson's advice and confirmed Toussaint Louverture as commander-in-chief of the French army in Saint-Domingue. This news deflated André Rigaud completely. There would be no French reinforcements to support him. There was really no one anywhere supporting him. And knowing that this was the end for Rigaud, Toussaint then did what Toussaint does best. He issued a general amnesty for anyone who laid down their arms and gave up the fight. He also did not force his defeated rival to bend his knee to him, and he quietly approved Rigaud's plan to leave the island and sail into exile. In June 1800, André Rigaud and his family boarded a ship and sailed for France. But this is not the end of André Rigaud. Once he got to France, he would join a small community of colored Creoles in exile. Alexandre Pétion would soon follow, and these guys would continue to lobby for their rights, and soon enough would be headed back to Saint-Domingue. But we'll get into all that next week. With Rigaud out of the way, Toussaint personally led his army into Le Cap, and unless I'm mistaken, I think this is the first time Toussaint has actually ever set foot in the capital city of the South Province. When he arrived, he publicly confirmed the general amnesty, but right on cue, his junior officers carried out a swift massacre of prisoners identified as possible sources of future trouble. Once again, Toussaint expressed horror at the bloodthirsty conduct of his officers, and he reprimanded Dessalines, saying, "I asked you to trim the tree, not tear it up by the roots." But we are talking about hundreds of dead here, not thousands, as later anti-Toussaint rhetoric would have it, and Dessalines himself appears to have personally intervened to save some men slated for execution. So Toussaint is triumphant. He is the master of Saint-Domingue. But of course, as history has shown us time and time again, final victory often just sets the conditions for the next conflict, and so it was in Saint-Domingue in 1800. So just as he defeated his last internal rival, Toussaint suddenly had to start worrying about external threats again. With Bonaparte now in power in France, the whole international arena was undergoing an upheaval, and Saint-Domingue had always been merely one piece in a much larger game of chess being played by the great powers. Both the Americans and French, for example, were sick of the quasi-war, which was hurting them both. Negotiations began in March 1800 to end the conflict, And though these negotiations dragged on over sticky issues like whether the Treaty of Friendship of 1778 was still in effect and whether France would pay reparations for the merchandise they had seized from American traders, the matter of Saint-Domingue helped keep the two sides at arm's length. The Americans wanted to guarantee that they would be able to keep trading with the island without interference, and the French negotiator said, "Yeah, we'll think about it, but we are not very happy with the way you've been issuing American passports so that French-flagged ships can sail peacefully in French waters. So, don't expect a ton of consideration on the Saint-Domingue front." But even as the American negotiators were pressing for trade concessions, the actual American merchants coming in and out of Saint-Domingue started reporting that this place isn't nearly as lucrative as it used to be. As we've talked about, the years of revolt and war and devastation had left Saint-Domingue a shell of its former self, and the War of Knives had not improved anything. Toussaint's attempt to revitalize the plantation system ran into a trifecta of problems, some of which we've already mentioned. First, there was his own need to keep as many young men under arms as possible. Second, the material devastation of the formerly industrialized sugar plantations was starting to look permanent. And third, the unwillingness of the cultivators to work themselves to death to maximize sugar and coffee exports. So both British and American merchants sailing regularly into Saint-Domingue harbor since the signing of Toussaint's Clause the year before were very disappointed by what they found. Saint-Domingue was not producing enough exports to make the trips worthwhile. The merchandise the British and Americans carried into Le Cap went unsold, and the mountains of coffee and sugar they were supposed to be picking up did not materialize. The opening of Saint-Domingue was supposed to be a boon to the merchant fortunes, and instead it was a deflated bust. Suddenly, the northeastern merchants weren't quite so hot to demand American foreign policy make special concessions for Saint-Domingue. And with the war with France winding down, and Thomas Jefferson and his Democratic Republicans ready to storm the government in the election of 1800, the whole relationship between the United States and Saint-Domingue, which had been so critical to Toussaint's final victory, was about to be reappraised entirely. And then back in France, First Consul Bonaparte is obviously not the kind of guy who is going to let a key piece of the French Empire operate without proper oversight. Now, of course, at the moment, Bonaparte had European wars and politics to contend with, so colonial affairs were not his top priority. But in the Constitution of Year 8 that created the consulate, he wrote in an article that addressed colonial policy that spelled big trouble for Toussaint Louverture, because Bonaparte was about to take French policy round back to where it had been before Thermidor. No more of this French nation one and indivisible nonsense. The article in question, Article 91, is short, and so I'll quote it in full. Quote, "The form of government of the French colonies is determined by special laws." Unquote. That's it. But in Saint-Domingue, special laws had always meant one thing: apartheid and slavery. So when Bonaparte sent his emissaries to Saint-Domingue, they carried with them both the Constitution of Year 8 and a letter written by Bonaparte to placate colonial fears that those special laws would mean a return of slavery and apartheid. And though it's a little longer than Article 91, I'm also going to quote it in full because it's an interesting little document, and clearly written with Montesquieu open in Bonaparte's lap. Citizens, a constitution that wasn't able to defend itself against multiple violations has been replaced by a new pact destined to solidify freedom. Article 91 states that the French colonies will be ruled by special laws. This disposition derives from the nature of things and the differences in climate. The inhabitants of French colonies located in America, Asia, and Africa cannot be governed by the same laws. The difference in habits, in mores, and interests, the diversity of soil, crops, and goods produced demand diverse modifications. Far from being a subject of alarm for you, you will recognize here the wisdom and profundity of vision that animate the legislators of France. The consuls of the Republic, in announcing to you the new social pact, declare to you that the sacred principles of freedom and equality of the blacks will never suffer amongst you the least attack or modification. If there are ill-intentioned men in the colony, if there are those who still have relations with enemy powers, remember, brave blacks, that the French people alone recognize your freedom and the equality of your rights. Signed, First Consul Bonaparte. Now this was a wild pack of bullshit. Bonaparte was too busy with more pressing affairs to get going on his expanding dream of true global domination. But when he said the blacks had nothing to worry about, man, they had everything to worry about. Because when Bonaparte finally got free of European war, he turned the full force of his attention to completely and thoroughly reimposing French authority in Saint-Domingue, reinstituting white supremacy, and re-enslaving the blacks. But before Bonaparte could draft the kind of special laws that would tend to do, well, all of this, Toussaint would beat him to the punch. And next week, without the permission or even consultation with the French government, Toussaint Louverture will draft the Constitution of 1801, which he will then unilaterally assert fulfills Article 91 of the Constitution of Year 8. You said we are to be governed by special laws? Well, great. I've got your special laws right here, and I dare you to do anything about them. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.14, The Constitution of 1801. As the summer of 1800 drew to a close, Toussaint Louverture was at the pinnacle of his career. The dream he had been working towards since at least 1793, and very possibly since 1791, had finally come to pass. He had outmaneuvered all his native rivals, expelled any uppity French commissioners, and outlasted every foreign enemy. He was now the master of Saint-Domingue, and soon enough he would be the master of all of Hispaniola. With this unrivaled power, he began to forge what has become known to history as the Louverturian state, which was the full embrace of that third option for the future of Saint-Domingue that we talked about back in episode 4.9, the three races coexisting in an export-based plantation economy. And that coexistence would now be enforced by Toussaint's huge standing army. But the problem for Toussaint was that by any objective measure, this option was a crappy one for the black cultivators who formed the mass of the population. Yes, they now earned some money for their work, and they weren't literally being worked to death, but in the main, their daily lives were no different than they had been before the revolution. The changes that had been brought about were often frustratingly superficial. Like, for example, use of the whip, that most hated symbol of slavery, was now banned, and foremen used clubs instead. So at his moment of triumph, Toussaint Louverture began to lose the support of the black population. Cultivator dissatisfaction with Toussaint quickly deepened when he promulgated a new set of labor rules in October 1800 that promised the workers little in the way of actual freedom. In fact, what he was essentially doing is drafting them all as the civilian workforce to his highly militarized Louverturian state. Toussaint denounced those who refused to work while hiding behind what he called the pretext of freedom. He said of the cultivators, quote, "They change their place of labor as they please, go to and fro, and pay not the least attention to agriculture, though the only means of furnishing subsistence to the military, their protectors." And so he decreed that, whereas a soldier cannot leave his company, his battalion, or half-brigade and enter into another without the severest punishment unless provided with a permission, field Negroes are forbidden to quit their respective plantations without lawful permission. And you can imagine how often that permission was going to be granted. The first article of the Labor Code then said further that, quote, "All overseers, drivers, and field Negroes are bound to observe with exactness, submission, and obedience their duty in the same manner as soldiers." As we've seen, for Toussaint, emancipation had never meant the freedom to just do whatever you wanted, and he was now explicitly bringing military-style discipline to the plantations. After ticking off a few more rules, the code concluded by saying, quote, "All those who shall be found in contravention hereto shall be instantly arrested. Liberty cannot exist without industry." And this is all moving into pretty Orwellian territory. Not that freedom is slavery, but that slavery is freedom. Now, this is just one of many labor codes we've seen promulgated since the Emancipation Decree of August 1793. And as I've mentioned a few times, the gap between what these codes required and what the cultivators were actually willing to do could in fact be quite wide. On many plantations throughout Saint-Domingue, the labor laws had always been nodded at, but if the bulk of your workforce said, we're actually going to go do our own thing today, there was very little you could actually do about it. But now that the British were gone and the War of Knives had been concluded, Toussaint now had a mechanism of enforcement, and that was the army, which, as we're about to see, is fast becoming the central focus of his regime. The army would be both the ends and the means of the Louverturian state. Now, making the military the central focus was not unreasonable. Political, legal, and administrative institutions in Saint-Domingue had never been particularly robust. Remember, before the revolution, the whole of the royal government was maybe 500 guys, and the years of war, revolt, and destruction hadn't exactly been fertile soil to grow a stable civilian administrative apparatus. But what had grown up was a stable military apparatus, and since that apparatus was under Toussaint's direct control, he decided to transfer its principal duty from defeating the British, who were now gone, to helping him govern Saint-Domingue. So while he did demobilize some of his forces after the War of Knives, Toussaint maintained a robust standing army that simultaneously served multiple purposes. First, there was always the possibility that some foreign threat might suddenly loom on the horizon. I mean, who knows? Maybe the French will make a play to retake the island. Second, cultivator revolts had flared up repeatedly over the years, and so keeping the army intact ensured order would be quickly restored. And then third, it could serve as the administrative apparatus of his state, the officers acting as supervisors, the men acting as enforcers. Toussaint divided the colony into administrative zones that were coextensive with military jurisdictions, and then doled out civilian job titles to his senior officers. So, for example, his adopted nephew Moise was both the commander-in-chief of the military forces of the North Province and its agricultural inspector, which meant enforcing the labor codes. Now, as we'll see at the end of today's episode, Moise was not nearly as interested in being Toussaint's strong arm as, say, Dessalines, who was given a similar set of titles in the South, but regular soldiers generally took a perverse pleasure in keeping the cultivators in line. Life as a common soldier may have been slightly better than life as a cultivator, but not by much. And Toussaint clearly fostered a culture that let the soldiers take their frustrations out on the cultivators, who they despised as too weak to be anything but cultivators. Senior officers, meanwhile, were granted a cut of the profits from plantations under their jurisdiction to motivate enforcement of the labor codes. And so the split between the civilians and soldiers grew wider, as each came to hate the other. While he was entrenching this new military regime, Toussaint also moved to make sure it covered all of Hispaniola. He had induced Commissioner Rome to sign off on the annexation of Spanish Santo Domingo back in May, but had prudently waited for the conclusion of the War of Knives to proceed. In December 1800, though, Toussaint organized an expedition and put it under the command of Moise. Moise then marched east at the head of either 10,000 or 20,000 men, I've seen both numbers reported, and he took Santo Domingo after only token resistance by the small Spanish garrison still on the island. Now, I've actually read a lot of conflicting information about the process of this annexation, that Moise's army was greeted as liberators, and that they were despised as foreign invaders. I've seen it reported both that the 25,000 or so slaves in Spanish territory were immediately freed, and also that this never actually happened. But given that the coming Constitution of 1801 would apply to the whole island and would be unequivocal about emancipation, I do have a hard time believing that the Spanish slaves were not freed. Though how different they found their actual condition, given the Orwellian nature of Louverturian freedom, is a different matter entirely. Now, whichever set of facts happens to be true, I am confident about two things. First, Toussaint did in fact annex Santo Domingo in January 1801, and second, when First Consul Bonaparte found out what Toussaint had done, he was furious. Now, when last we checked in with Bonaparte, it was early 1800, and he had just been convinced by Toussaint's white advocate, Colonel Vincent, that Toussaint should keep his position as commander-in-chief of the French army in Saint-Domingue. But thanks to the pressing realities of war and politics in Europe, Bonaparte had not been able to pay much more attention to colonial affairs. In early 1800, France was still at war with Britain and back at war with Austria. So when Bonaparte signed the confirmation of Toussaint's command, the first consul himself was mostly focused on the crucial campaign he was about to wage against the Austrians. But that was then. It is now 1 year later. Bonaparte has whipped the Austrians, and in February 1801, the two sides completed the Treaty of Lunéville, which once again brought the land war in Europe to a close. And this was not at all coincidentally the moment that London sent peace feelers to Paris. War weariness had finally settled in everywhere, and the government of Britain started laying the groundwork for peaceful coexistence with Bonaparte's France. Freed of the war with Austria, and with the British now looking to lay down their arms too, the first consul could turn his attention, once and for all, to colonial matters. The development of Bonaparte's colonial policy is hard to trace in a straight line, and he went back and forth in his head about how he wanted to proceed. And there were an array of interested parties trying to push him in their preferred direction. There were, for example, unreconstructed big whites who took the arrival of the more conservative consulate to mean that they could poke their heads back up again. Among them were Moreau de Saint-Méry, back from his exile in Philadelphia, and with his well-known expertise was given a position in the consulate's colonial office. These old big whites demanded a return to white supremacy and slavery, and also the return of any property that they had lost over the past decade, including human property. Obviously, they argued that the ex-slave Toussaint Louverture could not be kept in power, so these guys were anti-emancipation, pro-racist, and anti-Toussaint Louverture. But balancing this group were more liberal whites who also had long experience in the colony, who told Bonaparte that emancipation and racial equality could not be undone, but that Toussaint Louverture was a dangerous tyrant who could not be maintained in power. This was, for example, the line taken by Sontenax, who took time out of his retirement to draft a memorandum defending liberty and equality while denouncing Toussaint. Joining this particular line were the exiled free coloreds like André Rigaud and General Villatte and Alexandre Pétion. It would be the height of folly to re-enslave the blacks, but you must get rid of Toussaint. So this group was pro-emancipation, anti-racist, but also anti-Toussaint. But Toussaint did have his supporters. Presumably, Laveaux continued to stump for his old friend and comrade, and then amongst those arguing in Toussaint's favor may have been Josephine Bonaparte. Napoleon's wife was a Creole born into a wealthy planter family from Martinique who owned a plantation in Saint-Domingue. After winning the War of Knives, Toussaint had taken over this plantation and now ran it at the state's expense, sending the profits back to Josephine. Now, traditionally, Josephine has been cast as the mouthpiece of the unreconstructed big whites, whispering in Napoleon's ear to reimpose slavery and white supremacy. But her and Toussaint apparently exchanged mutually grateful letters. And there's no actual evidence that Josephine was pushing this racist slave line. And I'm following here the excellent recent book by Philippe Girard called The Slaves Who Defeated Napoleon, and spends quite a bit of time analyzing Bonaparte's decision-making during this period. By early 1801, though, it's clear that Bonaparte had at least decided that the de facto independence that had reigned in Saint-Domingue since 1791 was going to end. If he really was able to get clear of the British, he was going to send an army to the Caribbean to fully reassert French control over her colonies. But where Toussaint fit into this equation still appeared to be up in the air as late as March 1801. On the one hand, a talented military strongman like Toussaint might be of great service, keeping Saint-Domingue in line, strengthening French power in the Americas. Then again, Toussaint might be a huge hindrance. He might go fight for independence and weaken French power in the Americas. Bonaparte's indecision went so far as to produce a letter in early March 1801, never actually sent, confirming Toussaint's rank as commander-in-chief. But by the end of the month, Bonaparte had changed his mind. The first consul decided that General Toussaint was likely to be more of a hindrance than a help in implementing his master plan, a master plan we'll get to in a moment, and so he drafted orders to relieve Toussaint of his command. These orders would be carried by the massive military expedition Bonaparte began to organize to reassert the metropole's authority over her wayward colony. Now, oddly enough, though, it was not until about a week after he drafted this order that the absolutely enraging news came in from Toussaint saying, "Oh, by the way, I just annexed Santo Domingo, just thought you should know." This news was infuriating to Bonaparte on multiple levels. On a political level, Bonaparte did not want Toussaint to control the whole island. On a military level, this closed off any chances that the coming expedition would enjoy an uncontested landing on the east end of Hispaniola. And then on a personal level, Toussaint had not asked for permission to annex Santo Domingo. He had just done it and only reported it after the fact. And this was a direct challenge to the first consul's authority, and it made Bonaparte's blood boil. But here, we get to talk about the delicious irony of the relationship between Bonaparte and Toussaint. We went through Bonaparte's early career in pretty good detail during the French Revolution episodes, and can you guys remember a single time that Bonaparte asked permission to do anything? I mean, he marched around conquering territory, creating new republics from thin air, writing constitutions, opening diplomatic negotiations with foreign powers, all by fiat and assertion, and always reported back to Paris after the fact. And now here he is faced with a subordinate general, because that's what Toussaint still is. Remember, he's just a general in the French army, doing exactly, and I mean exactly what Bonaparte had once done, and Bonaparte hates him for it. Toussaint is sometimes called the Black Napoleon, and as you can see then, the analogy was not just that they were two great autocratic-minded military men who served in the French army around the same time. Toussaint is running Bonaparte's playbook here. He's conducting his own foreign policy, annexing territory without orders, and he's about to draft a constitution. When confronted with a general who was the mirror image of himself, First Consul Bonaparte is absolutely losing his mind, and the irony really is delicious. Unbeknownst to Bonaparte, Toussaint was continuing to run the Bonaparte playbook by drafting a constitution for Saint-Domingue. On February the 4th, 1801, the 7th anniversary of the National Convention's sweeping confirmation of emancipation and racial equality, Toussaint convened a small committee to draft a constitution. The composition of this committee was reflective of Toussaint's slow drift away from his roots. No longer did he identify with the black workers in the field, and instead he surrounded himself with the educated whites of the salons. The men he called were 7 whites and 2 coloreds. One of them, probably the most important of them, was Julien Raymond. These guys worked into the summer of 1801, drawing up a constitution that would replace Toussaint's de facto military dictatorship with a de jure military dictatorship. And this is as good a time as any to mention that his work on the Constitution of 1801 would be Julien Raymond's last public act. Shortly after the Constitution was published, Raymond died at the age of 57. He was, without question, one of the 2 or 3 most important figures in the history of the Haitian Revolution, serving on both sides of the Atlantic, pushing for the equal rights of all men before the Declaration of the Rights of Man had even been conceived. And though Raymond had been a slaveholder and had never fought for emancipation, when it came, he defended it too, that all men were born and remained free and equal in rights. The Constitution he was now helping draft for his colony had to have been bittersweet. It would confirm absolutely the racial equality he had sought his whole life, but it also created an authoritarian dictatorship that could not have been 100% in line with his own political principles. But though Toussaint Louverture was now transitioning into absolute military dictator, he was not the kind of a guy to just kick back in a fortress and live fat while his country went to hell. Toussaint had a restless, almost manic energy, and with so few actual political institutions able to govern the colony, it fell to him to manage and even micromanage everything. He and his secretaries had gotten their dictation system down to a refined art, and every day Toussaint composed 100 or more letters and decrees and memos. He practically never slept in the same bed on consecutive nights, and he and his small cadre of secretaries kept constantly on the move, riding 100 miles a day, no problem. Now, part of this was to stymie assassination attempts, and he made a regular habit of saying he was going to one place and then suddenly turning around and riding in the opposite direction. He also, for the record, avoided open windows and only ate food prepared by his personal cooks. But this was also about the need to be everywhere at once. So Toussaint was a dictator, and his vision for Saint-Domingue was increasingly resented by the population. But I don't think that his embrace of harsh authoritarian plantation economics was just a cynical power play. I mean, it was, but I think he really did believe that it was the best thing for the colony, and he worked tirelessly to make it work for the colony. He was a man of action and energy, and he never stopped moving until the day that he was finally thrown into a dismal prison and left to die. And even then, I can't imagine that Toussaint Louverture ever stopped thinking and planning and dreaming. So the Constitution that emerged in the summer of 1801, known to history as the Constitution of 1801, was a blueprint, as I've said, for a military dictatorship. But not an independent military dictatorship. And the very first article said that Saint-Domingue was a part of the French Empire, and that this document merely fulfilled Article 91 of the Constitution of Year 8, which required special laws for the colonies. Clearly, though, the Constitution of 1801 was meant to preempt any attempt by France to use special laws to reverse all that had been achieved since 1791. So Toussaint's constitution stated, "There can exist no slaves in this territory, where servitude is forever abolished, and all men are born, live, and die free and French." And then it went on to say, "Every man, whatever his color, has access to all types of employment." But after enshrining these most radical of revolutionary doctrines, liberty and equality, the rest of the Constitution of 1801 was authoritarian and conservative. It said, for example, that as the colony is based on agriculture, it cannot permit the slightest interruption in agricultural work, and then proceeded to explicitly enshrine the labor code Toussaint had promulgated in October. As for the nature of the government itself, it said, quote, "The Constitution designates as governor Citizen Toussaint Louverture, General-in-Chief of the Army of Saint-Domingue. In consideration of the important services this general has rendered to the colony in critical circumstances of the Revolution, and in accordance with the wishes of the grateful inhabitants, the reins are bestowed upon him for the rest of his glorious life." The powers that the governor would now enjoy for the rest of his glorious life were both wide and deep. He could hire and fire every military or government officer. He proposed and enforced all laws. A small assembly, called the Central Assembly, was created, but all it could do was approve or reject laws proposed by the governor. And since the assembly was elected by local administrators appointed by the governor, well, you can imagine how often they could be expected to resist his will. And in case there was any mistaking that the military was the source of political power, if the governor died in office, his power would, quote, "pass provisionally into the hands of the highest-ranking general." I mean, you can't really be more clear than that. And if you didn't like any of this, well, that was tough luck. The governor had the right to censor the press at his discretion, political clubs were forbidden, and the courts, like everything else, were under the governor's direct authority. And if he suspected you of sedition, you wouldn't even go to the regular courts. You would face a special military tribunal also directly controlled by, you guessed it, the governor. When the Constitution emerged in June of 1801, Toussaint showed it to his friend and supporter, Colonel Vasson, who said, "Yeah, okay, this is fine, but for God's sakes, don't publish it without approval from France. Whatever that first article says about being a part of the French Empire, if you unilaterally adopt this constitution, it will be taken as a declaration of independence, and France will have to respond." But Toussaint decided to push on anyway. As long as France and Britain were at war, and the British Navy controlled the Atlantic, he had nothing substantial to worry about from France. First Consul Bonaparte could stomp his feet all he wanted, but it would not create a ripple in the ocean that stood between them. So on July the 8th, 1801, Toussaint convened a massive public ceremony in Le Cap and announced that the new constitution was in effect, and he was officially governor for life. With the Constitution then published, he gave Colonel Vasson the unenviable task of carrying it back to Paris to present it to First Consul Bonaparte. So back to Europe went Colonel Vasson, who appears to have spent most of his time between 1799 and 1801 on a boat somewhere in the Atlantic. But Colonel Vasson need not have worried about Toussaint Louverture provoking the First Consul, because by the time the Constitution was published, Bonaparte was already way ahead of them. Having settled on a course of confrontation with Saint-Domingue, First Consul Bonaparte had been steadily building up his invasion force. It had begun in May as a contingent of a few thousand troops, but had been ballooning by the week as the First Consul kept adding more brigades to the expedition, most of them coming from the veteran divisions of the Army of the Rhine. But it was all going to be for naught if he couldn't properly manage France's international relationships, and to help him manage those relationships, he turned, of course, to his foreign minister, Talleyrand. Bonaparte and Talleyrand were already well on their way to diplomatic victory by the summer of 1801, and it was really just the last few details that needed to be locked down with the three powers they needed to maneuver around: the United States, Spain, and Britain. To take the United States first, as we discussed in episode 3.44, The War Feeds Itself, the French war machine was now premised on supplying and enriching itself from the territories they conquered and occupied. But this approach was not going to work in Saint-Domingue. Everyone knew the colony was built on cash crops. The inhabitants couldn't feed or supply themselves, so it's not like a massive French army is going to be able to just live off the land. And since supply lines across the Atlantic were long and fraught with danger and delay, ensuring that the French army could buy from American suppliers was critical to the success of the mission. So first, Bonaparte had to bring the quasi-war to an end. The negotiations that had begun in March 1800 to end the conflict finally concluded in September with the signing of the Convention of 1800. This convention returned the two countries to a state of peace, ending both their military and trade war, and, I should add, making a dead letter of Toussaint's Clause. This was good news for the French consulate, and then a few months later they got even better news. Thomas Jefferson and his partisans had just captured both the White House and Congress. Since Jefferson was a Francophile slave owner, one might expect that his position towards the slave state of Saint-Domingue would be quite a bit different than the Adams administration. And indeed it was, which was music to the ears of Bonaparte and Talleyrand, and not so much for Toussaint Louverture. Talleyrand then personally selected an agent to go feel Jefferson out. In their first meeting, Jefferson seemed to indicate that aiding the French expedition would be no problem at all. He referred to Saint-Domingue as another Algiers, that is, a pirate state that was a threat to all civilized nations. He said that the Americans would be happy to keep French bellies full while starving out Toussaint Louverture. The agent reported all this back to Paris with enthusiastic delight, and Talleyrand and Bonaparte received it with enthusiastic delight. But unfortunately, Thomas Jefferson was a man who often said one thing and did another, as the French would soon find out. Aside from the Americans, there was also the Spanish, who held in their possession something that Bonaparte wanted very badly. So just after concluding the treaty with the Americans that ended the Quasi-War, the French concluded a secret treaty with the Spanish in October 1800 that fulfilled one of Bonaparte's key ambitions, the reacquisition of the Louisiana Territory. The Louisiana Territory had, of course, originally been a French possession, part of their massive land claims in North America that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to Canada. But when the French had gotten beat in the 7 Years' War, they ceded Canada to the British and Louisiana to the Spanish, and the Spanish had been holding it ever since. Now, the Louisiana Territory was huge, as you hopefully remember from 5th grade history. It encompassed the whole western half of the Mississippi River watershed. And as we discussed way back in episode 2.14, the critical period, relations between the Spanish and the new United States over access to the Mississippi River was a major point of contention for the early American governments. Under heavy pressure from Bonaparte, the Spanish agreed to retrocede Louisiana to the French in exchange for some territory in Italy. The reacquisition of Louisiana was as critical to Bonaparte's long-term ambitions in the Americas as securing supplies from the United States was to his short-term ambitions, and for the same reasons. Saint-Domingue and Guadeloupe and Martinique and any other Caribbean island the French may happen to one day control were best exploited as sugar and coffee factories. Directing them towards any other end was just silly. But as we saw back at the beginning of our series on the Haitian Revolution, actually supplying the sugar islands from France was arduous, expensive, and not particularly efficient. It was a system that was often unable to supply everything the colonies actually needed, which was one of those lines of tension we talked about in our original Web of Tension. So what Bonaparte now had in mind was that the sugar islands would draw their resources from mainland French Louisiana in a traditional mercantilist closed market colonial system, with all the profits shipped back to France. But even more than that, Bonaparte envisioned that one day the entire Gulf of Mexico would be the exclusive domain of the French Empire. But when the details of the secret handover of Louisiana started leaking out to the capitals of the world, President Thomas Jefferson would start to really wonder who posed a bigger threat to America's interests in the Caribbean, Toussaint Louverture or Napoleon Bonaparte. With the Spanish and Americans taken care of, Bonaparte and Talleyrand then turned back to the real key, the British. If the British decided to stand in the way of Bonaparte's plan to retake Saint-Domingue, well, the British Navy is awesome. You can't have the British standing in your way. Luckily, Westminster was sick of war, and so in October 1801, that is a year after the treaties had been signed with the Americans and Spanish, the British and French signed the preliminary articles of what would become the Treaty of Amiens. But just because peace was at hand, that didn't mean the French could expect the British to just sit back and watch a massive French armada sail across the Atlantic. So Bonaparte worked to get a firm commitment from the British that the massing French fleet would not be messed with. But the British were non-committal. They agreed in principle that France had the right to access her colonies without interference, and also that an armed slave state in the Caribbean was in no one's interests. But, well, what if you're lying? What if this is all a ruse, and that at the last minute the French Armada sails right on by Saint-Domingue and instead launches an invasion of Jamaica? This was not irrational paranoia. This was a very plausible threat. So the British dragged their feet on giving Bonaparte an answer. The foot-dragging was especially frustrating for Bonaparte because one thing everyone now understood about sending European troops to the Caribbean was that these troops were going to be decimated by malaria and yellow fever their first summer in the colonies. So the expedition to Saint-Domingue had to get to Saint-Domingue and secure control of Saint-Domingue before the summer of 1802. Otherwise, the whole thing would be a write-off. So Bonaparte was really desperate to get the British Admiralty to say, okay, we won't mess with you. And he did two things to get them to say this. One pretty obvious, the other pretty unconventional. The obvious one was to say, look, if my guys don't leave soon, I'm going to have to cancel the whole expedition. If I do that, I'll just go ahead and confirm General Toussaint, and you guys can deal with a quasi-independent slave state armed to the teeth 50 miles from Jamaica. Now, the unconventional thing he did was to hand over a complete inventory of everything being made ready to sail. Every ship, every regiment, every gun, every barrel of flour. He handed over the expedition's entire manifest and said, I would not be giving you this if my plan was to attack you, now would I? So can I please go reconquer my colony now? And the British said, okay, and then they held their breath. If there was any lingering doubt in Bonaparte's mind that pushing Toussaint out of power was the right thing to do, these were banished when Colonel Vincent showed up at the end of October with a copy of the Constitution of 1801 in hand. Vincent tried to defend what Toussaint had done, but Bonaparte took it exactly the way that Colonel Vincent expected that he would, as a declaration of independence. After a curt face-to-face meeting, Bonaparte dismissed Vincent, and Vincent would not return to Saint-Domingue. Governor for life Toussaint Louverture was on his own, and with the international waters cleared and the army massed on the Atlantic coast, it was time for the French invasion fleet to to set sail. We'll get into all the details of what will become known as the Leclerc expedition next week. But to end this week's show, we must return to Saint-Domingue, because just as the Constitution of 1801 was landing on Bonaparte's desk, Toussaint had to deal with his most troubling cultivator insurrection, both in terms of its size and its personal implications. On October the 21st, 1801, ominous movements in Le Cap raised alarm bells inside the headquarters of the general in charge of the city, a guy by the name of Henri Christophe, who just so happens to be the future emperor of the Kingdom of Haiti, but let's set that aside for now. Christophe was alerted to suspicious meetings of blacks in Le Cap, and when he rode out to investigate, he actually got shot at by a would-be assassin. The assassin was captured and then persuaded to spill his guts that a widespread network of conspirators was planning an armed revolt, one that looked to rival the original slave rebellion of 1791. But Christophe had caught on just in the nick of time. With a list of names in hand, he then spent the rest of the night rounding up everyone believed to be connected to the plot, and by the time the sun rose, the revolt had been crushed before it had a chance to begin. But that was just the revolt set to go off in the city, because out on the northern plains, where Boukman and Jeannot and Jean-Francois and Bessou had raised the initial revolt 10 years earlier, the cultivators were rising up again. By October the 23rd, great mobs of armed blacks were marching through the plains, killing every white they could find. Hundreds of whites were massacred over the next few days. This sudden and very well-coordinated uprising pointed to professional planning, and suspicion fell on General Moise, the commander-in-chief of the North Province. Moise had been growing visibly disenchanted with Toussaint's regime, and he was making no secret about it. Moise had resisted harsh implementation of the labor codes, and he told his adoptive uncle, quote, "I will not be the executioner of my race." He also advocated breaking off small plots of land and selling them to junior officers and even common soldiers to move the colony away from huge plantations towards smaller self-sufficiency. Moise's involvement in the revolt was further suspected because the uprising was launched just as Toussaint was beginning a 3-week inspection tour of the South, the first stop of which would be attending Dessalines' wedding in Saint-Marc. And you had to be somebody who knew that the governor and his most ruthless general were going to be distracted to coordinate that kind of timing. Now, whatever Moise's actual role, the insurrection turned out to be short-lived. Christophe had managed to nip the urban side of the revolt in the bud, and then hold the line on the plains until reinforcements arrived. And when reinforcements did arrive, they arrived in force and led by Dessalines. The cultivators were ruthlessly crushed, and the leaders either killed in battle or arrested and dragged to Le Cap for summary trial. Moise was himself arrested and held in custody until Toussaint arrived in Le Cap on November the 4th. Now, all the captured leaders fell under the special military tribunals that would prosecute sedition, but Toussaint would not even allow these to proceed. He ordered his officers to find Moise and the alleged conspirators guilty without even letting them speak in their own defense. Indeed, the next time Moise did speak in public, it was standing before a firing squad, and Toussaint allowed his adopted nephew the courtesy to give the order to fire. After summarily executing 2 or 3 dozen ringleaders, Toussaint then published a scathing address denouncing the ungrateful and dishonorable black cultivators who lacked religion and morals. Throughout the address, he really starts to sound like no one so much as Robespierre at the end of his rope. He denounced the population for their lack of virtue. And he followed this address by tightening the labor laws still further, creating a system of identification cards that everyone was required to carry at all times. It listed your name and occupation and place of residence, and if you weren't where you were supposed to be, doing what you were supposed to be doing, the consequences would be severe. Because slavery is freedom. The aborted revolt, and Toussaint's reaction to it, exposed deep cleavages in Saint-Domingue. The cultivators hated the military hated the cultivators. Toussaint was no longer an object of venerated affection. His senior officers had just watched Toussaint execute his own adopted nephew without trial for merely being suspected of sedition, and they had to wonder if that would one day be their fate too. So this was a really bad time to be getting news that France and Britain had concluded a peace. News of their treaty finally hit Saint-Domingue in December 1801, and with it came news that Bonaparte was massing a fleet. So next week, Toussaint Louverture would face a war the size and scope of which was larger than anything he had faced so far. And it was a war that his people would eventually win, but that Toussaint himself would ultimately lose. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.15, The Leclerc Expedition. For all the attention First Consul Napoleon Bonaparte had taken to arrange the massive expedition he hoped would soon recapture Saint-Domingue, when the peace preliminaries were signed with the British in October 1801, he had yet to settle on a commander-in-chief for the campaign. But by the end of the month, he finally tapped a young general named Charles-Victor Emmanuel Leclerc. All of 29 years old, Leclerc was an intimate member of Bonaparte's inner circle. The two had begun serving together as young officers at the siege of Toulon, and during the Italian campaigns, Bonaparte elevated Leclerc to the rank of general of division. Leclerc was the man Bonaparte dispatched back to Paris to tell the Directory that he had just signed the Leoben peace preliminaries in the spring of 1797, after he had signed them. The two men were so close that when Bonaparte accidentally stumbled upon his sister Pauline in amorous consultation, he was delighted rather than outraged that Leclerc was the man with whom Pauline was consulting. In fact, just as Bonaparte was settling on Leclerc as the man to lead the Saint-Domingue expedition, he also decided that Leclerc was the right man to make Pauline an honest woman. So Leclerc got both his military orders and a demand that he marry Pauline at practically the same time. And now, in part, this was because Pauline had a habit for scandal and Bonaparte wanted to marry her off, but it also represents a further step in Bonaparte's long-term plans to forge an imperial family to help him rule the world. So Leclerc got his orders, got married, and then departed Paris to join his new fleet. And what a fleet it was! The Saint-Domingue expedition, known historically as the Leclerc expedition for obvious reasons, now comprised 50 ships spread out across 7 Atlantic ports. Among those 50 were fully half the French Navy's heavy warships. This fleet was manned by 20,000 sailors prepared to ferry 20,000 soldiers across the Atlantic, all of them crack units and veterans of the Revolutionary Wars. And unlike previous military missions to the colonies, an array of talented and ambitious officers eagerly signed up for the mission. As we've seen, these kind of talented and ambitious officers have been pretty adept at not getting themselves sent to the colonies. But now that peace was at hand in Europe, Saint-Domingue was the only place left to go hunting for riches and glory. Every officer no doubt planned to use this opportunity to acquire a plantation or two for himself that would keep him in fine style for the rest of his life. The dream of hitting the colonial jackpot was alive and well. Also joining this expedition were a number of men that we've already met. Leclerc's second-in-command, for example, was General Rochambeau, now embarking on his 3rd tour of duty in the colony. Also aboard were most of the colored exiles, André Rigaud chief among them, but also General Villatte, rehabilitated from his aborted coup back in 1796, Alexandre Pétion, who we'll remember become the first president of the Republic of Haiti, and then Pétion's 26-year-old protégé, Jean-Pierre Boyer, who will become the second president of the Republic of Haiti. We also find on board Jean-Baptiste Belly, the one-time free black militia colonel who had helped save the second commissioners during the Battle of Le Cap, been appointed to the Tricolor Commission, and then been elected to serve as a delegate in both the National Convention and the Council of 500. Finally, among the Creoles taking part were Toussaint's two sons, who had both been getting their educations in France and then serving as de facto hostages for the past 5 years. They were ordered by Bonaparte to take part in the expedition, specifically to convince their father to stand down. But though he had organized a massive armada to go retake Saint-Domingue, Bonaparte was mostly interested in using their overwhelming force to forestall a war rather than wage one. And he gave Leclerc a highly confidential 3-step program to retake Saint-Domingue, hopefully without firing a shot. So step 1, when you arrive, offer assurances to both General Toussaint personally and the population generally that your intentions are peaceful and just. Promise Toussaint literally anything to get him to hand over the keys to the principal ports and military fortresses. Promise him anything. It doesn't matter, because you're not going to keep any of those promises. Once you have control of all the strategic bases, move on to step 2. Demand that Toussaint cede both his civilian and military authority. Again, promise him anything to get this done. But more importantly, make it 100% clear that all the other black officers would keep their rank, privilege, and position. The point here is to isolate Toussaint by making sure his senior officers knew that their positions would not be threatened by the overthrow of Toussaint. Again, make any promises necessary. Once you've secured the goodwill of these officers, use them to pacify any native uprisings that may have sprung up since your arrival. So once you've won over the officers, neutralized Toussaint, and pacified the colony, then move on to step 3. Arrest every single Creole officer above the rank of captain and deport them from the island in one fell swoop. Anyone who resists with armed force should be summarily shot. Bonaparte estimated this 3-step plan would take about 3 months start to finish and preclude the necessity for using the French Armada to do anything but sit around and look menacing. So spoiler alert, this is not going to be wrapped up in 3 months. In fact, it is all going to go so badly that Bonaparte will have to abandon his dream for a French-dominated Gulf of Mexico. Instead, when Napoleon was finally exiled for good to St. Helena, he would tell a companion that the Leclerc expedition was one of his great mistakes, right up there with the invasion of Russia and the Spanish ulcer. He reportedly said, "With an army of 25 to 30,000 blacks, what might I not have undertaken against Jamaica, the Antilles, Canada, and the United States itself, or the Spanish colonies?" There was an opportunity here to make General Toussaint, his senior officers, and the well-trained army they commanded partners in his plans for global domination. But instead, Bonaparte chose to try to screw them over and push them all aside. And the really big missed opportunity here is that Toussaint and his Creole army would have been permanently immune to the diseases that ravaged European soldiers arriving in the Caribbean. So once Toussaint got going, it might have been impossible for any European power to stop him. But of course, you get into speculating too hard, and you wind up wondering whether Bonaparte taking this route would have also led to him kicking himself, except this time for letting Toussaint Louverture get too powerful. Now, this would all make for a great alternative history, but we should probably get back to the actual history. So after the expedition had been forced to wait and wait until the British promised not to interfere, when the go-ahead order came in October, everyone was eager to depart. Whereupon the wind proceeded to blow in the wrong direction for the next 7 weeks, trapping the fleet against the Atlantic coast into December and threatening the whole project. Remember, all 3 steps needed to be completed before the malaria and the yellow fever started to set in. But just as the whole project was seriously about to be scrapped, the winds reversed, and in mid-December 1801, the Leclerc expedition set sail. But sailing 50 ships across the Atlantic is not an easy job, and the French admiral in charge of the fleet was pretty incredulous at the orders Bonaparte had issued, that the various contingents of ships would all leave the 7 Atlantic ports on the same day, sail without problems to a prearranged meeting spot off the coast of Spain, arrive there at the same moment, and then immediately set sail to arrive in Saint-Domingue all together and all at once. The admiral knew that the will of the Atlantic was quite a bit stronger than the will of Bonaparte, and he was not wrong. The minute the ships began to depart, various storms and mishaps, false starts, and perfectly understandable delays wound up scattering the ships all over the map. When the admiral and a corps of the fleet got to the rendezvous point, they all waited around for as long as they could for as many ships as they could wait for, but ultimately, the admiral had to leave a bunch behind and hope that they would just eventually catch up. The fleet wound up delayed long enough that back in Saint-Domingue, Governor for Life Toussaint Louverture had plenty of time to prepare. After learning in December both that peace between France and Britain was at hand, and that a massive fleet was gathering on the Atlantic coast, he spent the next 2 months making ready to defend his island. On paper, Toussaint had close to 20,000 men in the regular army and another 10,000 enrolled in local militias. But those numbers were inflated, and Toussaint knew it. Throughout history, senior officers in military regimes have always made a habit of inflating their troop numbers, pocketing the wages and supplies they received in excess of their actual numbers. This was a practice winked at every level, but when it came time to actually fight, the real bill always comes due. But Toussaint was no dummy, and the militarization of the plantation economy that we talked about last week was in part meant to make it very easy to raise the people to fight if it came to that, to launch a colonial levée en masse. When soldiers were discharged back to the fields, they took their guns with them, and Toussaint had himself spent the last year or so hiding weapon caches all over the island. And in the months before the fleet's arrival, Toussaint rode around Saint-Domingue making sure everything was where it should be, and that his officers holding every fort, garrison, and port knew their jobs, which was resist the French for as long as you can, but when you can't resist anymore, burn down your town or city, retreat to the mountains, and will wait until disease kills them all off. But though he had carefully prepared and knew that the French were coming, when the French fleet was sighted off the northeast coast of Hispaniola on January the 29th, 1802, Toussaint still despaired at his chances of survival. I think the biggest single batch of soldiers that the French have sent to Saint-Domingue so far was 6,000 men. The Leclerc expedition was orders of magnitude beyond that, and far beyond what Toussaint was likely expecting. According to the tradition, Toussaint himself was in place to watch for the fleet personally, and when he saw the size of it, he said, quote, "We are going to die. The whole of France has come to Saint-Domingue." And remember, he is only seeing part of the fleet. Toussaint's whereabouts over the next week are officially unknown, because that's the way he wanted it. But there's a good chance that he rode west as fast as he could and secretly entered Le Cap just ahead of the French fleet. There, he would have met in close consultation with the man in charge of Le Cap, General Henri Christophe. Christophe, as I mentioned, will one day be the emperor of the Kingdom of Haiti, and having just spearheaded the repression of the Moise Rebellion, he was now the highest-ranking general in the North Province. And Christophe is an interesting guy, and often portrayed as a cultural contrast to Dessalines. Dessalines had grown up in the fields. He was a hard and brutal man who had won his freedom with the sword. Christophe, by way of contrast, had been raised an urban slave, serving in a variety of occupations, but is best known as a waiter in, and then manager of, a prominent Le Cap hotel. Christophe was also a free man when the revolution began, having received his manumission papers just a few years before, now operating the hotel not as a slave, but as a free black. So Christophe is urbane, cosmopolitan, used to interacting with men and women of all color and class. He liked lavish parties, sumptuous accommodations, and European culture. The contrast between Dessalines, the bloodthirsty field slave, and Christophe, the enlightened urban slave, is without question very overdrawn. But that is the way they are portrayed. The ships bearing Leclerc and his senior staff arrived outside Le Cap on February the 4th. When they got there, they found Christophe had removed all the marker buoys from the harbor, so navigating their way in was going to be treacherous. So the best thing to do would be to negotiate with Christophe rather than fighting their way in. But Christophe said, "I can't do anything until Toussaint gives me the okay, and unfortunately he's not home right now." Which, like I say, was probably a lie to buy some time. Leclerc then reiterated his demand to be allowed into the harbor, and Christophe said, "If you try to make me do anything without Toussaint's permission, I'll burn the city to the ground and don't think I won't." But though he couldn't make a direct approach on Le Cap, Leclerc would not just sit back and wait. So he ordered General Rochambeau to take a contingent of troops to go retake Fort Liberté, that key fort east of Le Cap, where Jean-Francois had massacred those whites, and where Hérouville had finally come to ruin when he ousted Moise from his command. Rochambeau's approach was resisted, but after a good hard push, the French took the fort. Meanwhile, Leclerc himself sailed with the bulk of his men to a landing spot west of Le Cap, but he was outsmarted by Toussaint or Christophe or whoever was actually giving orders inside the city. One of Toussaint's white supporters talked his way on board Leclerc's ship and told him that the best place to put in was just a little further west than Leclerc originally planned. Leclerc decided to heed this man's local knowledge and would not discover for some time that it was actually a trick. The convoy just kept sailing and getting further and further away from Le Cap. When Leclerc got to this alleged best spot, he realized it was going to take him the better part of a day to march back to the city. With the French landing on both sides of Le Cap, Christophe decided their intentions were truly hostile and made good on his threat to burn the city, proving his seriousness by setting fire to his own house first. His men then spread out, lighting fires all over. Distraught residents tried to put these fires out, but the blaze quickly spread out of control, and when it got to the arsenal, that was the ballgame. The arsenal erupted in a furious blast that shook the whole city. So we're now 8.5 years removed from the Great Battle of Le Cap of June 1793, and once again the Paris of the Antilles is being consumed by fire. When the ravaging flames finally died out, 90% of the city was a burned-out wreck. Again. Leclerc, meanwhile, got to watch an ominous glow appear on the horizon on the night of February the 5th, knowing full well now that the first thing he had done upon arriving in Saint-Domingue was allow Le Cap to burn to the ground. Not exactly an auspicious beginning, and in reports back to Bonaparte, Leclerc would totally downplay the extent of the destruction. But on February the 6th, the French converged on the city to find it in ruins, and Christophe and Toussaint and all their soldiers nowhere to be found. The destruction of Le Cap, though, was good news for one group, the returning colored exiles. They knew that their own position in the expedition was tenuous, that if the French triumphed quickly, that they would see the colored officers as a threat to French domination and just deport them all. But with armed resistance brewing, they all knew that their local military knowledge would be indispensable. And this was true for all of them, except André Rigaud. After arriving in Saint-Domingue, Leclerc decided that Rigaud was simply too great a threat, with too many loyal contacts to just let loose on the island. So shortly after landing, Leclerc ordered Rigaud deported back to France. But this would not be the end for André Rigaud, and he would not be kept from his home forever, as we'll see in our very last episode on the Haitian Revolution. Now, luckily for General Leclerc, the total destruction of Le Cap turned out to be really the only bad news in the first weeks after his arrival. He had sent ships and soldiers to all the principal ports of Hispaniola, with orders to talk their way in, and if that failed, then to fight their way in. And his subordinates were far more successful than he himself had been, especially because plenty of Toussaint's senior officers were willing to listen to what the French had to say. So the two main ports on the Spanish side, Santo Domingo itself and then another city called Santiago, both fell without a shot being fired. Down in Port-au-Prince, things looked like they were about to get dicey, but the colored commander of the city's principal fort betrayed this all-important fortification to the French. This officer had been a partisan of Rigaud's, who was subsequently absorbed into Toussaint's army after the War of Knives, and he was all too happy to turn around and stab Toussaint in the back. Now, Dessalines was in overall command of the West Province, but he was not in Port-au-Prince to prevent its fall. But he was able to march a loyal force into Léogâne, and after determining that it too would likely fall, he burned it to the ground. Also going up in flames at this point was the plantation owned by Josephine Bonaparte, which was located just outside of Léogâne. Meanwhile, out on the southern peninsula, the commander of Lacaille was similarly indifferent to Toussaint personally, and after being assured that he would be able to keep his rank and privileges, and sensing that the French were about to beat Toussaint's butt, he welcomed a French naval squadron into the harbor. Then Jeremy, never a fan of Toussaint Louverture, soon followed. The only place the French really ran into trouble was around Port-au-Prince, where a general named Maurepas resisted both French overtures and an armed assault. But recognizing that he would not be able to resist forever, General Maurepas burned Port-au-Prince and retreated inland. Now, there is a tendency to believe that Toussaint Louverture was always one step ahead of his enemies, and that this was all a part of his master plan. But he cannot have been thrilled about this opening round of the fight. All of these defections had to have been a blow, and it wasn't just a few colored or white officers with secret axes to grind. Dessalines, for example, marched from Léogane to Jacmel to ensure the loyalty of the garrison there, and having believed that he secured it, marched out again, whereupon the black general in charge of the city promptly defected and handed Jacmel over to the French. With things going quite well for Leclerc, aside from the little hiccup of Le Cap completely burning to the ground again, he decided to take one good stab at completing step one of Bonaparte's plan: talk Toussaint out of fighting. Now, Toussaint was himself hiding up near his favorite plantation in Ennery, which was outside Gonaïves, and yes, there is a map to go along with all of this at revolutionspodcast.com. To act as a go-between, Leclerc brought out Toussaint's sons, who were, as I said, there for that very purpose. The message they bore was that Toussaint could expect all kinds of awesome treatment and could be assured that slavery was never going to be reestablished, just so long as he stood down. Toussaint then demanded an immediate ceasefire to precede any future negotiations, but Leclerc replied that he could only guarantee that the men under his own immediate control would not fight, but that he couldn't get word round to any of his other forces. I mean, they're spread out everywhere. Toussaint took this to be a disingenuous half-truth, that Leclerc had no intention of ending things peacefully. So negotiations broke down. Toussaint then sent word round to the officers still loyal to him that they had carte blanche to deal with the French, a sinister little pun. So Leclerc is kind of looking like not the savviest operator here. Bonaparte had told him to promise Toussaint anything to get him to stand down, and instead Leclerc is playing cutesy with the promise of a ceasefire. I mean, why not just say, yeah, full ceasefire, great, done. Now, probably this was just a bit of overconfidence given the good news coming in from everywhere else, but still, I mean, he's botching step one. But, that said, step two was actually moving along swimmingly, as senior officers across the island were taking the French up on their promises to let them keep their commands. And with additional reinforcements coming in every few days as the missing ships arrived, Leclerc decided that the best way to really cement step two was to bring the hammer down on Toussaint. And only Toussaint. Well, technically Toussaint and Christophe, since they're both now together. Leclerc declared those two generals fugitives, but only those two generals. Everyone else could expect immediate blanket forgiveness for anything they had done, and that included Dessalines, who was currently marching around the West Province, lighting things on fire and killing anyone who stands in his way. Leclerc then also proceeded to bungle the one thing that he really needed to lock down, and that was his supply lines, which were supposed to be running up to the United States. Now, I don't know if he just hadn't been properly briefed or what, but when Leclerc got to Saint-Domingue, he really did not act as if the Americans were critical to his mission. Instead, he treated all the American merchants in Le Cap as if they were in league with Toussaint, and that his first order of business should be shutting down contraband going to the enemy, rather than ensuring that his own supply needs were being met. Now, it's true that the Americans had been supporting Toussaint, and some of them would continue to do so, but still, Leclerc treated them all very badly for no good reason. As soon as his fleet arrived in Le Cap, he blockaded the harbor until every American ship could be thoroughly searched. Then he simply decreed that in the future American ships were forbidden to put in at any port aside from Le Cap and Port-au-Prince. With the American traders now incensed by Leclerc's heavy-handed treatment, they were then really happy to discover that he planned to buy their merchandise not with hard cash, which he didn't really have, but instead French debt notes, which were trading at like 50% face value back up in Philadelphia. So Leclerc is treating the American merchants like the enemy and then underpaying them for their products. I mean, like I say, he's not really the savviest operator. But probably not realizing what a mistake he was making, or possibly not caring because this was all going to be over in a few weeks anyway, Leclerc launched a full-blown multi-front campaign on February the 17th, 1802. The plan was to converge on the forces still loyal to Toussaint, led by Christophe and Maurepas and Dessalines, and drive them into a single spot where they would be forced to risk a single decisive battle, a battle Leclerc was confident that he could win. The natives might be experts at sneaky guerrilla warfare, but they would be no match for the battle-hardened regiments of the French army in a set-piece battle. So one column marched south from Fort Liberté, hugging the border with Santo Domingo. Another marched south out of Le Cap, another marched southwest towards Gonaïves, a fourth marched east from Port-de-Paix, and then the last column marched north out of Port-au-Prince, all of them pushing towards the heart of Toussaint Louverture country, surrounding the old cordon of the West and his favorite plantation in Ennery. And as I said, there's a map of all this at revolutionspodcast.com. Toussaint himself withdrew into a tight mountain ravine that provided a fairly defensible position. But even still, in his first real engagement of the war, Toussaint let General Rochambeau charge up and dislodge him. The governor for life was himself nearly killed, then nearly captured, and only barely got away. Meanwhile, outside Port-au-Prince, Maurepas fought as stubbornly as he could, but was soon trapped between two French columns. Surrounded with no hope of victory, he sent word out that he was ready to accept Leclerc's blanket pardon and defect along with all his men. So now it was down to Toussaint hiding out with the bedraggled remnants of an army, Christophe in the mountains south of Le Cap, and then Dessalines, who's marching around the West Province, offering no quarter to anyone. Dessalines tried to retake Port-au-Prince, and when that failed, he raced up to Saint-Marc, fought his way in past the small garrison, and burned the city to the ground. He then marched into the interior of the West Province, burning and pillaging all before him, with especially notorious massacres of white civilians at Mirabile and Petite Rivière, which led the French to start counter-massacring captured black prisoners, and now this is not going to wind up a pretty war at all. The early campaign of 1802 peaked in March, when General Dessalines finally holed up in a mountain fortress called Crête-à-Pierrot, setting the stage for one of the most famous battles in Haitian history. The fort had recently been held by the British, who had expanded and strengthened it. Dessalines had about 2,000 men with him, but soon after arriving, both Toussaint and Christophe demanded he reinforce their depleted ranks, and pretty soon Dessalines was left with just 1,200 men inside the fort. Believing Dessalines was trapped, General Leclerc decided to storm the fort, rather than sit around and wait for a siege to take him down. On March the 4th, the French officer leading the first French units at the scene let his low opinion of the blacks get the better of him. He launched an unsupported attack, promptly lost 300 men, and fell back in disarray. A week later, reinforcements arrived led by Leclerc personally, that included a company of Creole defectees, led by Alexandre Pétion. As soon as everyone was in place, Leclerc launched a second assault that saw massive casualties on both sides. Leclerc himself was wounded, and though the French nearly took the fort, they were repelled at the last minute. After this vicious little battle, neither side showed any interest in letting the other side tend to their dead, and apparently decades after the fact, there were still skeletons strewn about the remains of the fort. But with French honor now on the line, Leclerc couldn't afford to walk away. The wounded commander-in-chief rode down to Saint-Marc to gather up heavy guns, and he had them dragged up to the siege lines. While he did, Dessalines himself appears to have lost his nerve. He told his subordinate officers, I have to go check on something, but you hold the fort until I send orders that it's okay to evacuate. And then he slipped out the back door. By March the 22nd, Leclerc was back at the fort with the heavy guns, and he opened up with a constant bombardment. Casualties inside were heavy, but the men refused to give up. Watching this from whatever vantage point he had slipped off to, Dessalines finally decided that holding Crête-à-Pierrot was hopeless, and smuggled an order through the lines to tell the remaining forces to evacuate. That night, they melted away, sneaking silently right through the French lines. In the morning, the only men left inside the fort were those too sick or too wounded to run. When the French realized that there was nobody defending the ramparts anymore, they marched on in, looked around, and massacred everybody left inside. This is not a pretty war. The Siege of Crèteau-Pirou is practically the dictionary definition of a Pyrrhic victory. Between those killed in the fighting and those dying of their wounds, General Leclerc reckoned he just lost 1,500 men, more men than had been in the fort that he had just taken. And while the French had emerged victorious, Dessalines and about half of his men had gotten away and were still on the loose. But the really important thing was that Dessalines' heroic and defiant stand against overwhelming odds became the stuff of instant legend. The story spread across the colony, undermining with every glorious retelling the aura of inevitability that surrounded the French reconquest of Saint-Domingue. There now actually appeared to be a chance that the French could be beaten. But that was a seed that was going to take some time to grow, and the immediate military situation facing Toussaint Louverture and his defiant officers was too dire to ignore. They had been surrounded so quickly and so thoroughly that it was hopeless to even try to orchestrate a last-ditch levée en masse. In the North Province, Christophe had about 4,000 cultivators already under arms and was raiding around the North Plains right up to the city limits of Le Cap, but this appears to have just been an excuse to get close enough to say, hey, I'll defect if you'll let me, after securing a promise from a senior French officer that first, liberty and equality would remain the foundations of any new colonial order, and second, that Christophe's status as a fugitive would be cancelled. Christophe defected at the end of April with 1,500 regular troops and those 4,000 armed cultivators. With the end in sight, Toussaint finally decided that combat was no longer an effective strategy. On April the 29th, he sent agents to Leclerc to arrange a ceasefire so that the two men could meet in person. On May the 7th, at a plantation outside Le Cap, the senior staffs of both sides sat down to talk. Toussaint said that this had all just been a great misunderstanding, and then secured a promise that he and all his men would be kept in their positions, Leclerc having finally learned that he should promise Toussaint whatever to get him to lay down his arms. The dinner held that night to celebrate the peace was attended by, among others, Dessalines, Christophe, Alexandre Pétion, and Jean-Pierre Boyer, who was, remember, just 26 years old. Between them, and in various combinations, these four men would wind up ruling Haiti until the last of them, Jean-Pierre Boyer, was deposed by a coup in 1843. But though this was a perfect opportunity to make a bold start to step 3 of the plan, arrest and deport every Creole officer above the rank of captain, Leclerc didn't do it. He was not sure where he actually stood, and the coda to step 2 was use the generals to put down any native uprising. So the dinner party broke up, and everyone was allowed to go their own separate ways, a decision that Leclerc would come to regret. But though he would not strike at the senior black and colored generals, Leclerc did have his eye on Toussaint, and very much wanted to remove him from the island as soon as he was sure that the other generals would not object. Toussaint, meanwhile, was no doubt hoping that he had bought himself the time he needed for disease to take its toll on the French so that he could resume the war. But though disease would start to ravage the French, and the war would continue, Toussaint Louverture would not be there to lead it. His estrangement from the black population made him vulnerable, and all around him senior officers were cutting deals with the French that did not include provisions for the governor for life. Even Dessalines is suspected of feeding Leclerc rumors that Toussaint was up in his plantation plotting a revolt. In June 1802, about a month after the peace, Leclerc decided Toussaint was sufficiently isolated to make his move. Now, he apparently tried to talk Dessalines into making the arrest, but Dessalines refused, so Leclerc settled on one of his own senior white officers. On the pretext of asking Toussaint's advice on how best to purchase and run a plantation, and a hint that this might be the first step towards Toussaint continuing to play a role in the new colonial order, this general lured Toussaint to a plantation house to talk it all through. Toussaint arrived with 20 guards, but left them out front while he went inside, and when he went inside, he was arrested. He was then taken quickly to a boat waiting in the harbor at Gonaive, and 3 days later he was bobbing in the harbor of Le Cap. There he was joined by his wife, niece, and 2 sons. On June the 15th, 1802, the ship carrying the Louverture family sailed away for France. Born a Creole slave in Saint-Domingue, it was the first time Toussaint had crossed the ocean. Recognizing that this was very likely the end for him, he famously told his captors, quote, "In overthrowing me, you have cut down in Saint-Domingue only the trunk of the tree of liberty. It will spring up again from the roots, for they are numerous and they are deep." The ship reached France in July, and by August Toussaint Louverture was thrown into the infamous Fort de Joux, a mountain fortress on the border with Switzerland. There he would sit in the cold and the damp and wonder if anyone back home was fighting for his return. Back in Saint-Domingue, no one was fighting for his return. And this came as a surprise as much to General Leclerc as anyone. He had braced himself for popular revolts, military coups, or assassination attempts, and none of it came. The arrest and deportation of Toussaint Louverture caused hardly a ripple. And though Toussaint is not technically dead yet, he soon would be. He's not going to last even a year in prison. Toussaint Louverture was a political genius, and had he lived in practically any other time or place, he would be as famous as any other great leader in history. I have no doubt that he would have been as adept, for example, at maneuvering his way through European war and politics as he was maneuvering his way through colonial war and politics. But he suffers both for being a big fish in a very small pond, and because that pond was a successful slave revolt, and no other country had an interest in glorifying or promoting the leader of a successful slave revolt. But though he was a cunning strategist, and blessed with an almost preternatural foresight, at least until the end when he fell for an obvious trap, Toussaint did lack a certain kind of imaginative vision that did help bring him down. He could never see past plantation economics, and so even as he attempted to transcend the racist past of the colony, he simply re-entrenched its economic model as deep as he could, leaving him very unpopular with the people that he had led to freedom. And there were other options out there. Sontenax had tried to encourage collective ownership of plantations by the workers. Moise had advocated allowing a small freehold planter community to emerge that would create some measure of self-sufficiency and, dare I say, economic justice. But Toussaint couldn't see it. Like everyone else, all he saw was coffee and sugar. He was also, we should note, a classic political survivor who ensured his own position first and accounted for everything else second. He did not join the revolt of 1791 until he was sure it had legs, and even then the first thing he did was try to negotiate everybody back into chains in exchange for freedom and pardons for the leadership. He turned on his old comrades in 1794 the minute he thought fighting against them served his interests better than fighting for them. And after he killed or exiled all his domestic opponents, he imposed an authoritarian labor code that treated the black cultivators with only slightly better regard than the old slave system had. Toussaint Louverture was a genius who had a dream for himself and his country that he nearly saw fulfilled, and he deserves to be put alongside the other great men of history. But like all those other great men, he was ultimately incredibly self-interested and, occasionally, a moral catastrophe. On April the 7th, 1803, Toussaint Louverture was found dead in his cell. The cause of death is unknown. He was just about 60 years old. He had steered Saint-Domingue from slavery to the brink of independence, but it would be left to other men to complete that journey. Next week, we will join those other men as they attempt to complete the journey. The peace with France will be short-lived. The fighting will resume, finally culminating in 1804 with a full-blown Declaration of Independence. and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.16, Dying Like Flies. After arresting and deporting Toussaint Louverture from Saint-Domingue in June 1802, the young French general Charles Leclerc was kind of surprised to discover the expulsion of General Toussaint did not immediately spark a mass uprising. The cultivators in the fields had long ago grown disenchanted with Governor for Life Toussaint, and his senior officers more or less engaged in a conspiracy to sit on their hands and do nothing, while their old leader and patron was shipped off. But this was about the only piece of good news Leclerc could point to for the rest of his short life, because from here on out, his attempt to reassert French control over Saint-Domingue was going to be a running disaster. Now, some of these disasters would be of his own making, some would be beyond his control, but they would all combine to make the Leclerc expedition one of the all-time great debacles in French history. But obviously, Leclerc did not know how bad it was going to get, and he had some hope that the worst was in fact behind him. The 75-odd-day campaign he had waged between mid-February 1802 and the end of April had been hard and bloody, costing him somewhere between 6,000 and 9,000 men. But the fighting was now over, and it was time to settle into peaceful administration. And to help him run the colony, Leclerc had with him two senior partners. Possibly reflecting the three-man style consulate that governed France, Bonaparte had envisioned a similar three-man system for Saint-Domingue. Leclerc would of course be the captain general in charge of all military matters, but he would be joined by an administrative prefect who would be in charge of the civilian government, and a grand judge who would run the legal system. I won't trouble you with their names because they're not going to last long once the yellow fever sets in. The first problem these guys faced was the problem: how to balance the rights asserted by the free black population with the need to keep them all doing plantation work. Now, Leclerc started out displaying some generous leniency, and he was in fact taken aback by how draconian Toussaint's final labor code was, and he said, "It is so strict that I would never dare to propose one like this, given the current situation." So after the ceasefire in May, Leclerc promulgated a new code, and while it was modeled on Toussaint's, it was not as harsh, and in particular sought to curb the abuse of cultivators by the soldiers. But the big question on everybody's mind was, are the French going to reimpose slavery? Now, as we'll see in a moment, it's clear that reimposing slavery was Bonaparte's preference for the colony, but he also seems to have recognized that trying to re-enslave the blacks right away would backfire. Not only is there no evidence that Leclerc departed France with orders to reimpose slavery, but Leclerc himself was an idealistic young man who was on record supporting emancipation. But that said, getting the blacks to work was imperative, because as it turned out, the colony was in much worse shape than Bonaparte or Leclerc had expected. As we discussed 2 episodes back, the first consul recognized that the expedition would not be able to feed itself, but he did not realize that it would also not be able to pay for itself. So Bonaparte had sent Leclerc off with almost no hard cash, the general theory being that when Leclerc got to the colony, he would be able to use the mountains of coffee and sugar to get cash that would help him buy more supplies and pay his men. But despite Toussaint Louverture's best efforts, the Saint-Domingue economy had not come close to recovering from 10 years of revolution, and on top of that, the 2 most recent conflicts, the War of Knives and then Leclerc's own campaigns, represented a major step backward. Cities across the colony, including Le Cap itself, were now burned out husks. Plantations everywhere had been destroyed by advancing and retreating armies over the past 2 years. Put bluntly, Saint-Domingue was not producing what Leclerc needed it to produce to pay for all the other stuff that he needed. This lack of hard cash was then compounded by his bad relationship with the United States, from whom he needed to buy supplies. Forcing merchants to take French debt notes as payment was considered little better than theft by the Americans, who then went home and complained. This stirred up a little media firestorm in cities in New England and the Mid-Atlantic, and American public opinion turned sharply against the French. But it wasn't just public opinion that Leclerc had to contend with, nor were his own mistakes the sole cause of his problems. The one really big problem was that ever since President Jefferson's first conversation with the French envoy in the summer of 1801, when he said, "Yeah, we'll supply you," and starve out General Toussaint, very troubling news had come in from the American ambassador in London. The French and Spanish have signed a secret treaty to retrocede the Louisiana Territory. So whatever that expedition in Saint-Domingue is up to, it's part of a much bigger plan than simply reclaiming some little sugar island. The Louisiana Territory and access to the Mississippi River were already a huge deal for the American government. The cotton explosion in the South was just getting underway, pushing American planters west. The Spanish controlling access to the Mississippi River was bad enough. The French Republic under Napoleon Bonaparte controlling it? That was something else completely. So instead of receiving support from the United States, as they expected, General Leclerc's agents ran into carefully worded proclamations of neutrality. Leclerc dispatched an agent to Philadelphia to float a bond and try to raise some hard cash, and this agent found nothing but hostile refusals to invest. Possibly, this was because word had gone round that it wasn't necessarily in America's best interest to be supporting this expedition. Failing to raise money in the private sector, these agents then turned to the Jefferson administration and asked point blank for a loan, to which Secretary of State James Madison said, no. Madison wouldn't even commit to stopping American merchants from trading with any rebels in Saint-Domingue, saying only that the merchants wouldn't be protected by the American Navy. Privately, both Jefferson and Madison were now happy to let the Leclerc expedition turn into a Caribbean quagmire to forestall whatever other dreams for the Western Hemisphere First Consul Bonaparte may be harboring. But money and economics and even international politics were about to become the least of General Leclerc's worries. Because in April 1802, just as the initial French campaigns were winding down, the mosquitoes started to swarm and the worst yellow fever epidemic on record hit Saint-Domingue. Now, disease was expected and had been allegedly accounted for, but the yellow fever epidemic of 1802 came on so fast and was so destructive that it would wreck everything Bonaparte and Leclerc had planned. There were two big reasons the epidemic got out of hand so quickly. First, and most obvious, between the soldiers and sailors and their various attendants and families, somewhere just shy of 40,000 people had arrived in the colony from Europe, every one of them susceptible to contracting the disease. Second, though, is that with so much of the urban and municipal infrastructure of the colony devastated, what meager medical accommodations the colony had were totally inadequate. Sanitation was non-existent. There was no treatment. Hospitals were just places you went to die. And boy, how did they start to die. On May the 8th, 1802, that is the day after the peace was worked out with Toussaint and the other Creole generals, Leclerc wrote back to Bonaparte reporting on the situation. Of the 20,000 soldiers he had come over with, he already was down to just 12,000. Now, most of those were casualties of the recent campaigns, but yellow fever was really starting to take its toll. Leclerc estimated that 200 to 250 men were contracting the disease every day, with no end in sight. Hoping that he had accomplished enough of his mission to be relieved, Leclerc then asked to be allowed to return home, no doubt praying that he would be replaced before the yellow fever got to him too. Those who contracted the disease followed a predictable clockwork pattern. They would get sick, they would get worse, and then they would die. And any new arrivals in Saint-Domingue were now walking into a cloud of death and disease. Through the summer of 1802, men would arrive, step foot on shore, and be dead a week later. Both naval and merchant ships would arrive in Le Cap or Port-au-Prince or wherever, and immediately everybody on board would just die. A ship from Bordeaux saw 40 of 48 passengers die within days of arriving. Every single person on a Swedish merchant ship died except for one cabin boy. The empty ship was then put up for auction. The Navy fared no better, and one of the criticisms of Leclerc is that he just let the ships sit anchored in the harbor, where their crews died along with everyone else, instead of sending them out to sail around until the plague had gone dormant for the winter. By the end of summer, ships of the line that had crew complements of 400 were now being manned by skeleton crews of just 150, with many of those local coloreds and blacks pressed into service. And of course, disease knows no rank or privilege. In short order, the grand judge and the administrative prefect and their entire families were dead, and the senior military staff of the expedition was utterly devastated. In total, 27 high-ranking French generals died either in combat or of yellow fever during the Leclerc expedition, which apparently makes it the single deadliest campaign for French generals for the entire run of the Napoleonic Wars. The officers who had once eagerly signed up for the campaign were now begging to go home, and there was no single assignment more coveted than to be a courier put in charge of Leclerc's dispatches back to Bonaparte. Getting out of the colony was now every man's top priority. And just to jump ahead a little bit, by the end of the year, of the 40,000 or so who arrived in February, somewhere on the order of 20 to 25,000 would be dead by the end of the year. But even with the disease running rampant, Leclerc wanted to keep pushing forward with his plans, and his next step was disarming the population of Saint-Domingue. Between the 30,000 guns Sontenax and the Third Commission had come over with, the munitions left behind by the British when they withdrew, and then the additional 30,000 guns Toussaint had bought from the Americans between 1800 and 1801, it's estimated there were something like 100,000 guns floating around out in the colony. So once it became clear that the deportation of Toussaint wasn't going to spark a mass revolt, Leclerc ordered his officers to begin the process of disarmament. And taking the lead in this process would be none other than General Dessalines, who turned his fierce attention on any cultivator who thought they could defy the order to hand over their weapons. Dessalines was a black supremacist. Yes, he was. But as he's shown in his willingness to crush cultivators under his heel, racial solidarity was not an end unto itself. He was so ruthless in his methods that Leclerc soon nicknamed him the Butcher of the Blacks, and had very little reason to doubt Dessalines' loyalty to the French. Running parallel to disarmament was Leclerc's plan to reorganize the military forces under his command. On one side, he had the soldiers who had come over with him from France, and on the other, he had all these black and colored colonial units. Leclerc wanted to integrate these two forces, combining colonial and European units into single demi-brigades. Now, the standard method of military integration, though, was a lot like any merger between two companies, where the employees of one of the two companies are clearly being favored. As units were combined, entire black companies were simply slated to be disbanded. Drop off your weapons and go home. Now, since these men had a lot riding on their status as soldiers rather than cultivators, they were not happy about this one bit. So many went home, but they did not drop off their guns. Black and colored officers, meanwhile, might be retained but with far less authority. Generals and colonels who had grown accustomed to autonomy now answered directly to white officers who hung right over their shoulders. Dessalines, for example, was kept in a state of constant supervision. Lower-level officers, captains and lieutenants, found themselves little better than common soldiers now, and they too might simply find themselves unceremoniously dismissed from service one day. So anger and resentment was not confined to the men dismissed. It festered in the ranks of those who remained, both because of the indignities they now labored under and the knowledge that their unit might be the next to be disbanded. Now, probably what Leclerc should have done is put off any reorganization plan until winter, when the yellow fever had passed and he could properly assess what was actually left of his own strength. But this is hindsight talking. And when he got going with reorganization in June, he did not know that the yellow fever was going to be as bad as it was, nor did he know that news from France and Guadeloupe and Martinique was going to fatally undermine his authority over the black and colored population. Back in France, on May the 20th, 1802, First Consul Bonaparte, who was about to become First Consul for life Bonaparte, by the by, induced his compliant tribunate to repeal one of the most revolutionary decrees of the French Revolution, the law of February the 4th, 1794, which outlawed slavery everywhere in the French Empire. This great law was now null and void. But this was just the de jure confirmation of what had already become de facto consulate policy. Bonaparte had already made it clear in Article 91 of the Constitution that the colonies would be governed by special laws. And he had in fact already applied this mentality to the slavery issue. A French colony way off in the Indian Ocean had successfully resisted emancipation, and when Bonaparte came to power, he said, "That's fine, you can keep your slaves, I have no problem with that." Well, now that the law of February the 4th had been repealed, he made this even more explicit by saying that slavery could continue in any French colony where it had not yet been abolished. In the Caribbean, this specifically meant Martinique. Now, we haven't talked about this because we've had plenty to talk about, but Martinique had been captured by the British in 1794, and so emancipation had never come to the island. But the recent Treaty of Amiens stipulated that the British would now hand the colony back to France, and so the slaves of Martinique, who had never been freed, would now never be freed. Bonaparte followed this up with an order allowing France and allied merchants to once again partake of the slave trade, and then he followed this up with a law in July 1802 that forbade any black or colored from entering the metropole, that is, all of France, without explicit permission. Bonaparte is turning the clock now back to like the 1760s. But what would prove even more troubling than the unbroken continuation of slavery in Martinique, or the racist laws being passed back in France, were events in nearby Guadeloupe, where emancipation had gone into effect. As a side project to the massive Leclerc expedition, Bonaparte had sent a smaller force to Guadeloupe to ensure the metropole's authority there, and since there were not as many slaves, nor had Guadeloupe been racked by revolt on the scale of Saint-Domingue, the commander of the expedition had orders to reimpose slavery in all but name. And this is beyond even Toussaint Louverture's Orwellian freedom is slavery. The commander stripped free blacks of all civil rights, denied them the right to move around, and canceled all wages or profit sharing that may have been implemented since 1794. And this actually did spark a violent rebellion on the island, one that ended dramatically with cornered rebels holed up on a plantation blowing themselves up rather than accepting re-enslavement. But for our purposes here, the important thing was that at an early stage of this fight, the French arrested and deported 1,200 black foremen from Guadeloupe. And at some point in July 1802, French naval vessels holding many of these prisoners paid a call to Le Cap, and while bobbing in the harbor, a number of the captured Guadeloupe foremen managed to escape. When they told their story to the locals in Saint-Domingue, word spread through the colony faster than fire through a cane field. Guadeloupe was being re-enslaved, and we are next. This chilling news led blacks all over the colony to resist anything Leclerc and his officers were trying to do, which really ticked off Leclerc. On August the 6th, he sent an angry letter to the first consul, which said, "I asked you, citizen consul, to do nothing that might make the blacks fear for their freedom until I was ready, and I was making rapid progress towards that moment. All of a sudden, there arrived the decree that legalizes the colonial slave trade, along with letters from merchants in Nantes and Le Havre asking if they can sell blacks here. Worse still, the general in command of Guadeloupe has just issued an order re-establishing slavery." With the situation now more dangerous than ever, Leclerc asked in this letter, and almost all of his subsequent letters, to be relieved of his command, requests that would never be granted. So though all the senior black and colored military officers and all the soldiers under their command had submitted to French authority, that did not mean that everyone under arms had submitted. As I mentioned back in episode 4.9, there were all over Saint-Domingue independent, unaligned communities of blacks who rejected slavery, the labor codes, plantation work, military service, everything. These communities had not reconciled themselves to André Rigaud or Toussaint Louverture when they had been in charge, and they sure as hell were not going to reconcile themselves to Leclerc. So after the regular army defected to the French, these communities continued to wage guerrilla campaigns from their mountain bases of the interior, and these guys were everywhere, in the north, the West, and the South provinces. These communities fought a lonely campaign for independence until the word from Guadeloupe hit, at which point they became the fighting guerrilla wing of a much larger but massively decentralized resistance movement. Down in the South province especially, black workers in both the cities and the fields started to organize. Their leaders were not grand admirals or governors general, but butchers and fishermen, random foremen and cultivators. Certainly as many women as men. The old leadership may have abandoned them, but they were determined to die before returning to slavery. Now, resistance could be as low level as the old slave strategies of work slowdown, sabotage, and theft. But in both Jérémie and Lacaille, out on the edge of the southern peninsula, coordinated efforts aimed at assassination, destruction of property, and probably more soon developed. But the French authorities were on the lookout, and these nascent conspiracies were uncovered and their leaders executed or deported. Except that is now not enough to get the job done, because their places were simply taken by a new cohort of resistance leaders. The summer of 1802 soon turned into one of those classic occupation dynamics, where the French had to continually up their level of repression, which only sparked even greater and wider determination to resist. The woman who today might not want to get involved would tomorrow start plotting to slit your throat after you summarily arrest and execute her son on some flimsy pretext. On August the 25th, Leclerc wrote back to Bonaparte acknowledging the problem. Now, Bonaparte had been pressing him to arrest the black officers and deport them, but Leclerc said, "It seems to me that you do not have a very clear idea of my position, to judge from the orders you send me. You order me to send the black generals to Europe. It is quite simple to arrest them all on the same day, but I am using these generals to stop the revolts that are still breaking out, and in some districts are taking on an alarming appearance. It is not enough to have deported Toussaint. There are 2,000 leaders here who need deporting." And frankly, every day, there were 2,000 more. With resistance brewing, fallout from the military reorganization started to become a major problem. Through July and August, discharged soldiers started merging with the guerrilla bands and the civilian resistance, bringing with them arms, supplies, to say nothing of their military experience and training. And then a principal object of the resistance became getting soldiers still in service to desert their posts and come over to the rebels. And they did. Every day they did. Sometimes it was just one soldier walking away from his post, or maybe a small group leaving together. Other times it would be whole units deserting together. They'd go out on patrol and just never come back. Or even scarier for the white soldiers, blacks would suddenly turn on them in the middle of a fight. They'd all be fighting some guerrilla band together, and suddenly the black soldiers would turn and start firing on the whites, who had minutes before been their quote-unquote comrades. Meanwhile, the senior black and colored officers had grown thoroughly disenchanted with the French. Word that they were now barred from the metropole, that coloreds were forbidden to use the title citizen, that the slave trade had been reactivated, it all spelled their inevitable doom. In August, one of Toussaint's most loyal generals, a guy named Charles Belair, officially Toussaint's nephew, but possibly his illegitimate son, had already turned, and along with his wife Santee, was secretly coordinating and aiding the rebels of the West Province from his position as a general in the French army. Shortly thereafter, though, he took to the mountains and declared himself in insurrection. But the other generals were not ready to go that far just yet, and General Dessalines took the lead in tracking down the rebellious Belair and Santee. With the colony slipping out of his control, Leclerc's letters back to Bonaparte showed the general slowly descending into a fog of despair, paranoia, and anger. These letters had two constant refrains: "You have to send me more troops, and you have to send me home." Perhaps thinking it unseemly for a man to beg for reinforcements while also begging to leave, Bonaparte continued to send more men, but not approve Leclerc's request to be relieved of his command. Between July and October 1802, the first consul would send 10,000 more men, but with the depressing reports about yellow fever in hand, the first consul was no longer willing to send his best men, and instead started using brigades of foreign auxiliaries from countries now under French domination, mostly Swiss and Germans, but most famously, Polish battalions, because you can't do early modern revolutionary history without the Poles showing up somewhere. So the first Polish Legion of 2,500 arrived in early September 1802, after being told that the French were carrying on the struggle for freedom and equality in the New World. But then on arrival, the Poles discovered that this had all been a lie, and that clearly the French were fighting to impose slavery, not abolish it. After suffering from a heavy dose of disillusionment, combined with yellow fever and death in combat conditions they were not prepared for, the Poles would famously start to defect to the ranks of the blacks, who, it was obvious, were the ones actually fighting for freedom and equality. And it was just before the Poles arrived in early September that we get our first piece of really hard evidence that the French were actually fighting for re-enslavement. At the end of August, Leclerc responded to a coded message from the head of the Naval Ministry by saying, quote, "Do not think of reestablishing slavery here for some time. I think I will be able to do everything so that the person who replaces me will have nothing to do but put into effect the government order. But after the innumerable proclamations that I have issued here assuring the blacks of their freedom, I do not want to have to contradict myself. Assure the first consul, however, that my successor will find everything in place." And from the context of this letter, it's clear that the government order he referred to was slavery. But events were now moving very quickly, and Leclerc's mind was racing. No longer a cavalier idealist, Leclerc was now an aggressive paranoid. He refused to leave his residence in Le Cap and allowed almost no one to enter, hopefully quarantining himself from the plague that swirled all around him. Seeing black and colored rebels everywhere, colonial soldiers deserting to the enemy, and his own men dying like flies, Leclerc's promise to, quote, "have everything in place" was about to take very sinister overtones. Leclerc now believed that to impose French rule, he had, quote, "nothing left but terror." And so terror is what he ordered. Men and women captured under arms had always been executed, but by the end of summer the killing became indiscriminate. At the end of August, 60 men were hanged in a single day in Le Cap. In early September, the prisons of Le Caille were emptied, with as many as 350 men and women killed in one mass execution. With plantation foremen now identified as likely resistance ringleaders, it basically became a crime to be a foreman, and arrests and executions were quick and devoid of any legality. French units simply went out on patrol, rounded up anybody who might be a resistance member, which at this point was anyone, and hanged, shot, or crucified them as a lesson to the others. But the only lesson the blacks seemed to learn was we have to resist these French bastards at all costs. But the guys who got the worst of it were the black and colored soldiers who remained loyal to the French. The men who had stayed behind when their comrades deserted were not rewarded for their loyalty, but punished for their imaginary future crimes, either because the French officers thought they would inevitably desert, or believing that some had stayed behind on purpose to undermine the military from within. Arrests and executions of the men who refused to desert the French became a daily occurrence in September and October, which only, of course, increased the number of desertions. The black and colored officers, meanwhile, were all themselves on the verge of deserting. Dessalines by this point was no longer destroying the weapons he was seizing, he was stockpiling them for later, or oftentimes just making a show of disarming civilians and then sending their guns back as soon as the white officers weren't looking. But it was not just the black generals like Dessalines. Alexandre Pétion, who had come over with the expedition and fought valiantly at the vicious siege of Crètepireau in April, was now ready to bolt. Leclerc's turn to terror, coupled with the news that he was banned from returning to France because of the color of his skin, left Pétion ready to switch sides as soon as it would have the most impact. But there was still some internal maneuvering to contend with, and so while Dessalines, for example, prepared to make his own break, he continued to hunt General Belair and his wife Santee, Eventually, he tracked them down, had them arrested, and then forwarded them on to the French for execution in early October. Belair had often been talked about as the man who might one day succeed Toussaint Louverture as governor, and Dessalines took the opportunity to eliminate a strong rival from the equation before the War of Independence got going in earnest. In mid-October, though, the time had come for everyone to bolt. The yellow fever epidemic was finally starting to slack. The white forces were now at their weakest, and from here on out would only get stronger. General Pétion and another guy named General Clairvaux, who had been one of Toussaint's top-colored officers, had been put in charge of Le Cap's outer defenses. Specifically, the fortifications where once Sonthonax and Polverel had fallen back to at the Battle of Le Cap. There, they made contact with the same guy that Sonthonax and Polverel had made contact with, Micaiah. Micaiah was still out there running the rebels of the North Plain, and Pétion and Clairvaux and Micaiah put together a plan for a joint assault on Le Cap. This mixed force of regular army and Micaiah's guerrillas struck on October the 13th, and before the Frenchmen manning Le Cap's inner line knew what was happening, a horde of black and colored soldiers were upon them. This attack finally brought Leclerc out of hiding, and he personally rushed to the walls to lead the defense. In all likelihood, he probably did not think he was going to make it out of this alive, but Leclerc and his men somehow held the line, and when morning dawned, Le Cap had not fallen. But though this attack failed, it was the signal that it was time for everyone to pick sides once and for all. Christophe defected on October the 16th and attacked Portapai. Dessalines, who probably knew what Pétion was about to do, turned on his superiors, and on October the 24th attacked Gonaïves. And with the atrocities committed by the whites, you can bet that no quarter was offered to anyone who fell into the hands of the rebels. The generals made their move not a moment too soon, because by this point Leclerc had snapped completely. On October the 7th, just days before Pétion's attack on Le Cap, Leclerc wrote what turned out to be his last letter to Bonaparte, and in it he said, "Here is my opinion of this country. You must destroy all the blacks of the mountains, men and women, and keep only children under 12 years old. Destroy half those of the plain, and not leave in the colony a single man of color who has worn an epaulet. Otherwise, the colony will never be quiet, and at the beginning of each year, especially after murderous seasons like this one, you will have a civil war that will comprise the possession of the country. If you wish to be the master of Saint-Domingue, you must send me 12,000 men without wasting a single day." Seeing nothing but an island of men and women who would never accept French rule, Leclerc was now advocating a program of nothing less than genocide. Basically, his plan was to wipe out the entire population of Saint-Domingue so that they could start over with new slaves from Africa. And it would appear that Leclerc was not joking. After the attack on Le Cap, he issued a general arrest order for every black and colored soldier still under French authority. The 1,000 or so black men of the Le Cap garrison, unfortunate enough to have remained loyal to the French, were rounded up and marched onto ships waiting in the harbor. On Leclerc's orders, sacks of flour were tied around their necks, and they were unceremoniously pushed overboard. In a single day, these 1,000 men were drowned one by one in the Le Cap harbor, their bodies washing ashore over the course of the next week. And as had happened in the Vendée, mass drowning soon became the quickest and most cost-effective method of execution, and one white officer who was sickened by the slaughter estimated that something like 4,000 men and women were drowned across the colony over October and November 1802. This would mark the beginning of a cycle of horrific atrocities and counter-atrocities committed by both sides in the War of Independence that can now be said to have officially begun with the defection of the generals in October. But though Leclerc set it in motion, he would not live long enough to do anything but set it in motion. Very possibly as a result of the contact he had had with the troops during the battle to defend Le Cap, General Leclerc came down with a fever on October the 22nd. He hung out in okay shape for a few days, but on October the 29th he collapsed and was stricken with the very worst that yellow fever has to offer, which I'll spare you the very gross details of. On October the 2nd, 1802, almost exactly a year after marrying into the Bonaparte family and being put in charge of this all-important mission, Leclerc died at the age of 30. But as I just said, Leclerc's death was an end to nothing but his own life. Next week, the War of Independence will be waged in brutal earnest, as both sides sought to terrorize and murder the other into submission. General Dessalines will emerge as the commander-in-chief of the Creole rebels, and with him would come the final death of Toussaint Louverture's dream for tricolor harmony. There could be no peace, no liberty, no independence for the blacks and coloreds of Saint-Domingue, if even a single white was left alive. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.17, Independence. When we started this series on the Haitian Revolution, I said that we'd be covering events from the initial revolts of 1791 through to independence. And as you may have noticed, today's episode is called Independence. But don't freak out. This is not suddenly the final episode of the series. It is rather the third to last episode of the series. But today, we will indeed make it to the final Declaration of Independence on New Year's Day, 1804. Then next week, we will cover Jean-Jacques Dessalines' consolidation of the newly independent nation of Haiti, which will be premised on a nightmarish purge of every white left in the colony. But that is where the arc of our revolutionary narrative will conclude. But we're going to wrap things up completely the week after that, with as concise a history of Haiti as I can write, to bridge the gap between independence and today, because I think it'll be really helpful to put all of this in a final historical context. We've already developed a lot of the threads that go on to define the future course of Haitian history, so it'll really just be a matter of following those threads through to the end. Then after that, I will go on break to prepare for our fifth cycle of episodes covering Simon Bolivar, Gran Colombia, and the struggle for Spanish-American independence. So we left off last time with the death of General Leclerc, just the latest victim of the yellow fever epidemic of 1802. But the ironic thing is that Leclerc actually managed to survive the yellow fever epidemic. By the time he died in early November 1802, the death clouds that had swept through the colony had more or less dissipated for the winter. And Leclerc was actually among the last men to die of yellow fever in 1802, which I'm sure was a huge consolation for him. Leclerc was succeeded by his second-in-command, General Rochambeau, who has been popping in and out of the story ever since episode 4.6, when he appeared just after the arrival of the Second Commission. But if we push it back even further, Rochambeau has actually been lurking around since way back in episode 2.12, Yorktown. He served his father as an aide-de-camp during the American War of Independence, and upon his return to France, obviously stayed in the army all through the French Revolution, even after his father quietly resigned in 1792, which we talked about in episode 3.22, War. Now, the Rochambeaus were old-style liberal nobles, and after years of service in the Caribbean, Rochambeau the Younger wound up adopting the worldview of the old big whites. He was an enlightened supporter of free trade and self-government and property rights, but simultaneously retrograde on more revolutionary ideals like liberty and equality. To be blunt, Rochambeau was a racist who did not think that blacks or coloreds deserved, or were even capable, of enjoying political, economic, and social equality. Rochambeau also supported slavery and was party to the long intellectual tradition, which is somehow still floating around out there, I might add, that blacks were better off as slaves. So when Rochambeau took over the French occupation in November 1802, He made little secret of the fact that his goal was the reestablishment of white supremacy and the re-enslavement of the blacks. In fact, he would soon say, quote, "The white color is now waging a war against the two others, and the colony needs to molt." Then on January the 1st, 1803, he asked the naval minister for permission to formally restore slavery. But if you can believe it, none of that is why General Rochambeau winds up one of the most hated figures in Haitian history. Well, I mean, it is, but there's a lot of guys out there who oppose liberty and equality. So why does Rochambeau's name conjure up such a specific hate? Well, I will tell you. He took Leclerc's belief that terror is all I have left and just ran with it. Now, it's worth pointing out that Rochambeau actually pulled back from the genocidal plans that burst from Leclerc's fevered imagination, and the terror program that he is about to implement was not about mass indiscriminate killing. But if you were caught as a rebel under arms, or were linked to seditious activity, you became a target for some truly sadistic forms of punishment, which we'll come back to in a minute. The military situation that Rochambeau inherited was basically this. First, most of the French troops who had come over back in February were now either dead, wounded, or invalids. Reinforcements that had arrived over the summer were in no better shape. If I've done my math right, by the end of 1802, somewhere close to 30,000 European soldiers had been sent to Saint-Domingue. When Rochambeau took over, he could count on about 3,000 men who could actually stand up and fight. On top of that, the colonial forces, the blacks and coloreds, had almost all defected. All that were left were a few colored officers who just couldn't quite believe that serving alongside the blacks was better than serving alongside the French. So the first thing Rochambeau did was write back to Paris begging for reinforcements. He reckoned he would need as many as 35,000 more men to finish the job, which is, insane, but you gotta ask. While he waited for these reinforcements, Rochambeau settled into a strategy of pure defense, and only had about 3,000 healthy men across the island. Those forces turned out to be adequate for a strategy of pure defense. For the whole course of the revolution, the native forces have never been great at assaulting fortified positions, and the winter of 1802-1803 was no different. Le Cap itself was assaulted repeatedly, but the French also easily fended off various attacks on Mole Saint-Nicolas, Saint-Marc, Port-au-Prince, Jacmel, Le Caille. All of them held firm. But these constant attacks hid what was really going on out there over the winter of 1802-1803, and why the French could easily defend themselves with so few men. Because as it turned out, the blacks and coloreds were not actually focused on expelling the French just yet. Instead, they were focused on consolidating the disparate rebel forces into a single unified rebel army. So these various rebel forces fell into four basic categories. First, there was the cohort of men surrounding the black generals like Dessalines and Christophe. These guys had all come out of Toussaint Louverture's army and had been serving together for years. They had defected to the French back in May, and then turned around and re-defected back into rebellion in October. Second, there were the colored generals and their men. Most of these guys had been partisans of André Rigaud, and if they hadn't actually served in Rigaud's Legion of the South, they were at least very strong independent allies of it. Now, most of these colored officers, Alexandre Pétion, now the most prominent among them, had been exiled to France after the War of Knives. Then they had come back with the Leclerc expedition, and only abandoned the French when Leclerc started to lose his marbles. Third, there were all those independent guerrilla communities out there that had never reconciled to Toussaint or Rigaud or the French. And I didn't talk about this last week, but these guys were almost uniformly African-born. They had come to Saint-Domingue like just before the revolution had begun. And until just a few weeks ago, these guys had been fighting units led by Dessalines and Christophe and Pétion. Finally, there was just the mass civilian population. Nearly all of them were now engaged in some level of resistance, and while they were never going to be properly trained or armed, they were all now ready to die before submitting to re-enslavement. So over the winter of 1802-1803, There were amongst these four groups maneuverings and counter-maneuverings, alliances and counter-alliances, all aimed at answering two basic questions. First, will these various rebel factions be unified into a single rebel army? And second, if there is a unified army, who will be its commander-in-chief? And despite the aura of inevitability that Jean-Jacques Dessalines' rise to power takes in hindsight, it was not a foregone conclusion in November 1802 that Dessalines would emerge as the commander-in-chief of a unified rebel army. He was not popular with anybody. During the War of Knives, for example, Dessalines had led the brutal siege on Jacmel, while Alexandre Pétion had been the one enduring that brutal siege. And then, of course, just a few months ago, their roles had reversed, with Dessalines inside Crètepirot and Pétion leading the attack from the outside. So reconciliation between those two guys was not a sure thing. And then, of course, Dessalines had been playing bad cop for both Toussaint and the French, so both the independent communities out there and the cultivators kinda hated Dessalines' guts. But Dessalines had one big thing going for him. He was now the preeminent leader of the Black Regular Army. Since this was now the largest, best trained, and most cohesive part of the rebel forces, Dessalines' word counted for a lot. Jean-Jacques Dessalines was not a beloved man. A lot of his new allies didn't even respect him, but he could not be ignored. By the end of the year, even Pétion had reconciled himself to taking orders from his old enemy, and he acknowledged Dessalines' supreme authority. Then Dessalines spent the next few months bringing everyone else into his command structure. Up in the North Province, for example, Christophe was trying to exert the army's authority over the independent communities, but was running into trouble because those independent communities had just spent most of the summer fighting against Christophe. One of their leaders in particular, a guy named Sansuki, was incredulous that he was now expected to obey Christophe's orders. So in January, Dessalines rode up to try to broker a peace between Sansuki and Christophe. This attempt appears to have failed, however, but after Dessalines rode back to his headquarters in the mountains of the West Province, Christophe invited Sansuki to dinner to try again, and promptly assassinated him. Which was no doubt personally gratifying, but also a warning to the other independent leaders. Either put yourself under our authority, or we're going to kill you. Most of the independents would ultimately resign themselves to joining, but more than a few said, forget it, and actively helped the French from here on out, even with Rochambeau's little reign of terror running in the background. And so that brings us back around to Rochambeau's little reign of terror. In the main, the best way to understand this is as a return to all of the terrible slave punishments that we talked about way back in episode 4.2. I mean, Rochambeau is already talking about the blacks as if they're a bunch of runaway slaves. He's actually writing and speaking of them in those terms. So it's natural that his reign of terror would take its cues from the old slave regime. And just like the old plantation managers and overseers, Rochambeau and his men developed cute little names for all the various forms of torture and murder that they were about to dole out. To drown a man was to give a codfish a bath. A mass drowning was netting a big prize. Hanging a man was to promote him. Crucifying him was to raise him in dignity. Burning prisoners alive was called a hot operation and was usually done on a bed of cane stalks, which quickly blazed into torturous infernos. And though there is no name for it, Rochambeau's men also discovered that you could kill a whole bunch of prisoners at once by locking them in the hold of a ship and pumping in sulfur gas. All over the island, this kind of exemplary terror became a daily occurrence, even as it ceased to have any exemplary effect, because almost the whole population was now dead set on resisting the French at all costs. They weren't even cowed. They were emboldened. And in the various battles and skirmishes of what was fast becoming a war of independence, unarmed cultivators would simply run at the French line only to get mowed down, so they wound up serving as little more than human shields for the better trained black and colored troops following them. But everyone was in live free or die mode. Before he died, Leclerc even commented on this in a letter to Bonaparte, saying, "The men die with incredible fanaticism. They laugh at death, and it's the same with the women." By far the most infamous of Rochambeau's terrorist tactics, though, were the dogs. Yes, the dogs. Shortly after he took over, Rochambeau inquired through French agents in Cuba about the possibility of purchasing special hunting dogs who had been trained to track down and attack runaway slaves. Rochambeau wanted to use these kind of dogs to find rebel army camps, and on March the 1st, 1803, the first batch of about 200 dogs arrived in Le Cap. What followed was an infamous incident that has, to be fair, been embellished almost beyond recognition, but which remained at its core an act of horrifying cruelty. Rochambeau wanted his new dogs to make a good first impression, and so he set up a fenced area in the courtyard of the government house in Le Cap, and into this enclosure he put one of the dogs and then dropped in a black prisoner. The French spectators joked that this prisoner was descending into the arena, in a deliberate classical reference to the old myth of Christians being fed to the lions. Rochambeau expected the dog to maul the prisoner, but apparently the dog was not interested. And so, and this is terrible and gross, but bear with me, a French officer climbed into the arena and slit the victim's belly, which got the dog interested enough to attack. Now, in the fullness of time, this incident has morphed into Rochambeau making a habit of feeding blacks to dogs, but so far as I can tell, it all goes back to this one incident. And just so you know, there is a version of this story that ends with the dog never getting interested and the prisoner living and later being released. Now, this is not to say that Rochambeau wasn't now revealing himself as a debauched sadist. He is, and clearly was. But the myth of the dogs has overtaken the reality. But just to wrap up with them, the dogs weren't even particularly effective in war. When they did go out on patrol, they usually just got in the way, and in one particular battle, they wound up attacking the French troops who were trying to retreat from a particularly vicious counterattack. But like I just said, even after you peel back the layers of myth from Rochambeau's terror, you're still left with this guy as a despicable sadist, because his other most infamous moment comes shortly after relocating his headquarters back to Port-au-Prince in mid-March 1803. After arriving, he invited a group of colored ladies to attend a banquet. When dinner was over, he led them to an adjacent room that had been decked out in morbid black decorations, and in the center of the room were 4 coffins topped with skulls, which according to the report the ladies were told contained, quote, their loved ones. Now, it's hard to tell if there were actually dead bodies in these coffins or if this was just some kind of elaborately cruel warning to the coloreds, but whichever it was, Rochambeau was off to one side delighting in the horror and tears of these poor women. So even if he didn't do all of the things he was later accused of doing, General Rochambeau was a sick puppy. So while this was all unfolding in Saint-Domingue, events back in Europe, as usual, are about to dictate the course of the Haitian Revolution. In January 1803, First Consul Bonaparte got the news that his brother-in-law Leclerc was dead and that the expedition was in very bad shape. Shortly thereafter, he got Rochambeau's various requests for 35,000 men, and while, that was never going to happen, over the next few months, the First Consul would continue to send more troops, though now even foreign auxiliaries were too valuable to send into what was clearly a death trap. Bonaparte was now sending off mostly captured deserters, various criminals, and political enemies, though another 2,500 Poles did get thrown into the mix. In all, another 10,000 or so soldiers would be sent by the summer of 1803, even though by then it was clear that this whole mission was a lost cause, partly because, yes, Saint-Domingue had turned out to be a death trap, but also because the recently achieved peace with Britain was already breaking down, and a new war was fast approaching. As late as early winter 1802, Bonaparte still held fast to his dream of a French-dominated Gulf of Mexico, and an expedition was outfitted in Holland that was supposed to sail for New Orleans and begin the process of taking over Louisiana. But the expedition had been delayed, and delayed, and delayed long enough that the harbor froze, and the fleet was stuck in place. By the time the ice started to break apart in the spring, relations between France and Britain were breaking apart even faster, and Bonaparte scrapped any plans to send this fleet off to the Western Hemisphere. In fact, recognizing that between the British Navy and any American force that might join them, taking control of Louisiana was probably now out of the question, and that his best bet would be to sell the land to the Americans, which would A, generate some much-needed cash to finance the war that he was about to start back up, and B, maybe generate enough goodwill with the American government to stop them from joining any nascent anti-French coalition. On the other side of the Atlantic, this is exactly what President Jefferson and Secretary of State Madison wanted to hear. They had been greatly distressed to learn about France's acquisition of Louisiana, but they had been having a hard time expressing this distress to the French because Foreign Minister Talleyrand kept swearing on a stack of Bibles that there was no secret treaty with Spain, Louisiana had not been retroceded to the French, and that the Americans are crazy. Where did you hear these crazy rumors? That's crazy. As late as March 1803, the American ambassador in Paris, a guy named James Livingston, despaired at the whole situation. He wrote that the French weren't ever going to talk about Louisiana. No mix of carrots or sticks would convince them to even admit it was now theirs to talk about. Whereupon Talleyrand called Livingston in for a meeting on April the 10th and said, "Of course we have Louisiana. We've always had Louisiana. What are you, daft? Anyway, we want to sell it to you. And not just some of it, the whole thing. Lock, stock, and barrel." And so they did. In exchange for 60 million livres worth of cash paid over 15 years, the United States of America bought the Louisiana Territory from the French consulate. Now, as a hilarious coda to all this, there was a clause in the treaty with Spain that stipulated that the French would not dispose of the territory without consulting the Spanish government, which Bonaparte and Talleyrand did not do. And then Jefferson's White House, of course, had no constitutional authority whatsoever to be making this kind of purchase. It's actually one of the most famous cases of executive overreach in American history. But Bonaparte wanted to sell, and Jefferson wanted to buy, and so they just did it. Anyway, this is all to say that the single greatest land acquisition in American history, land that doubled the size of the United States and still amounts to about 25% of its total land mass, was all basically thanks to the Haitian Revolution. Before we head back to Saint-Domingue, though, I should also note in passing the final passing of Toussaint Louverture, because it was here, in April 1803, that a guard came in to check on Toussaint and found him dead beside the fireplace. Cause of death was most likely pneumonia, but it was never definitively diagnosed. But while Toussaint is now dead, all of his former lieutenants are about to make the final successful push for independence from France. As the terms of the Louisiana Purchase were being worked out, and as old Papa Toussaint was dying, General Rochambeau was ready to launch his only offensive campaign of the war. He had gotten some reinforcements over the winter, and now had enough men recovered from injury and disease to launch a campaign in the South Peninsula. 4 columns of 500 men each, so 2,000 men total, would march east along both the north and south coasts of the peninsula, setting out from Le Caille and Jérémie respectively, and these guys would clear out rebel nests and pacify the territory in between, with the ultimate plan being to create a cordon that would block rebel access to the South Peninsula, and then they would roll up the colony from there. But this campaign turned out to be a debacle. The columns did a terrible job communicating with each other, independent rebel forces turned out to be everywhere, and the whole thing was just one long, bloody skirmish. Everything stalled out and achieved nothing. From this point on, Rochambeau is basically inert. He told his forces to sit tight in whatever city they happened to be holding, man the walls, and wait for the wave of reinforcements that he really hoped were about to appear on the horizon. In hindsight, May of 1803 turns out to be the great pivot point of the War of Independence, and the month when the French really and truly and forever lost control of Saint-Domingue. Because in May, 2 really important things happened. First, the rebel army formally consolidated under the leadership of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and second, war with Britain started up again, and in short order the British Navy would be moving in to blockade all the French-held cities of Saint-Domingue. Now, since the re-arrival of the British is pretty self-explanatory, I want to focus in on events in the rebel camp, and especially a meeting held at the city of Arquet, a little town in between Port-au-Prince and Saint-Marc. I think aside from the Bois-Quémont ceremony that kicked all of this off, there is no more mythically patriotic moment in the Haitian Revolution. The bare facts as known are pretty straightforward. By May 1803, Dessalines had come to terms with Pétion, but a few of the other old colored generals were still skeptical. Meanwhile, the independent black leaders were ready to join a final push to drive the French out, but probably wanted assurances that Dessalines wasn't just going to turn on them as soon as the French were gone. So all these leaders got together in Arquet to hammer out their differences. There's no official record of what happened or who said what, but we do know that from this point on, Dessalines will be recognized as the commander-in-chief of what is now being called the Indigenous Army. But in the national mythology of the Haitian Revolution, this meeting at Arquet represents the moment of final unity between the blacks and the coloreds, represented by the adoption of a new flag for the Indigenous Army. Until now, the regular army units at least had continued to use the tricolor flag in battle. But Pétion had pointed out to Dessalines that this might be giving people the impression that reconciliation was still possible. So to leave no room for doubt that this was all now about independence, Dessalines dramatically cut the middle white stripe out of the tricolor flag. He said the time has come to stop letting the whites keep the blacks and coloreds apart, and he tossed the white section aside. He then had his goddaughter, Catherine Flon, sew the blue and red sections back together to create a new bicolor flag, blue representing the blacks and red the coloreds. Haiti continues to celebrate May 18th as Flag Day. That's how important this moment is to the national mythology. Now, did any of this actually happen? I'll go with maybe, kinda, yes and no. For one thing, it's disputed whether Pétion or Dessalines was the one who first proposed the bicolor flag. Then there's evidence that the tricolor had been dropped actually back in December rather than at this all-important Arquet meeting. And then further, there is subsequent evidence that the flag adopted by the Indigenous Army was not based on the tricolor at all, that it was not blue and red, but rather black and red. And then other reports counter this and say, oh no, it was blue and red after all. Now, if I'm feeling particularly lucid when I draft my concise history of post-revolutionary Haiti, I'll try to tie the fate of the Haitian flag into it, because its color, its meaning, and its legacy will change depending on contemporary Haitian politics. If you Google it, the current Haitian flag is indeed the blue and red bicolor, but it's only been that since 1986. That was after Baby Doc Duvalier was overthrown, because the Duvalier regime used the black and red flag. And so yes, hopefully I will be feeling lucid, because the design of the flag does mirror the course of Haitian politics. Anyway, the Indigenous Army emerged on May the 18th, unified and ready to settle for nothing less than independence. Except, again, maybe not, because there are reports that as late as the summer of 1803, Dessalines himself was still not convinced that independence was actually the goal here. But now I'm just being a buzzkill and getting in the way of a good story. The emergence of the Indigenous Army was ominous enough for the French, but even more ominous was the news that war with Britain was back on, which they found out because the British Navy showed up to blockade their ports. Rochambeau and his men were now completely cut off, both from France and from each other. Now, this is all incredibly good timing for Dessalines and his new Indigenous Army, though. And in June, he's writing letters to both the British governor in Jamaica and the American government, requesting both arms and supplies. The Americans, like a broken record, said that they were going to maintain neutrality, so they wouldn't formally commit to anything. But American merchants, as usual, were all too happy to trade with Dessalines' army. The British, meanwhile, were more upfront about everything, and just made it a part of their war strategy to arm and supply the rebels. Not because they supported the rebels, but because sowing chaos in Saint-Domingue was an end unto itself. So, in the summer of 1803, the French cause is looking mighty hopeless. Besieged on land by the indigenous army and blockaded by sea by the British, things went from bad to worse. Yellow fever cropped back up, and though it was not as bad as it had been the year before, men and women were dying daily from the disease. And this was to say nothing of the famine that started to set in. And in case you're wondering what happened to all the dogs, yeah, they went into the bellies of starving French soldiers. With Rochambeau making no move to break out of this trap, the indigenous army now pretty much had the run of the colony, except for the few coastal holdouts. Well armed and well supplied by the British and Americans, Dessalines undertook a methodical campaign of driving the French out of the various ports one by one. In July 1803, the French still occupied 10 cities across the colony, and Dessalines' strategy was simple. Maintain a small covering force around each city to keep the French pinned down, then mass everyone else at one particular city, force that particular city to surrender, and move on. The first to fall was Jérémie. The French commander of the garrison was a particularly scummy scumbag, so the inhabitants of the city wanted him gone, and then the Polish soldiers under his command started defecting over to the rebels, and the French position became untenable. On August the 3rd, the French tried to evacuate by sea, but were captured by the British and taken to Jamaica as prisoners of war. The rest of the cities then fell one by one. On September the 2nd, the San Marc garrison just surrendered outright to the British Navy, and then in early October, the garrison in Les Cayes did the same thing, and that became the basic pattern. The French forces surrendering to the British in exchange for getting them the hell off the island. Fort Liberté and Portapaix followed them soon after. Dessalines personally led the encirclement of Port-au-Prince using guns captured from Saint Marc, but he would not have to use them. The garrison commander said, "If you let us leave peacefully, I won't blow the city up on my way out the door." Dessalines agreed to these terms, and 1,500 soldiers and fully 3,000 civilians fled in a small fleet that somehow, and I'm honestly not sure how, slipped the British blockade and made it over to Cuba. By November 1803, only Le Cap and Mollet Saint-Nicolas were still under French control. Inside Le Cap, Rochambeau, his officers, and their entourage had turned the city into like an end times little fantasy land. Like how you might expect things to go if we all get told a meteor is going to come destroy the Earth. And it all sounds pretty surreal. Rochambeau and company continued to throw parties every night, dance, drink, indulge in love affairs, get in fights over women. You know, kind of the way you might expect things to go when the end of the world is at hand. The end of the world finally came on November the 18th, 1803, at the most famous battle in Haitian history this side of the siege of Créteil-Pirot, the Battle of Vertières. The indigenous army under Dessalines massed a force of 15,000 men outside Le Cap, symbolically centered on the plantation where the first slave revolt had been planned in August 1791. The last remnants of the French army, numbering about 2,700 plus 500 local militia, fought as best they could, and the casualty rate spoke to how well they fought. The indigenous army absorbed 1,200 dead and 2,000 wounded, and the French just 130 dead and 400 wounded. But the overwhelming numbers of Dessalines' army were overwhelming. The French were forced to retreat, and the road to Le Cap was wide open. Mostly understanding that the end had finally come, Rochambeau negotiated a surrender with Dessalines similar to the terms that had been worked out at Port-au-Prince. "If you let us leave peacefully, I won't destroy the city on my way out the door." Dessalines agreed and gave the French 10 days to evacuate. But when the 10 days were up, he found that Rochambeau was still just kind of dithering around, mostly trying to figure out a way to escape without being taken prisoner by the British. But by then, the British had closed the harbor completely, and there was no slipping through their blockade. Dessalines led 2,000 men into the city, and Rochambeau had to admit that it was all over, and he and his men surrendered to the British. The last of the French occupation, about 3,800 troops, administrators and their families boarded the last 17 ships of the French Navy and were sailed back to England as prisoners of war. They left behind somewhere between 500 and 800 men who were too wounded or sick to leave, all of whom were massacred by Dessalines' army. Between all the sailors and all the soldiers who had been sent to Saint-Domingue in the 18 months since the Leclerc expedition had first landed back in February 1802, the final death toll was just about 50,000. Now, since Napoleon will eventually kill 238 trillion people trying to invade Russia, this is not the worst military disaster in French history. And in fact, Napoleon's future disasters will tend to blot out the memory of the Leclerc expedition. But they shouldn't. The French came in thinking that they were going to reconquer Saint-Domingue, reinstitute white supremacy, re-enslave the blacks, and then go out and conquer the whole Caribbean. Instead, a handful of survivors were now being taken back to Britain as prisoners of war, and the blacks and coloreds were preparing to declare independence. Saint-Domingue is now lost to the French forever. Dessalines and his lieutenants did not waste much time proclaiming independence. On November the 29th, 1803, a declaration signed by Dessalines, Christophe, and Clairvaux, all former generals under Toussaint Louverture, announced to the world that Saint-Domingue was no longer a part of the French Empire. It was free and it was independent. But this turned out to only be the first, hastily thrown together declaration. It promised that life in the colony would go back to the way it had been before the Leclerc expedition had shown up, and pointedly, still referred to this new independent nation as Saint-Domingue. But about a month later, Dessalines was ready to be far bolder in his proclamations. Wanting to capture a real spirit of independence, he commissioned a new declaration. But the one that came back to him on December the 31st, 1803, was still not good enough. It was modeled on the American Declaration of Independence and spent a lot of time just rattling off a list of legalistic complaints. And Dessalines complained that it was flat out boring as hell. But he had already scheduled a big party for New Year's Day to read the new declaration. And so another secretary stepped forward and promised to give Dessalines what he wanted. According to the official story, this guy said, quote, "In order to draw up our act of independence, we need the skin of a white to serve as parchment, his skull as an inkwell, his blood for ink, and a bayonet for a pen." Dessalines liked the sound of that, and told the guy to get to work, which the guy did, later saying, quote, "After 2 cups of coffee and 3 shots of rum, the words came naturally." As I did with the American Declaration of Independence, along with this episode is a supplemental, full reading of the Haitian Declaration of Independence, complete with its references to the French as vultures and tigers, and swearing them eternal hatred and death if they ever tried to come back. It's quite a bit livelier than the American Declaration. And when Dessalines read it on New Year's Day 1804, the new nation of Haiti was born, because in this declaration, he renamed the colony Haiti after the old Taino name for Hispaniola. And this new nation of Haiti would remain free and independent from that moment on. It was the second nation in the Western Hemisphere to declare independence from its colonial masters. Next week, though, Dessalines will take care of the last remnants of white power in the now former colony of Saint-Domingue by ordering the execution of every white left on the island. And when that was done, he boldly declared himself Emperor Jacques I of Haiti. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Supplemental: The Haitian Declaration of Independence. Citizens, it is not enough to have expelled the barbarians who have bloodied our land for 2 centuries. It is not enough to have restrained those ever-evolving factions that one after another mocked the specter of liberty that France dangled before you. We must, with one last act of national authority, forever assure the empire of liberty in the country of our birth. We must take any hope of re-enslaving us away from the inhuman government that for so long kept us in the most humiliating torpor. In the end, we must live independent or die. Independence or death. Let these sacred words unite us and be the signal of battle and of our reunion. Citizens, my countrymen, on this solemn day, I have brought together those courageous soldiers who, as liberty lay dying, spilled their blood to save it. These generals who have guided your efforts against tyranny have not yet done enough for your happiness. The French name still haunts our land. Everything revives the memories of the cruelties of this barbarous people. Our laws, our habits, our towns, everything still carries the stamp of the French. Indeed, there are still French in our island, and you believe yourself free and independent of that republic which, it is true, has fought all the nations, but which has never defeated those who wanted to be free. What, victims of our own credulity and indulgence for 14 years, defeated not by French armies, but by the pathetic eloquence of their agents' proclamations? When will we tire of breathing the air that they breathe? What do we have in common with this nation of executioners? The difference between its cruelty and our patient moderation, its color and ours, the great seas that separate us, our avenging climate, all tell us plainly that they are not our brothers, that they will never be, and that if they find refuge among us, they will plot again to trouble and divide us. Native citizens, men, women, girls, and children, let your gaze extend on all parts of this island. Look there for your spouses, your husbands, your brothers, your sisters. Indeed, look there for your children, your suckling infants. What have they become? I shudder to say it, the prey of these vultures. Instead of these dear victims, your alarmed gaze will see only their assassins, these tigers still dripping with their blood, whose terrible presence indicts your lack of feeling and your guilty slowness in avenging them. What are you waiting for before appeasing their spirits? Remember that you had wanted your remains to rest next to those of your fathers after you defeated tyranny. Will you descend into their tombs without having avenged them? No, their bones would reject yours. And you, precious men, intrepid generals, who, without concern for your own pain, have revived liberty by shedding all your blood, know that you have done nothing if you do not give the nation a terrible but just example of the vengeance that must be wrought by the people proud to have recovered its liberty and jealous to maintain it. Let us frighten all those who would dare try to take it from us again. Let us begin with the French. Let them tremble when they approach our coast, if not from the memory of those cruelties they perpetrated here, then from the terrible resolution that we will have made to put to death anyone born French whose profane foot soils the land of liberty. We have dared to be free. Let us be thus by ourselves and for ourselves. Let us imitate the grown child. His own weight breaks the boundary that has become an obstacle to him. What people fought us? What people wanted to gather the fruits of our labor? And what dishonorable absurdity to conquer in order to be enslaved? Enslaved? Let us leave this description for the French. They have conquered, but are no longer free. Let us walk down another path. Let us imitate those people who, extending their concern into the future and dreading to leave an example of cowardice for posterity, preferred to be exterminated rather than lose their place as one of the world's free peoples. Let us ensure, however, that a missionary spirit does not destroy our work. Let us allow our neighbors to breathe in peace. May they live quietly under the laws that they have made for themselves. And let us not, as revolutionary firebrands, declare ourselves the lawgivers of the Caribbean, nor let our glory consist in troubling the peace of the neighboring islands. Unlike that which we inhabit, theirs has not been drenched in the innocent blood of its inhabitants. They have no vengeance to claim from the authority that protects them. Fortunate to have never known the ideals that have destroyed us, they can only have good wishes for our prosperity. So peace to our neighbors, but let this be our cry. Anathema to the French name, eternal hatred of France. Natives of Haiti, my happy fate was to one day be the sentinel who would watch over the idol to which you sacrifice. I have watched, sometimes fighting alone, and if I have been so fortunate as to return to your hands the sacred trust you confided to me, know that it is now your task to preserve it. In fighting for your liberty, I was working for my own happiness. Before consolidating it with laws that will guarantee your free individuality, your leaders, who I have assembled here, and I, owe you the final proof of our devotion. Generals and you, leaders, collected here close to me, for the good of our land, the day has come, the day which must make our glory, our independence, eternal. If there could exist among us a lukewarm heart, let him distance himself and tremble to take the oath which must unite us. Let us vow to ourselves, to posterity, to the entire universe, to forever renounce France, and to die rather than live under its domination, to fight until our last breath for the independence of our country. And you, a people so long without good fortune, witness the oath we take. Remember that I counted on your constancy and courage when I threw myself into the career of liberty to fight the despotism and tyranny that you had struggled against for 14 years. Remember that I sacrificed everything to rally to your defense, family, children, fortune, and now I am rich only with your liberty. My name has become a horror to those who want slavery. Despots and tyrants curse the day that I was born. And if ever you refused or grumbled while receiving those laws that the spirit guarding your fate dictates to me for your own good, you would deserve the fate of an ungrateful people. But I reject that awful idea. You will sustain the liberty that you cherish and support the leader who commands you. Therefore, vow before me to live free and independent, and to prefer death to anything that will try to place you back in chains. Swear, finally, to pursue forever the traitors and enemies of your independence. Done at the headquarters of Gonaive, the first day of January 1804, the first year of independence. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.18, Death to the French. The Declaration of Independence, proclaimed by Jean-Jacques Dessalines on New Year's Day 1804, which I hope everybody listened to, was much more a call to arms than a traditional declaration of political independence. And with the declaration composed in French, it is clear that Dessalines wanted the French to know what he was about to do and why he was about to do it. That declaration said, "Let them tremble when they approach our coast, if not from the memory of the cruelties they perpetrated here, then from the terrible resolution that we will have made to put to death anyone born French whose profane foot soils the land of liberty." And this was not just a threat. This was a promise. A very terrible promise. Dessalines wasted no time making good on his terrible promise, because there were still French-born men, women, and children on the island. By early February, Dessalines and his entourage had established a headquarters in Port-au-Prince, and the name was at this point officially and forever changed back from Port Republican, which it had been officially called since 1793. In Port-au-Prince, Dessalines convened a commission to investigate atrocities committed by the French. Now, mostly this was focused on specific acts committed during the recent occupation by Leclerc and Rochambeau, but it was also interested in compiling a general list of crimes going back into the days of the old slave regime. Now, none of this was with an eye to identifying guilty individuals or their specific victims. This was about establishing the collective guilt of the white French citizens and soldiers of Saint-Domingue. Dessalines wanted a huge list of crimes he could point to in order to justify what he was about to go do, which was commit genocide. In very short order, just a few weeks, Dessalines had what he wanted, and he sent out the first batch of orders to garrison commanders in Léogâne, Jacmel, and Le Caille. Kill the whites. Round them up, put them in custody, and then kill them all. But this being a pretty heavy order, the garrison commanders were not eager to hop to. Most of those senior commanders in the South were colored, and while they had no love for the whites collectively, on an individual or family level, there were numerous ties of kinship and friendship out there. So while they obeyed orders and started rounding up the whites in their districts, if they came across somebody they knew, well, I won't chase you if you slip out the back door. And beyond personal connections, there's a pretty huge gulf between not liking the whites, hating the whites, and then methodically arresting and killing unarmed civilians, including women and children. But with Dessalines on his way to inspect their progress, there were limits to how far the foot-dragging could go. So for example, in Le Caille, we know that a couple of hundred whites did escape, but those who were unfortunate enough to remain in custody were then systematically murdered. It's hard to know how many whites were left in Le Caille after the withdrawal of the French, but at least as many died as got away. And from that point on, the white population of Le Caille was no more. Now, when Dessalines himself got to Le Caille in late February, he was disappointed by reports of leniency and stalling, and so he took precautions to make sure things would run smoother from here on out. First, Dessalines himself would stick around to supervise, and then second, he was now going to mostly use non-local soldiers to undertake the operation to prevent anybody from, happening across an old playmate and letting them go. Dessalines and his death squad then moved on to Jérémie on February the 28th, accompanied by a mule train carrying the confiscated property of all the dead whites, because that is obviously a huge part of all this. When Dessalines got to Jérémie, he had all the whites rounded up in the center of town. Then he divided them by profession, moving doctors and any merchant with strong ties to American shipping off to one side, and putting the rest in prison. Once they were all locked up, Dessalines then promised to spare anyone who paid a certain protection fee, but this was just a trick to get his intended victims to go dig up any valuables that they may have stashed. Once he was satisfied he had wrung as much cash out of all of them as possible, Dessalines ordered everyone, including those who had paid protection money, out to the edge of town where they were methodically bayoneted and decapitated. Apparently the executioners did not use guns to avoid alerting towns within earshot of what was happening. When the killing was done, Dessalines learned that a few coloreds had hidden away a few whites, and so Dessalines announced a general amnesty, and when those in hiding came out, he had them arrested and killed, forcing the prominent coloreds to do the killing so they couldn't later say that they had no blood on their hands. There were about 450 whites left in Jérémie after the withdrawal of the French, and now there were almost none. The example of Jérémie then became standard operating procedure for Dessalines' death squads as they moved through the colony, east along the southern peninsula, and then coming up around through Port-au-Prince. They would roll into town, round up the whites, identify anybody worth sparing, demand payment from the rest for clemency, and then kill everyone anyway. Women bore a particularly heavy burden in all this. Once in custody, they were usually raped by Dessalines' soldiers, and then after watching their husbands and sons die, be told that they would be spared only if they married a black or colored officer, which is how the black and colored officers would acquire legal title to the lands held by the dead white men. And sometimes, not even that was enough, and after being forced to endure all this pain and humiliation, Dessalines would just order all the women killed too. On March the 18th, Dessalines reached Port-au-Prince, where one of the larger massacres took place, about 800 killed, with only 50 spared. And then he moved up the coast to Arquet and Saint-Marc and Gonaïves, killing every white they found. But though this was all unfolding with brutal efficiency, we do need to point out a couple of things. First, this was not a popular thing Dessalines was doing. It's one thing to go in and hack your enemy to death in the heat of battle or right after storming a town, but not this. not rounding up civilians and methodically executing them. And so wherever Dessalines went, he came with urgent proclamations reminding people of the horror done by the French to make everyone okay with this roving genocide that most people were really not okay with. Second, there did emerge from all this pretty clear evidence that this was not just about exterminating the white race. This was specifically about the white French. Any white American or British citizen, for example, were always identified and shuffled off to one side. And Dessalines went out of his way to tell the Americans that this has nothing to do with you. I love Americans. We need to keep working together. This is about the French. Dessalines also spared any Polish soldiers left in the colony. About 5,000 Poles had come over to Haiti over 1802-1803, and a ton of them had promptly defected to the indigenous army. Now, only about 1,200 survived, but of those, almost 500 would permanently settle in Haiti as Haitian citizens. But if you fell into that category of anyone born French whose profane foot soils the land of liberty, you were doomed. From Gonaïves, Dessalines then moved on to the final stop, Le Cap itself. Now, it too had been renamed after independence, with the name that it now bears, going from Cap Français to Cap Haitian. But I'm just going to keep calling it Le Cap. Henri Christophe had been put back in charge of the city after the expulsion of the French, and though he had executed a few select whites over the past month or so, that had been mostly about acquiring their property rather than participating in mass murder. But when Dessalines arrived on April the 18th, that all changed. Over the next few days, thousands were put to death. Depending on what numbers you believe about how many white French were left in the city, the death count is a low of about 1,700 and a high of about 3,000. And then depending on various conjectures and guesswork, in total somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 white French were executed in just about 8 weeks. In the summer of 1791, the white population of Saint-Domingue had been about 30,000. By the summer of 1804, the white population of independent Haiti was essentially zero. The final climax of the genocidal massacres of 1804 was a proclamation issued by Dessalines on April the 28th that in many ways marks the end of the Haitian Revolution and the beginning of just the history of independent Haiti. The massacre of the whites represents the last bloody episode in a drama that had been filled with bloody episodes ever since everyone had gone into revolt against everyone else back in 1791. Dessalines began by saying, "Finally, the hour of vengeance has struck, and the implacable enemies of the rights of man have received the punishment their crimes deserved." And then he said, "Yes, we have rendered unto these true cannibals war for war, crime for crime, outrage for outrage. Yes, I have saved my country. I have avenged America." Now this takes us all the way back to Mercier's little science fiction fantasy, the year 2440 that we talked about way back in episode 4.2, with that time traveler coming across the statue of the Avenger of the New World. Well, Dessalines is now claiming that mantle. And while Dessalines has a lot of statues in Haiti, I don't think there are any statues of Dessalines in France. But this is not all Dessalines had to say. He also said that the bond between the blacks and coloreds was now permanent, and that blacks and coloreds, you whom the refined duplicity of the Europeans sought so long to divide, who today make up but one family, have no doubt that your perfect reconciliation needed to be sealed with the blood of our executioners. Which I'm not 100% sure that anybody believed that. The coloreds were not super into any of this, and they were already resenting the hell out of Dessalines for making them participate. But Dessalines also then laid down the permanent expulsion of the French by announcing that never will any colonist or European set foot on this land as a master or proprietor. This resolution will henceforth be the foundation of our Constitution. And indeed it would be. The Constitution of 1805 was premised on rights and citizenship for the blacks. European whites were not allowed. And it would not be until the American occupation that began in 1915 that white foreigners would be allowed to once again own property in Haiti. So yes, the proclamation of April the 28th does kind of mark the end of the Haitian Revolution. This had all started with the old big whites agitating for home rule and free trade to benefit a small clique of wealthy white planters and merchants. And now the whites have not just lost everything, there aren't even any whites left to have anything. In terms of what had been wrought by the revolution, the sad truth is that it was mainly death and destruction. As we discussed at the beginning of the series, the population of Saint-Domingue on the eve of the revolution was about 30,000 whites, 30,000 coloreds, and 500,000 blacks, so about 560,000 total. A census taken in 1804 revealed the heavy loss of life. There were only about 380,000 people left. Fighting and fleeing had ripped 180,000 souls, roughly one-third of the population, out of the former colony. Now, the vast majority of those dead were blacks fighting their way out of chains, but you can also bank on somewhere north of 10,000 whites and probably even more coloreds dying too, as the coloreds were far more active in the military, and none of that counts the dead from the various invading armies, the Spanish and the British and the French, who had all tried and failed to take the colony. But beyond the human toll, the material devastation was so vast that it's nearly impossible to calculate. Obviously, in 1791, Saint-Domingue was the most lucrative patch of land on Earth. 14 years later, it is a shell of its former self. Now, this is not to lament the death of brutal slave plantations, but it wasn't just the boiling vats and refining equipment that had been destroyed. The roads, which were never great, were all in a terrible state of disrepair, trashed and broken up by various armies marching to and fro, and just never being repaired. The Great Plains of the West Province only worked because of extensive irrigation networks that were all now busted up and dry. Every city in the colony had been strafed by bullets and cannonballs and, as often as not, the arson's torch. Port-au-Prince had almost entirely burned to the ground back in 1791, and since then had been subject to a nearly continuous run of sieges. Le Cap had burned down twice, once in June 1793 and then again in February 1802. And that's to say nothing of all the other arsons that had accompanied the arrival of the Leclerc expedition. In terms of basic infrastructure, free and independent Haiti did not have a solid foundation to build on. And then, of course, there was what this all meant for Haiti's relationship with the outside world. Before the revolution, Saint-Domingue was, first, France's most lucrative colony by far, and second, a highly profitable trading partner for both the British and, even more importantly, the Americans. But this was all mostly black market thanks to the French exclusive, which is why both the British and Americans made breaking the French exclusive a diplomatic priority. So on the eve of the revolution, the French colony of Saint-Domingue was a central focus of 3 world governments, all vying for its riches. Independent Haiti, meanwhile, is never going to be anyone's top priority. And indeed, she is about to sink to full pariah status. Right away, for example, no other government in the world recognized Haiti's independence. They did not recognize Haiti as a sovereign power. Now, at least initially, I think this was mostly because nobody thought independent Haiti was anything but a temporary aberration. Most everyone back in France saw the loss of the colony as short-term, and it would be recovered later. Most of the old big white establishment, both Creole planters and absentee French owners, believed it inevitable that they would one day be able to return and reclaim their property. And as we'll see next week, this belief persisted for decades after Haitian independence became a permanent reality. But while it's easy to understand the French not recognizing Haiti, what about the United States and their claim to fame of being the first post-colonial independent country in the Western Hemisphere? You would think that there would be some impetus to recognizing the second post-colonial independent country in the Western Hemisphere. But no dice. Thanks to both domestic and international political considerations, the Jefferson administration refused to recognize Haiti. On the domestic front, the rise of Jefferson's Democratic Republicans meant that the voice of the Southern planters started to drown out the voice of the Northeastern merchants. And if there's one thing Southern planters are never going to support, it's recognizing a bunch of slave rebels as their equals. And even those Northern merchants were not as hot on Haiti as they used to be. There was still money to be made, but it wasn't the infinite bounty that it had once been. So yes, the merchants wanted to keep trading, But their voice was not going to overwhelm Jefferson's diplomatic calculations. And then, of course, even more decisive than all of that domestic stuff were those diplomatic calculations. Jefferson wanted to build on his acquisition of Louisiana by acquiring West Florida from the Spanish. That's the part of Florida that's not the peninsula. Acquiring West Florida would secure American control over the entire Mississippi River Delta. And as he headed towards his second term, Jefferson made Florida one of his top priorities. But since Spain was now a junior partner in Napoleon's about-to-be-declared French Empire, getting Spain to cede West Florida would only come with French pressure and approval. Since recognizing Haiti would be a major stick to the eye of the French, Jefferson and his Secretary of State James Madison quickly decided that they could not afford to pick up that stick. But though they did not offer political recognition, Jefferson and Madison did want to maintain U.S. merchant access to the island. And perhaps even more importantly, they wanted to maintain the principle that neutral American traders should be allowed to go wherever they wanted. So they told the French, "We do not dispute your sovereign claim. We do not recognize Haitian independence, but our merchants are going to keep trading with them." And then Madison did his best to couch all this as being in France's best interests. I mean, when you come back, you want to find Saint-Domingue still has a functioning economy, right? And even more importantly, you don't want economic isolation to force the Haitians to fall completely into the orbit of the British, right? I mean, the British might just come in and annex the colony right out from under you. But though the British were interested in controlling access to Saint-Domingue, they did not have any ambitions to actually take over the colony for themselves. Remember, they had run a 5-year-long occupation that was different from the Leclerc expedition, only in size and scope. Everyone back in London remembered how costly it had been to try to take the colony, and how ultimately futile it had turned out to be. So the British were settling on a policy of denying French access to Haiti without bothering to recognize their declared independence. And I think it's safe to say that all three principal foreign actors, the United States, Britain, and France, 4 if you include Spain, figured that Haitian independence was temporary, and that all territorial claims would be worked out at whatever final Congress of Nations ended this latest war, not realizing that this war was going to go on nonstop for the next decade. And this all brings us back around to Dessalines' purge of the White French, because once word of the massacre started leaking out to the British and Americans, any chance that they might have recognized Haiti pretty much went out the window. Which means that, in the words of Talleyrand, the massacre of the whites might have been worse than a crime. It might have been a mistake. In his April the 28th proclamation, Dessalines dared the world to judge him for the massacres that he had just perpetrated to secure a white-free future for Haiti. He said, "It is my pride and glory that I admit to it in the face of both mortals and the gods. It matters not how the people of today or of the future will judge me. I have done my duty, I have kept my self-esteem, and that is enough for me." So, with that in mind, let's be the judge of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. So it goes without saying that the genocidal massacres perpetrated in the spring of 1804 were a crime. But they also seem to be a huge mistake. The massacres confirmed every single hysterical fear proponents of slavery mustered when they talked about how you can't let the blacks out of their chains, they will murder us all. And Dessalines had just proved their point in graphic detail. And this was all in contrast to old General Toussaint, who had always been a man the British and Americans could work with. This Dessalines character, on the other hand, seems like a bloodthirsty savage. And so the narrative that built up was that the horror of the massacres of early 1804 turned the Americans and the British away from Haiti and helped cement its future economic and political isolation. Then inside the colony, the massacres both accomplished what Dessalines wanted, but also helped sow the seeds of his own destruction. On a practical level, Dessalines did have every reason to believe that the French would try to come back, and that any remaining white inhabitants might be little more than fifth columnists. The racist, slaver mentality that had come along with the Leclerc expedition made it clear what French objectives were and would always be, and so justified, from a political and military standpoint, the purge of the whites. But in taking this drastic step, Dessalines put a lot of people on notice, particularly in the colored community, that he was not someone you could ever turn your back on. And so as the massacres unfolded throughout the colony, many coloreds took the opportunity to try to flee. I mean, once the whites were gone, isn't Dessalines just going to turn the bayonets on anyone born of a white or related to a white? That's not a very far leap. And many of the senior colored leaders were also privately seething that Dessalines had forced them to participate in his crimes. So, what is our historical judgment of Dessalines' genocidal massacres? They were obviously a heinous crime, but they also appear to have been a mistake that helped isolate Haiti politically and undermine support for Dessalines domestically. With the crime committed and the mistake made, Dessalines then set to consolidating power in the summer of 1804. And what he did was essentially recreate the old Louverturian state, minus the whites. Export-based plantation economics was going to be the only way forward, so even with the final triumph of a black general, who happened to be an ex-field slave, all the strict labor codes were kept in place, as were prohibitions on breaking up estates and selling them in smaller lots. So, for the mass of rural cultivators out there, things were still just like they had always been. And in this sense, the only real revolutionary difference between 1791 and 1804 was that now blacks and coloreds formed the planter aristocracy rather than whites. And just as with the Louverturian state, Dessalines premised his new regime on military rule, for all the same reasons and justifications Toussaint had employed. The military is the only thing standing between the black population and reenslavement, and besides, who else is going to run things? During Dessalines' reign, the population of Haiti was essentially living to prop up the military, which he kept at 20,000 strong. And while it did not appear that a new French invasion was imminent, it was clearly inevitable. And so Dessalines spent a lot of time and resources preparing for that inevitable invasion. The experience of the Leclerc expedition led him to systematize the strategy that had unfolded haphazardly after the arrival of the French in 1802. Dessalines understood that the Haitian army would not be able to hold the port cities against a full invasion supported by a modern European navy, and that it was silly to even try. So he actually dismantled most of the coastal fortification and hauled all the guns and ammunition and material up into the mountains. There, he set everyone to work building a network of forts that would serve as the impenetrable refuge of the army if and when the French ever came back. The French would never be able to dislodge the Haitian army from these forts, and all they'd have to do was sit around and wait for our avenging climate to do its work. Now, at the time, this all seemed like a justifiable use of labor and resources. But in the end, these forts would not actually be used until the Americans showed up 100 years later, and even then only very briefly. For the population of Haiti in 1804, they served as nothing more than a drain on labor and resources, and the military became not their protectors, but their oppressors. Now, one of the main reasons Dessalines continued to fear reinvasion was that while he had redubbed Saint-Domingue Haiti, the old Spanish side of the island, Santo Domingo, was still Santo Domingo, and still held by the French. An old general named Pharaon had taken over the garrisons at Santo Domingo, and along with troops that had escaped Saint-Domingue in the last days of the French occupation, and those that had been planted in Santo Domingo the whole time, he now had about 700 men under his command. And as long as he held the east coast of Hispaniola, the French would always be able to land a theoretical reinvasion force without incident. To say nothing of the fact that Pharaon was issuing letters of marque to anyone who wanted one, creating the core of a privateer fleet that would soon be harassing anyone importing to or exporting from Haiti. And Dessalines made an aborted attempt in May of 1804, just after the massacres, to capture the city of Santiago with a relatively small expeditionary force, but he captured and then lost, and then captured and then lost the city, and ultimately was forced to retreat and bide his time. By the fall of 1804, word had trickled back over to Haiti that back in France, First Consul Bonaparte had rechristened himself Emperor Napoleon I. So, possibly to keep up, Dessalines went ahead and held a ceremony in early October 1804, transforming Governor for Life Dessalines into Emperor Jacques I of Haiti. With his power and authority now further entrenched, Emperor Jacques made a far more concerted play to capture all of Hispaniola. On February the 25th, 1805, Emperor Jacques and his chief lieutenant Christophe launched a major invasion of the Spanish side of the island, with the emperor leading a column right through the central mountains and Christophe flanking him along the north coast. Their advance was crazy fast, and by March the 6th, they were at the gates of the city of Santo Domingo. But they had moved so fast that the heavy guns could not keep up. So the Haitian army had to settle in until the guns arrived, with Alexandre Pétion leading the construction of the siege lines. And despite having just 700 regular army soldiers and maybe 2,000 militiamen, the walls of Santo Domingo were high enough and strong enough that Haitian attacks were easily repulsed. Now this was all going to change when, on March the 26th, the guns did show up, but then the very next day an even more dramatic arrival upended everything. A small French naval force just so happened to sail into Santo Domingo's harbor. Now, both because they were sitting ducks for the French guns, and because it was possible that this was just the tip of another invasion iceberg, Emperor Jacques pulled up stakes and retreated back to Haiti. The future leaders of Haiti would continue to covet control of the whole island, but it would not be until 1822 that Jean-Pierre Boyer finally pulled it off. Now, just as the Haitian army was marching towards Santo Domingo, the U.S. government was taking its first step towards the economic isolation of Haiti. The French were pressuring the Americans to stop trading with the rebel slaves, and so the Jefferson administration tried to placate the French by passing a law prohibiting arms sales. In November 1804, Congress took up the debate of a bill that ultimately placed heavy restrictions on ships capable of transporting arms traveling to any port in the Western Hemisphere. This bill, called the Clearance Act, was signed into law by Jefferson on March 3, 1805. But it would not be enough to placate the French. Not that petty colonial concerns were really filling much of Napoleon's attention these days, what with the conquest of Europe to attend to. Now, by this point also, it seems that Alexandre Pétion and a small group of officers were already putting together a small conspiracy that would eventually overthrow Emperor Jacques I. A conspiracy that found even more willing adherents when they read the Constitution of 1805, which was unveiled on May the 20th, 1805. This constitution was, like Toussaint's, a framework for an authoritarian military dictatorship. All power was vested in the emperor, who would be assisted by a small council of state composed of senior generals. The country would be divided into 6 districts commanded by generals, who would be answerable only to the emperor. The Constitution also fulfilled Dessalines' promise that the future of Haiti would be anti-white. Article 12 declared, "No white man, regardless of his nationality, may set foot in this territory as a master or landowner, nor will he be able to acquire any property." But that said, Article 13 then went on to specifically make exemptions for Germans and Poles who had been naturalized by the government. And then Article 14 laid down the principle that because all distinctions of color amongst children of the same family must necessarily stop, Haitians will henceforth only be known generically as blacks. And given the future racial tensions that defined Haitian politics, this was easier to declare than actually embrace. But unfortunately for Emperor Jacques specifically, and the rest of Haiti generally, they would never be allowed to be the masters of their own destiny, and events beyond the shores of Hispaniola would dictate their history always. 1805 turned out to be an insanely critical year in the Napoleonic Wars, culminating at the end of the year with 2 battles that would define the nature of the conflict for the next decade. In October, the British smashed the French navy at Trafalgar, and then in December, Napoleon obliterated all comers at Austerlitz. So the French now owned the land, and the British the seas. But now that they owned the seas, the British turned decisively against the idea of neutral shipping. They became much rougher in their handling of Americans stopped on the high seas. And then they started in on what became one of America's great pet peeves in the early 1800s, impressment. This is basically the British claiming that various American sailors are actually British deserters, and then forcing them back into British service. Not to be fair, many of these guys were deserters, but it still really annoyed the Americans. and public opinion began to swing away from the British and towards the French. And still hoping to get the French to tell the Spanish to give him Florida, President Jefferson decided to abandon Haiti to its fate. At the end of December 1805, Congress began debate on a full economic embargo of Haiti. With the Federalists having been thrashed into oblivion, there was no one left in the Senate to oppose the measure. It cleared the House 93-26 and the Senate 21-7. On February 28, 1806, Jefferson signed into law the Act to suspend the commercial intercourse between the United States and certain parts of the island of Santo Domingo. It was meant to last 1 year, but it would last a lot longer than that. So the British were now the only economic link that Haiti had to the rest of the world, and the British were not super interested in helping them out. Mostly, the British now saw the collapse of Haiti as good news, because it boded well for the future economic prospects of Jamaica, who could take over their old sugar business. And then strangling the French economically was now a key part of the trade war over the continental system that was fast heating up back in Europe. Haiti needed to export produce to live, and now they had no one to export to. None of this did anything but make Emperor Jacques even more unpopular than he already was. His despotic tendencies did not seem to come with any enlightened touch, and in mid-1806 he was announcing that various land titles held by prominent leaders across Haiti were invalid and he would just seize their property. Meanwhile, cultivators were still laboring under restrictive labor codes, except that with economic strangulation setting in, there were very few profits now to make this anything but de facto slavery. And then that same lack of profits was making it impossible for Emperor Jacques to pay his soldiers, who were now also coming to dislike their chief. Discontentment with his regime was now almost uniform, especially down on the southern peninsula, the old stronghold of André Rigaud and the men of color. General Pétion and his compatriots were now just waiting for the right moment to strike. But they were careful in their planning, and so made secret contact with Henri Christophe to sound him out. Dessalines and Christophe had been allies for a long time, but that did not make them friends, and Christophe indicated that he would not be ill-disposed to the plot. In the fall of 1806, Emperor Jacques went on an inspection tour of the South Province, and while down there in Pétion's backyard, Pétion made his move. Garrison commanders across the peninsula declared themselves in revolt. The emperor rushed back towards Port-au-Prince to mobilize a response, but he never made it. At the small town of Pont Rouge, just outside Port-au-Prince, Emperor Jacques I was surprised by a company of soldiers and unceremoniously gunned down. According to the story, his body was then torn to pieces by an angry mob, but all the pieces were then gathered back up by a woman, a longtime camp follower of Dessalines going back to the days of the slave revolt. And when Dessalines died, he was not a popular guy, hence the unceremonious execution and tearing apart of his body. But in due course, Dessalines would become the most prominent and exalted figure of the Haitian Revolution, the man who had finally brought freedom and independence to a nation of black ex-slaves. The death of Jean-Jacques Dessalines marks the end of our narrative on the Haitian Revolution. A revolution, as I just said, that began with some big white planters thinking that they were on the verge of self-rule and free markets, that they would be the richest kings of the New World. And instead, their slaves had run them right the hell out of town, while fending off, and or fighting with, the armies of Spain, Britain, and France. The Haitian Revolution had unleashed some of the most radically revolutionary forces in history, freedom and equality. It had also seen some of the most atrocious atrocities committed. And in the end, the practical realities of freedom and equality would never live up to the promise. But it is time now for us to move on. And next week, I will do my best to wrap things up by plotting a course through the next 200 years of Haitian history, so that you can walk away from all of this with some understanding of whatever happened to the Avengers of the New World. welcome to Revolutions. Episode 4.19, The History of Haiti. So last time, we closed the books on the Haitian Revolution, which, if you ask me, runs from the Bois Quémant ceremony in August 1791 through to Dessalines' speech justifying his extermination of the whites in April 1804. I think those two events put handy brackets on the Revolution. Now, I did push on through last time to the assassination of Dessalines in the fall of 1806, because the reign of Emperor Jacques I feels like a little interregnum between the Revolution per se and just the broader history of Haiti. What I want to do today is complete our cycle of episodes on the Haitian Revolution by telling you about that broader history of Haiti. And as you may have noticed, that history has kind of ballooned. Your eyes are not deceiving you. This episode really is an hour and 40 minutes long. But once I got started, I didn't want to stop. So here we are. Now, unfortunately, while I was clearly having no trouble with my lucidity, trying to shoehorn in long discussions about the Haitian flag never panned out. But if you go to revolutionspodcast.com, I have included a ton of images from Haitian history in chronological order along with this episode, including the various modifications to the flag. When I hit upload to this episode, I am then going to go on break to prepare for our next cycle of episodes, and also continue to plug away on my forthcoming book, The Storm Before the Storm, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic, which I should mention is coming along quite nicely. Revolutions will then return on June the 5th, 2016, and I hope to see you all on the other side. One last thing I'll mention is that there are going to be a few difficult, obscure names that pop up along the way here, and I'll probably butcher the pronunciation of at least a few of them. But okay, without further ado, let's do this thing. The assassination of Dessalines was masterminded principally by the colored general Alexandre Pétion and his allies down in the south. But up north in Le Cap, the black general Henri Christophe offered tacit support for the plot. No one mourned the death of Dessalines, and as soon as his body had been torn to pieces, the conspirators moved quickly on to stage 2 of their plan: convene a constitutional convention to replace Dessalines' short-lived empire. Representatives from across the country convened in Port-au-Prince at the end of 1804, and a consensus formed around the creation of a republic, led by a president and a senate. The only question was how to divvy up power between the executive and legislative branches. Now, though Pétion was the driving force behind both the overthrow of Dessalines and the subsequent constitutional convention, Christophe had more internal political support, especially in the army, and it seemed highly likely that he would be appointed the first president. With this in mind, Pétion's allies in the convention strengthened the Senate and limited the powers of the presidency. And once the presidency was reduced to a mere figurehead position, Christophe was indeed duly elected the first president of the Republic of Haiti. But Christophe wasn't interested in being merely a figurehead, and setting the tone for the whole rest of Haitian history, he organized his military forces up in the north and sent them marching on Port-au-Prince. In response, Pétion gathered up his own forces to deflect Christophe's advance, but critically, without cash to pay for his soldiers, Pétion promised land to anyone who would fight for him. But though this looks a lot like the War of Knives, with Christophe acting as Toussaint Louverture and Pétion as André Rigaud, it didn't actually play out like that. A brief flurry of small-scale battles, skirmishes really, led to a stalemate and a divided country. Christophe controlled the northern regions as far south as Saint-Marc, including the interior plains of the West Province. Pétion controlled Port-au-Prince and the entire southern peninsula. And this divided state of affairs would persist for the next 13 years. And seen through the lens of traditional racial politics, Christophe represents a black regime and Pétion represents a colored regime, but the reality, as usual, is a bit murkier than all of that. So up in the north, President Christophe settled in to continue the basic line that ran from the Louverturian state through to Dessalines' short-lived empire: authoritarian military rule and an export-based plantation economy. As with Toussaint and Dessalines, Christophe also poured a ton of his revenue into national defense, and he built these palatial fortresses that came to symbolize his reign. To build these palaces, Christophe actually resorted to coerced labor, with reports of men and women literally in chains working under armed guard. But Christophe was not just a strongman, and in terms of political vision, he far exceeded Dessalines, and even came to approach old Papa Toussaint himself. After 4 years as merely president, Christophe decided to move up in the world, and in 1811 he had himself crowned King Henri I of the Kingdom of Haiti, and then he formed a little feudal aristocracy to support his regime, with dukes and counts and barons, all with coats of arms and family crests, the whole 9 yards. This new nobility was drawn from both black and colored military officers, and since plantation economics was the foundation of Christophe's regime, these guys wound up owning the major plantations. To govern the relationships of his subjects, the king also issued the massive Code Henri, a hyper-detailed law book that ran something like 800 pages, and it was in a lot of ways a return to the old Code Noir issued by Louis XIV. Mostly the poor workers were there to work, and as usual were bound to their plantations like the serfs that they now basically were, but it also included rights for those workers, and requirements that the land-holding aristocracy provide for the cultivators and restrict abuses of them. King Henri also reached out to other world leaders seeking political recognition for his regime, but he found no takers, though he did enter into a very fruitful correspondence with the British abolitionists Thomas Clarkson and William Wilberforce. Clarkson in particular lobbied for the Haitians in London and helped King Henri set up schools to educate the next generation of Haitians, the first generation of Haitians who would be born free. Meanwhile, down in the south, Pétion was himself sworn in as president of the rival Republic of Haiti in March 1807, and for the first time, a new economic system started to replace the old plantation model. Having promised land to the men who fought for him in the brief civil war with Christophe, Pétion had to make good on those promises, which meant breaking up some of the bigger estates. When this started happening, the whole plantation system of the all-powerful owner driving powerless cultivators began to break down. Even on larger estates, a system emerged called métayage, where tenant farmers were left to work the land with little oversight, and they would then split the produce 50-50 with the owner. And these days, the principal crop we're talking about is coffee. Pétion also introduced another innovation that would soon become a core part of the Haitian political economy. He took the old tax system, where agents went round to each plantation to collect 25% of the estate's produce, and replaced it with a new system of customs duties collected in the port cities. These new import-export taxes were far easier to collect and manage, and soon they would become the tax base for all future Haitian governments. But as some measure of decentralized egalitarianism took root economically, Pétion could not resist the pull to political authoritarianism. It was one thing to make the presidency a figurehead when your rival is about to become president, quite another when you are now president. So bit by bit, power moved from the Senate to the president. In 1810, Pétion was reelected, and then in 1816, the de facto autocracy was codified by a new constitution. But rhetorically, Pétion still promised a government by and for the people, so the presidency and Senate were now joined by a chamber of deputies who were elected by universal manhood suffrage, which is a pretty big deal, but the chamber had no actual power. The president proposed laws and nominated all the senators, and they in turn ratified the president's wishes. Oh, also the presidency is now for life, and he has the right to nominate his successor. Now, meanwhile, the rest of the world was busy not recognizing any of this. For roughly the same reason, neither Britain nor the United States would recognize the Kingdom of Haiti or the Republic of Haiti. It simply set a bad example to treat ex-slaves and coloreds as political equals. Now, Britain, of course, had taken the momentous step of outlawing the slave trade in 1807, but to be honest, that was mostly tied to their trade war with Napoleon's continental system, and slavery continued in all of their colonies for another 30 years. And the Americans were 100% not going to recognize the ex-slaves running Haiti. So political recognition would not be coming from either power anytime soon. But that said, when Napoleon did not force the Spanish to give the Americans Florida, The American embargo on Haiti ended in 1810, and American merchants once again traded with the island. But without diplomatic relations, both Haitian and American merchants were living in a weird limbo. But it would be an overstatement to say that after independence, Haiti was just economically cut off from the rest of the world. They really weren't. As Britain and the United States dragged their feet over recognition, Napoleonic France refused to even consider the issue until just before the fall of Napoleon. A few of the old big white families had ensconced themselves inside the imperial government, and they were still looking to regain what they had lost. But with a military operation to retake the colony looking like a pipe dream, the old planters were ready to settle for compensation for the land and the property and the human beings that they claimed to have lost. So in the twilight of Napoleon's empire, envoys from France arrived in Haiti in 1814 to talk about a deal. They went first to the Republic of Haiti and met with Pétion, who first made it crystal clear that Haiti was going to forever be free and independent. But he also suggested that in return for political recognition, the Haitians might be willing to offer restitution to the ruined French planters. Encouraged, these envoys then moved on to the Kingdom of Haiti, where they received a very different welcome from King Henri. Suspecting, correctly, French duplicity, the king arrested one of the envoys, discovered secret instructions that basically said, try to make allies with the colored so they can help us re-enslave the blacks, and Christophe had the envoy executed. Now, under normal circumstances, this would have been hugely provocative, but of course by then, major events had overtaken Europe. Napoleon was defeated and redefeated, and then sent off to St. Helena to regret ever sending the Leclerc expedition to Saint-Domingue. At the post-Napoleonic Congress of Vienna, French and British agents made themselves a little side deal. If France didn't interfere with British traders in Haiti, the British would not stand in the way of any future attempt by the French to reclaim their colony. But since the restored Bourbons had no desire or ability to retake the colony by force, they resorted to old Ancien Regime methods of flattery and bribery. In 1816, new French envoys arrived bearing presents: 12 crosses for the Legion of Honor and 10 for the Order of Saint Louis, to be divided between President Pétion, King Henri, and their political inner circles. In exchange for these great and distinguished honors, the Haitians would make themselves a French protectorate, internally autonomous, but with France dictating foreign affairs. Both President Pétion and King Henri sent this insulting offer packing. They were not going to sell their souls for a fancy medal. So the rest of the world continued to not recognize independent Haiti, even after it suddenly unified and then conquered all of Hispaniola in the span of just a few years. In 1818, President Pétion died and was succeeded by his longtime ally, Jean-Pierre Boyer. Boyer carried on as president of the Republic of Haiti until surprising news came down from the Kingdom of Haiti. In August 1820, King Henri had a stroke, and in his weakened state, opportunistic officers decided to organize a coup to overthrow him. They railed against the micromanaged tyranny of the Code Henri and promised 10,000 unicorns to anyone who joined them overthrow the despotic king. A general insurrection erupted, and Christophe was soon cornered and isolated in his palace. On October the 8th, 1820, King Henri I shot himself in the heart. Now, it's hard to tell what, if any, part Boyer played in this uprising. But one thing we do know is that Boyer took advantage of the situation, advanced north, and reunified the country without firing a shot. That the armed forces of the Kingdom of Haiti acquiesced so quickly does kind of scream shenanigans. By 1821, the Kingdom of Haiti was erased from the map, and all Haiti was now the Republic of Haiti. But Boyer was not done there. In November 1821, the inhabitants of Santo Domingo, who had kicked out the last of the French in 1809 and been subsequently brought back into the Spanish Empire, emulated all the Latin American leaders that we're going to talk about in our next series and declared independence from Spain. They asked Boyer for aid and support, and he said, "Yes, I will do it," marched over and annexed the entire island. And just like that, Boyer's Republic of Haiti covered all of Hispaniola. But there was still this problem. that despite the fact that all of Hispaniola was now under his control, no other power recognized Boyer's government. And for the record, we're now 20 years removed from Dessalines' 1804 Declaration of Independence. After taking over Hispaniola, Boyer wrote to the Monroe administration in 1822 asking for recognition, but the letter was not even opened because the American government couldn't risk the appearance of recognition. Then, in response to the run of declarations of independence in Spanish America that we're going to talk about in our next series, Secretary of State John Quincy Adams crafted the famous Monroe Doctrine, which made it U.S. policy to oppose European interference with independent nations in the Western Hemisphere. But Haiti was pointedly excluded from this formulation because the United States did not recognize their independence. If France wanted to come back, the Monroe Doctrine was not going to stand in their way. But by the mid-1820s, France had totally abandoned the idea of ever trying to retake the island, and they now focused on trying to squeeze monetary restitution out of the Haitians for lost French property. And in 1825, King Charles X, the old Comte d'Artois, decided to settle things once and for all. Another batch of French envoys arrived in Port-au-Prince to offer a deal: political recognition in exchange for cold, hard cash. Now, the diplomacy of all this had to go through some absurd gymnastic twists. Since France couldn't recognize Boyer as president of Haiti because the French did not recognize Boyer as the president of Haiti, Charles X's lawyers had to dream up a pretty insulting diplomatic formula. The king would issue a royal decree to what they were now calling the French part of Saint-Domingue. This decree had 3 points. First, the French part of Saint-Domingue would be allowed free commerce with the world, but in the future France would enjoy a 50% discount on tariffs. Second, the inhabitants of the French part of Saint-Domingue would pay 150 million francs over 5 installments to compensate French planters for their losses. And third, France would then concede that the current inhabitants of the French part of Saint-Domingue enjoyed full and complete independence. Now, no one has any idea where the 150 million comes from. It was just a really big made-up number. It's not like they were sitting around looking at receipts or anything. But for sure, it included lost slave value, which is pretty damned insulting. I mean, the French lost their slaves because those slaves rose up and overthrew them. Then the French had come back, tried to re-enslave all their slaves, and they got beat. Again. And now the French don't even want to risk another military expedition, but they still expect the Haitians to, in effect, pay for the freedom that they had already purchased with their blood. But Boyer was in a mighty dilemma, because the French had a navy, and he did not. And while an actual reinvasion was not likely, the envoys made it very clear that if the Haitians did not accept the deal, they would be economically blockaded, and the Haitians would not be able to break that blockade. But even still, Boyer gave this royal decree to a small commission of advisors, and they came back and said, "You should reject this, it's an abomination." So Haiti almost called the French bluff. But in a private meeting between Boyer and the lead French envoy, the Haitian president personally agreed to the deal. His hope was that diplomatic recognition would open up the markets of the world to Haitian exports, bring in modern expertise, technology, maybe investment, and that any indemnity that had been paid would be made insignificant by the resulting economic boom. So he said okay. His compliant Senate duly ratified the agreement, but the public was never told the terms. All Boyer said publicly was that the French have come to recognize us, and this triggered a wave of parties across the island. It wasn't until months later that newspapers arrived from France with all the details, and the general population, at least the literate population, was outraged. Boyer had just agreed to pay for the independence that they had already won. And the indemnity itself turned out to not even be the worst of it, because obviously the Haitian government does not have 30 million francs sitting around to make the first payment that would be due at the end of 1825. So, the French envoys very helpfully arranged a loan from French banks to cover the initial installment. A 30 million franc loan over 25 years at 6% interest with a whopping 20% service fee. From that moment on, Haiti was crushed under this double debt of first the indemnity itself and then servicing the loans to pay for it. And right away, this ate up 30% of the annual budget, and with another 50% going to prop up the military, that left only 20% for everything else. But though the French now sent an official agent to represent them, it would not be until 1838 that full and complete political recognition would be acknowledged, which happened to coincide with Boyer negotiating the remaining 120 franc indemnity down to 60 million. But even still, in 1825, Haiti was now on the map, and every other European power followed the French by sending envoys to represent them. But not the United States, still not the United States. Recognition purchased, Boyer then settled into what turned out to be a fairly stable authoritarian regime. I mean, remarkably stable. He would stay in power until 1843. And though it had a few democratic trappings, the Chamber of Deputies still existed, the Republic of Haiti was a dictatorship. But Boyer focused that dictatorship mostly on the urban areas, and he kind of left rural Haiti to its own devices. The model of sharecropping developed by Pétion had migrated out of the southern peninsula when Boyer absorbed the Kingdom of Haiti, and Henri Christophe turned out to be the last leader to keep large estate plantations as the economic norm, at least until the Americans arrived in 1915. So even the lucrative northern plains were slowly divided up amongst smaller holders, and by now sugar, the commodity that had once been synonymous with Saint-Domingue, had all but disappeared. What sugar was grown was very small scale, and for local conversion into molasses or rum, so there were no more piles of white gold sitting on the docks of Le Cap. And as the economy decentralized, models of family ownership began to take root. Called la coup, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, the system was built on extended families collectively owning and controlling land, where they grew a mix of export crops, internal market commodities, and then just their own food. Boyer made a feeble attempt to retain some of the old authoritarian labor codes by promulgating a Code Rural in 1826 that severely limited the rights of workers and empowered landowners, but it was nearly impossible to enforce, and Boyer spent no time, capital, or resources trying to enforce it. And one of the reasons it was so hard to enforce the code was that the urban-rural cultural divide was mirrored by the army. Like all its predecessors, the Republic of Haiti was administered by the military, but the military apparatus was not as unified or centralized as it might have appeared from the outside. Senior officers ran districts practically as autonomous fiefdoms, with appointments that could last for decades. The national government in Port-au-Prince wasn't strong enough to rein these guys in, so a balance emerged between the main urban areas and the interior rural districts. The national government, such as it was, focused its limited resources entirely on the urban areas, and especially on trying to boost trade, since the government now relied entirely on export-import taxes to generate revenue. Boyer encouraged foreign merchants to settle in the principal cities of Le Cap and Port-au-Prince and Le Caille to help Haitian exports reach the world. Most of these merchants turned out to be Germans, who would then marry a Haitian woman to get around the no foreign ownership clause in the Constitution, and then dug themselves in to act as gatekeepers between Haiti and the world's economy. As the years went by, the autocratic nature of Boyer's government, the humiliating indemnity, the rising power of these foreign German merchants, helped erode support for his regime. Now, opposition grew primarily in a new generation of young, educated professionals in the cities. This new generation had been born free in independent Haiti, and they were frankly tired of listening to old veterans of the revolution justify their petty despotism with appeals to service records now 40 years old. These educated young professionals, most of them drawn from the elite colored families, spoke and read French rather than Creole, and were plugged into current European thinking. They demanded greater democratic access, national self-assertion, and a modern economy. The rise of these young liberals culminated in 1842, which just so happened to follow a massive earthquake hitting Le Cap that killed something like half the population of the city, and Boyer blundered politically by not even bothering to visit the destroyed city. Aware that opposition to his rule was rising, Boyer tried to curb the influence of the younger generation, but he failed. The reformist liberals won a majority in the Chamber of Deputies in the election of 1842, and while that chamber was basically powerless, it still might serve as a platform for further attacks on the Boyer regime. So, taking a cue from old Oliver Cromwell, Boyer posted soldiers at the door of the chamber with a list of names. Only those named, strong Boyer allies, were to be admitted into the chamber. But this only emboldened the liberal opposition. Now gathering down in Lacaille, the young activists held meetings to denounce Boyer and the authoritarian Constitution of 1816, and they started to plot a real revolt. In January 1843, an insurrection erupted from Lacaille, led by a pair of cousins, a senior military officer named Charles Rivière Hérard, and his intellectual civilian cousin, Hérard Dumel. And these are, for example, the obscure names that I'm probably butchering. With a group of armed supporters, these guys all marched over to Jérémie and found themselves welcomed not just by the town, but by the military garrison. Boyer sent troops to contain the uprising, but they too defected to the rebels when they arrived. And back in Port-au-Prince, Boyer himself was harassed by a mob of angry women who heckled him if he ever showed his face in public. After 25 years in power, it took maybe 2 months of armed insurrection to oust Boyer, and he abdicated the presidency in March of 1843. In what would become a time-honored tradition for Haitian presidents, Boyer boarded a boat to Kingston, Jamaica. From there, he moved on to Paris, where he died in exile in 1850. He was the last of the men who had sat at the table to celebrate the ceasefire with Leclerc in the spring of 1802, and it was time for a new generation to take over. The Revolution of 1843 could have marked a huge point of departure for Haiti. The displacement of the aging revolutionary generation by young men born free, democracy replacing dictatorship, civilian rule replacing military rule. But it was not to be. I mean, it started out great. The revolutionary liberals held a constitutional convention in Port-au-Prince that was open to the public, and there crafted a very liberal constitution, which guaranteed the right to political assembly, trial by jury, and direct election of senators, and for the first time direct election of the president, who would be selected by an electoral college-style system of delegates. They also maintained the ban on foreign ownership of property, which they still viewed as essential to maintaining national sovereignty. But voting was also going to be limited to property owners and professionals, which seemed good and right to these young urban liberals, but effectively cut out the vast majority of the population from political participation. The new constitution was finished by the end of the year, and in December 1843, Charles Rivière Hérard became president of a regenerated Republic of Haiti. But things quickly went awry. With the convulsions rocking the French side of Hispaniola, the Spanish side of the island spied an opportunity, and in February 1844, they rebelled against 20 years of Haitian rule. So shortly after his inauguration, President Hérard had to march east to try to keep control of the whole island. But his ensuing campaign was a complete failure. He was unable to get a hold of the situation and was forced into retreat. Santo Domingo declared independence in May 1844, and while they would be ruled by many regimes and multiple countries over the next 150 years, they would never again be ruled by the Haitians. While he was off on this campaign, the president left his cousin, Hérard Dumel, in charge of Port-au-Prince, and it quickly became clear to everyone that the Hérards were discovering the efficacy of authoritarian rule. I mean, it is easier to just crush your enemies rather than negotiate with them. So by the time the president returned from his embarrassing campaigns in Santo Domingo, both cousins were wildly unpopular, both with liberal idealists and the establishment military, who resented the attempt by all these young civilians to push the old military aside. And then they got really whacked in the side of the head. A peasant uprising began as soon as the new constitution was promulgated in December 1843. The liberal revolutionaries had enjoyed support from the rural peasants when they overthrew Boyer, but now those peasants found themselves all but cut out of the deal. So a prominent black farmer down on the southern peninsula named Louis Jean-Jacques Aku started gathering an army of angry rural workers. He denounced the old colored elites and said, "We need to push those guys off the island and divvy up all the land for ourselves." And there's a story here that during one of these speeches, black members of the audience started eyeing a light-skinned colored worker in their midst. But Aku said, no. If he's a poor, illiterate worker who speaks Creole, then he's black like us. And if any rich, educated, French-speaking black is down in the city, well, he's a mulatto. So this again fits with a lot of what we've seen. Skin color is very important to Haitian politics, but it's always augmented by social and class distinctions. By the spring of 1844, Aku's army was on the move. These armed peasants were dubbed the piquet, after the long, sharpened pickets that they carried in battle. Allegedly, they were all dipped in poison. The piquet followed almost the same line that the liberal revolutionaries had, marching from the plains around Le Caille towards Port-au-Prince. And while they marched, a completely separate military insurrection then began in the north, and the short-lived Hérard government became, well, the short-lived Hérard government. Rivière Hérard abdicated the presidency in May 1844, and shortly thereafter both he and his cousin got on the boat to Kingston, because the motto for all ambitious Haitian leaders is today Port-au-Prince, tomorrow Kingston. A more conservative group of old Boyer ministers and military officers came together after the expulsion of the Hérards to try to regain power. But recognizing that poor black hatred of the colored elites was a thing, they tried to mollify that hatred by digging up an old black veteran of the revolution, whose name I won't trouble you with, to be president. After this guy served a year as mere figurehead, he died and was replaced with a near clone, a guy named Jean-Louis Perrault, who had once been a prince in King Henri's nobility. Now, Perrault did exercise some initiative, and he promoted Aku to a senior post in the military and gave the peasant leader political power back in his home region surrounding Le Caille. But this ticked off the colored puppet masters, who then staged a little uprising outside Port-au-Prince in 1846, forcing Perrault to abdicate in favor of another old black general whose name I also won't trouble you with. After the overthrow of his benefactor, Aku went back into revolt, but this time the military was far more unified. The latest uprising failed, and Aku committed suicide. After the death of Aku, the clique of military commanders and old Boyer loyalists thought that they now had a firm grip on things. They inaugurated a new constitution in 1846 that essentially revived Pétion's authoritarian constitution, with, for example, the Senate appointing the president again. And then in 1847, the colored elite-dominated Senate went round and found another old black general named Faustin Soulouque to serve as president, but here things went off the rails. Soulouque seemed like kind of an amiable dullard, but he also happened to be the head of the elite presidential guard. And when he became president in early 1847, Soulouque cut the strings of the puppet masters. With the help of the loyal presidential guard, the new president deployed the authoritarian powers granted to him by the Constitution and purged the Senate of the very men who had just elevated him. Then, in the spring of 1848, he straight up executed a cohort of elite colored leaders identified as powerful threats to his rule. Having effectively neutralized the coloreds, in August 1849, President Soulouque had himself declared Emperor Faustin I of Haiti, and then proceeded to create a Christophe-style nobility to help him rule the country, draping his new empire in a blend of African and European imagery. And most famously, or perhaps most infamously, Emperor Faustin embraced voodoo, the religion of the rural blacks that had always been looked down on by the more urbane colored elite. Soulouque was supposed to have been a pliable old man, and instead he ruled Haiti with an iron fist for the next decade. But despite his imperial pretensions, Emperor Faustin failed in his one major foreign policy objective, to retake Santo Domingo, which was now calling itself the Dominican Republic. He launched a string of military campaigns against Old Santo Domingo, but by now the Haitian military was basically good at maintaining domestic power, but very bad at actually fighting a war. They were not very well trained or equipped, and they got beat every time they marched east. After a decade in the political wilderness, the light-skinned coloreds finally organized enough resistance to make a move against Emperor Faustin. They rallied behind General Fabre Geffrard, who staged a coup in 1859 and exiled Emperor Faustin to, you guessed it, Kingston, Jamaica. Geffrard then dismantled the imperial apparatus and returned Haiti to a Pétion Boyer-style republic run by the educated urban coloreds, pointedly making a major push to outlaw voodoo completely, which he saw as backwards and an obstacle to Haiti being taken seriously by the rest of the world. But Geffrard's move back towards this vision of modern respectability had nothing to do with the United States finally deciding to extend political recognition to independent Haiti, which they finally did do during Geffrard's presidency. Because just after Geffrard seized power, the United States entered into a murder-suicide pact with itself and launched the Civil War in 1861. With all the Southern delegates having quit the Union, there was no one left in Congress to oppose recognition of Haiti, and so in 1862 the abolitionist senator, Charles Sumner, induced Lincoln's State Department to go ahead and recognize the Republic of Haiti on June the 5th, 1862, just about 58 years after the French had withdrawn and the Haitians first declared independence. So Haiti was now recognized by everyone. Back in the now truly recognized Republic of Haiti, President Geffrard continued Emperor Faustin's policy of trying to bring the Dominican Republic back under Haitian control, but he too was unsuccessful. In 1861, a group of old Spanish loyalists seized power and voted themselves back into the Spanish Empire, but this turned out to be super short-lived, and in 1865 a rival faction seized power and once again declared themselves the independent Dominican Republic. Not that Haiti was in much of a position to take advantage of all this. Geffrard spent most of his presidency fending off various coups and insurrections launched by regional commanders. In 1865, one of these insurrections actually got some traction. Led by an officer in the north named Major Sylvain Salnave, the insurrection was bad enough that Geffrard had to talk the Royal Navy into helping him quash it. The British sailed a couple of ships along the coast and lobbed some cannonballs at Salnave's position. Salnave responded then by openly appealing to the United States for help, even going so far as to offer them the great naval port of Mole Saint-Nicolas in exchange for their aid. But the United States rejected the offer, something they would not have done just a few years later. But Salnave won his war with Geffrard anyway, and after 8 years in power, President Geffrard got on the boat to Kingston in 1867. Salnave, though, he never made it to Kingston. 2 years later, opponents of his new regime shelled the presidential palace, lighting up a stockpile of gunpowder, blowing the place all to hell, and killing Salnave in the process. Now, following the death of Salnave is one of the most mind-blowing things to ever happen in the history of Haitian politics. The Senate elected a general named Nisage Saget, president in 1869. Saget served out his full term and retired peacefully in 1874. Mind-blowing, I know. After that, it was back to the funhouse. By the second half of the 19th century, though, there was a degree of unity amongst some of these political factions. Now, for sure, the overriding principle was military officers using regional power bases to pounce on Port-au-Prince, take it, and then later get pounced on and exit stage left to Kingston. But two broad political worldviews did start to organize themselves, and both in fairly explicit racial terms. On the one hand, there was the Nationalist Party. These guys were primarily blacks, and they drew their support from the rural workers. The Nationalists were avowedly populist and ran in opposition to the colored elites of the cities. Now, opposing them was the Liberal Party, who were drawn from those colored elites. They were centered in the cities, they were professional and educated and spoke French and were cosmopolitan. Their motto was literally government by the most competent. They believed the vast majority of the population, which was now about 700,000, was simply unfit to participate in government. But one of the biggest things that these guys fought over was how do we position ourselves as a very small, weak country in a world of giant predators. Now, even as late as the 1870s, Haiti continued to have very strong cultural and economic ties to France. Now, the German merchants, of course, continued to play an outsized role in Haitian economics, but fully 50% of Haitian imports still came from France. All the elites spoke French and took their intellectual and cultural cues from the French, to say nothing of the fact that a huge chunk of Haitian tax revenue was shipped back to Paris every year. And if you can believe it, the burden of debt only got worse after the 1825 indemnity was finally paid off. To make the last payment, the Haitian government contracted a huge loan from the French in 1875, and then in 1876, they took out an even bigger loan just to handle the servicing on the loan from 1875. So the last indemnity payment was finally made in 1883, but by then the Haitian debt had nearly tripled. And those were just the big long-term loans. With so much of the government's tax revenue going to pay off the long-term debts, various Haitian governments had to contract short-term debt just to pay annual expenses. And the international banking community, they loved this. They just kicked back and collected high interest rates and fees that the Haitians, to their credit, no pun intended, assiduously paid back, even if it left them almost nothing to spend in Haiti itself. But to protect their various investments, the European bankers were not just going to sit back and hope for the best. And at various points in the late 19th century, the Germans and French and Americans all floated gunships in and around Haiti to intimidate the Haitians into making sure they paid their debts. And then in 1880, the French essentially seized control of Haiti's national finances when they incorporated the National Bank of Haiti. This bank would serve as the depository of tax receipts. It would print all Haitian currency and issue all personal and commercial loans, and this bank was wholly owned and operated by the French. If I've read my sources right, Haiti's currency wasn't even printed in Haiti. It was printed in France and then shipped across the Atlantic. Now, the guy who orchestrated the creation of the bank was a modernizing black nationalist named Lysias Salomon. Salomon was a member of the very small black elite in Haiti, as opposed to the colored elite, and he had been a minister under Emperor Faustin, and was then exiled after the collapse of the empire in 1859. But rather than taking the boat to Kingston and just sitting there, Salomon spent his exile in London and Paris, and when he came home 20 years later, he was full of ideas. Salomon seized the government in 1879 in the midst of factional street fighting in Port-au-Prince, and then ruled from 1879 to 1888. During his reign, he focused on trying to bring Haiti up to modern standards, and he embarked on a bunch of reforms, focused on improving education and public administration and the internal infrastructure of the country. And it was under his auspices that the National Bank of Haiti was established to stabilize, and he hoped to protect, Haiti's finances. But the establishment of the National Bank of Haiti in many ways marks the end of French predominance. They would continue to run the bank, but by now the United States of America was looming very large in the Western Hemisphere. The Americans had been refusing to get too involved in Caribbean affairs after the Civil War, declining, as we saw, Salnov's offer to hand over Mole San Nicolas, and then they followed this up by declining the Dominican Republic's offer in 1869 to just be annexed into the United States in exchange for financial relief. As late as the 1880s, the Americans were still rejecting offers to get too directly involved in Haiti. In 1883, Salomon tried to entice American investment and concessions by offering the American Navy either Mole San Nicolas or Tortuga, take your pick, but the Americans again declined. But American reticence to get actively involved in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere was fast disappearing by the end of the 1880s. In 1888, a revolt toppled President Salomon, though being the man of the world that he was, Salomon headed for Paris rather than Kingston to spend his exile, though he did die just a few months later. A new government briefly held power, but then they were overthrown by another general who had gone into revolt named Florville Hippolyte. And it was the arrival of Hippolyte that marks the beginning of a more aggressive American posture towards Haiti. Because General Hippolyte's revolt was armed and supplied by the Americans, to whom he had made a number of promises. This more active participation in Haiti was a part of a much wider American reinterpretation of the Monroe Doctrine. Now, the Monroe Doctrine was essentially defensive in nature, right? The United States would stand between Europe and the Americas. Well, new internationalist-minded Secretary of State James Blaine entered office in 1889 and brought with him the Big Brother policy, which sought to bring the nations of the Western Hemisphere together under the auspices of American political and business leadership. This shift from passive to active leadership would then culminate with the Roosevelt Corollary in 1904, which we'll talk about here in a minute. Now, mostly, this new clique of internationalist-minded Americans were hot to pry Cuba and Puerto Rico away from Spain. But in Haiti, this shift in focus meant the United States was now ready to say yes to repeated Haitian offers to take Mole San Nicolas. Except now, the Hippolyte government didn't want to do it. Now, the Americans claim that Hippolyte had specifically promised the port in return for aid in his revolt, and that he was now reneging on the deal. But the new Haitian foreign minister, Antonio Firmin, who also happens to be one of the greatest intellectual and political forces in the history of the Caribbean, but let's not get sidetracked, denied the promise had ever been made. To negotiate for the Americans, President Benjamin Harrison and Secretary of State Blaine decided to send Frederick Douglass, who also happens to be one of the greatest intellectual and political forces in the history of the United States, but let's not get sidetracked on that either. Off and on from 1889 to 1891, Douglass and Firmin tried to work out a deal that would be acceptable to both sides. But American business interests soon became disenchanted with Douglass's willingness to see the Haitian side of things, and they pressured the Harrison administration to send somebody tougher. So the Americans pushed Douglass aside and sent an admiral in the U.S. Navy to take over. But the harder line just made the Haitians more resistant. So the admiral played what he thought would be his trump card. He steamed 4 gunships into the harbor of Port-au-Prince and basically said, "Give us Mole San Nicolas or I start firing." But incredibly, Firmin came back and said, "No, do your worst." Firmin had numerous contacts in the American business and political community, and he had it on very good authority that the ships were there to look tough but not fire, and that it was safe to call the bluff. So he called the bluff, and after lingering for a few days, the admiral finally pulled out in a huff in April 1891. Now, through all of these years, the tension between rural Haiti and urban Haiti and the political center of Port-au-Prince and the various regional districts continued, and every national government fought off various coups and insurrections from all sides, usually until one of them finally succeeded and the process would repeat. And it was during the reign of President Salomon that a semi-permanent name was attached to the various rural rebels who would rise up in support of some local leader. They were called the Cacaos. I hope I am pronouncing that right. C-A-C-O. The Cacaos were a type of fighter rather than an ideological or political force per se. An ambitious military officer serving in some particular district would raise the local Cacaos to fight for him, always promising 10,000 unicorns if he won. But of course, if he did win, he would leave the rural Cacao fighters behind and forget all about the promises he had made. And it was while riding a horse on his way to deal with one of these uprisings that President Hippolyte had a heart attack and died in 1896. He was succeeded by his Secretary of War, who survived long enough to actually reach the end of his constitutional term limit in 1902. This guy tried to stay in power, but he was forced out of office by other ambitious leaders who wanted the job. But not unlike 1843, the resulting political crisis of 1902 brought with it a cohort of young reformist liberals who wanted their hero, Antonio Firmin, to be president. In the wake of the president's resignation in 1902, a movement started up to take appointment of the president away from the Senate and make it an actual democratically elected office. And this movement got enough traction that a convention was called in Port-au-Prince to decide how to proceed. And this convention decided on an American-style electoral-type election system, open to men who met certain economic requirements. But a senior clique of military officers who wanted no part of the intellectual civilian Firmin instead organized themselves behind the positively ancient general named Pierre Nor Alexis. Alexis was 82 years old. He had been born way back in 1820 and just so happened to be the illegitimate grandson of Henri Christophe. Street fighting soon broke out between soldiers and the young liberals, and when the election was finally held in June 1902, the military deployed itself in force all around the polling stations to maintain order. With the election clearly being stolen out from under them, Firmin's partisans armed and fought back. But Firmin was not a general, and his partisans were not soldiers. Not helping the cause was the fact that both the Americans and Germans supported Alexis, who was prepared to make the kind of international concessions Firmin had refused just a few years earlier. In one famous incident, a small warship run by one of Firmin's supporters called the Crête-Pirot, that name ring a bell? Good, was identified by Alexis to the Germans as a pirate vessel, and the German Navy attacked the ship. Totally overmatched, rather than be taken alive, the captain of the Crête-Pirot blew it up, which is kind of a nice metaphor for the whole tradition of liberal reform in Haiti. Alexis became president, and Firmin was driven into exile, though he went to St. Thomas rather than Kingston, and there he died in 1911. Now, by the time that General Alexis became President Alexis, the whole Western Hemisphere was already wrestling with the fact that a hyperactive, aristocratic cowboy polymath wielding the biggest stick in the world had just moved into the White House. Because on September the 14th, 1901, William McKinley had died, and Theodore Roosevelt became President of the United States. Now, Roosevelt, as I'm sure you know, was an enthusiastic booster of American imperialism, and had already helped trigger the Spanish-American War that transferred the last bits of the Spanish Empire into American hands. Well, in 1904, Roosevelt codified a new approach to Pan-American politics when a financial and political crisis erupted in the Dominican Republic. The Dominicans were about to default to like the whole world, and the French, Germans, Italians, and Dutch were all individually one missed payment away from invading and occupying the country to guarantee Dominican repayment of debt. Roosevelt said no, that would be a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. But here's what we're going to do. The United States will invade and occupy the country, and we will guarantee Dominican repayment of debt. Whereupon the Marines invaded and occupied the Dominican Republic. To guarantee repayment of the Dominican debt, the Marines took over supervision of their custom houses and all banking operations. This new approach to Pan-American politics is called the Roosevelt Corollary, the position that the U.S. will not just defend the Western Hemisphere against European powers, but that it reserves the right to actively intervene in any country in the Western Hemisphere if civilization seems to depend on it. The Roosevelt Corollary gives a formal definition to a whole new era of Pan-American politics. By the time the corollary was issued in 1904, the Americans had already annexed Puerto Rico and occupied Cuba. And though Cuba would not be annexed, it would be occupied by the Marines 3 separate times between 1898 and 1922, and would then remain under close American supervision really until Castro comes along. In 1903, Roosevelt broke Panama away from Colombia to bring the world's dream of a Central American canal linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans to fruition. And as we just saw, the Dominican Republic had its finances managed by the United States starting in 1904, and that would be followed by an even deeper American military occupation that would last from 1916 to 1924. Nicaragua was occupied from 1912 to 1933, and while Honduras was never formally occupied, it was subjected to repeated Marine incursions between 1903 and 1925. Now, most of this was done in support of American businesses, most especially the fruit companies like United Fruit and Standard Fruit, and it was from this era that the term Banana Republic emerged. coined by the writer O. Henry to describe the various Latin American governments who were all but subsidiaries of the American fruit companies, with the U.S. Marines acting as company security. But of interest to us here at the Revolutions podcast are two military interventions in particular. One of them we won't get to for a little while, but just know that in 1915, that is right smack dab in the middle of the Mexican Revolution, the Americans invaded and occupied Veracruz, and there is a very good case to be made that this was the decisive turning point in the Mexican Revolution. But we'll have plenty of time to talk all about the guns of Veracruz when we get to the Mexican Revolution, whenever we get to the Mexican Revolution. But we are still today trying to wrap up the Haitian Revolution, so we need to talk about the U.S. occupation of Haiti, which ran from 1915 to 1934, and about which we are never told anything. Now, the positively ancient President Alexis managed to get even more positively ancient, and he managed to stay in power for 6 more years. But in December 1908, approaching now his 90th birthday, Alexis was put on the boat to Kingston. Following his departure, the Republic of Haiti entered a political death spiral that would be helped along by American business and political interests, eager to use the Roosevelt corollary to make a fortune in Haiti. In 1909, 2 U.S. banks purchased a controlling interest in the National Bank of Haiti from the French, symbolically completing the transfer of foreign hegemony from the French to the Americans. Now, by the turn of the century, nearly 3/4 of Haitian imports were now coming from the U.S. rather than from France, and their loans also increasingly came from U.S. banks. Debt servicing on those loans was now taking a staggering toll. By the 1890s, about 25% of the annual budget was being allotted to debt servicing. By 1898, that number was up to 50%, and by 1915, it was fully 80%. That is, 80% of Haiti's tax revenue was immediately being handed off to its international creditors, which now meant the United States. What the Americans wanted to do was use Haiti's outstanding debt as leverage to break the century-old prohibition on foreign ownership. But the Haitians remained fiercely proud of their independence and believed that prohibiting foreign ownership of their country was the centerpiece of that independence. And this was not some vague theory. The Haitians were watching the threat of foreign encroachment unfold before their very eyes. In 1910, the Haitian government wanted to complete a long-stalled project to build a railroad linking Port-au-Prince to Le Cap. To get the job done, they granted very generous leasing terms to an American industrialist named James McDonald. McDonald's company got a 50-year lease to a swath of land 12 miles wide, straddling the proposed rail line, where he would have near total autonomy to do whatever he wanted. McDonald planned to use this land to build a huge network of banana plantations. But this swath of land was not uninhabited wilderness. It was populated by communities and families who had lived there for generations. But to clear the land, McDonald and the Haitian government began a program of forced dispossession. And since most of the families did not have clear title to the land, they had just been living there for 100 years, all of this was on the legal up and up. The dispossession, though, triggered resistance, revolts, and attacks on the project. McDonald, though, eventually gave up and handed the railroad off to the National Bank of Haiti, which was now, as we know, owned and operated by the United States. Meanwhile, the Haitian national government itself was just failing. Between 1911 and 1915, 7 different men served as president. Every one of them was quickly overthrown by a rival leader, and then wound up either dead or on the boat to Kingston. And through each one of them, though, the Americans continued to pressure for more concessions, and hinting darkly that it might be time to hand over control of the custom houses to responsible agents of the American government. And in fact, it was that pressure that helped destabilize each successive regime. Any president looking like he was about to give in to the Americans would be overthrown by populist insurgents, and any president who looked like he was about to stand up to the Americans quickly found rivals receiving American support. In the midst of all this, a Marine unit disembarked in Port-au-Prince in December 1914, walked into the National Bank of Haiti, and removed $500,000 worth of gold deemed by American creditors to be no longer safe in Haitian hands. But since the bank was owned by Americans, this is not technically theft, right? Right. So the Americans then twisted the knife. The National Bank of Haiti would withhold all cash and loans from the Haitian government until they made the very sensible decision to open the country up to direct U.S. investment. The last straw finally broke in July of 1915. On July the 27th, 1915, the last pre-occupation president of Haiti, Jean-Guillaume Sam, tried to clamp down on domestic opposition to his just months-old rule by executing 167 political enemies in Port-au-Prince. Every one of those executed victims came from a prominent Haitian family, and the streets erupted in rage. Sam fled to the French embassy for protection, but a gang pushed their way in, beat him unconscious, and then threw his limp body into the streets, where he was torn to pieces by the mob. The administration of Woodrow Wilson, who was now President of the United States and a great defender of democracy, the little guy, and the right to national self-determination, took the grisly murder of President Sam as the pretext the Americans needed to move in. On July the 28th, 1915, that is, one day later, in case you're wondering if these guys were just sitting around waiting for a pretext to invade, an American warship steamed into Port-au-Prince and offloaded a company of Marines. The Marines faced no resistance from the population, but no jolly welcome parties either. After securing Port-au-Prince, the Marines went round and occupied each coastal city in turn, targeting especially the seizure and occupation of the customs houses. Between the National Bank of Haiti and the customs houses, the United States now controlled the finances of Haiti. The admiral in charge of the occupation then dug up a compliant puppet to serve as Haiti's new president, and dictated a convention that would technically be signed as a treaty between two sovereign powers, but which put Haiti under American administration. This administration would be run by a receiver general and a financial counselor who basically had unlimited authority to do whatever they wanted. Through a mix of carrots and sticks, the U.S. induced the Haitian Senate to ratify the convention in November 1915. Now, most of the Haitian army recognized that they were no match for the United States Marines and did not attempt to resist. But the commander down in Léogâne, a guy named Charlemagne Péralte, blocked the Marines' approach to his city, and he refused to stand down. But this was, for now, just a gesture of protest. When he was fired for insubordination, Péralte quietly went home. For now. Out in the rural areas, though, the irregular Cacos resisted the American invasion, and a brief flurry of guerrilla attacks met the Marines as they started to move inland. The first wave of resistance ended in November, though, just as the convention was being signed. As I mentioned last week, one of the old forts built by Dessalines up in the northern mountains finally got some use, as a band of about 200 Cacao occupied it. But a small Marine detachment led by Major Smedley Butler infiltrated the fort and took it without losing a single man. Now, unfortunately, I don't have time to wander off on a tangent about Smedley Butler, but if you're bored one day, Google Smedley Butler, S-M-E-D-L-E-Y, Butler, B-U-T-L-E-R. You can narrow the search by including such terms as war is a racket and gangster for capitalism. And when you're done, you can move on to business plot. Have fun. After taking control of Haiti, the Marines then wanted to build a network of modern roads to make their occupation more efficient, but amazingly, could not find Haitian peasants who wanted to do the work. So the occupation authorities dusted off a law that had been on the books since 1864 that legalized corvée labor. You remember corvée labor from the very, very beginning of the French Revolution? We talked about it way back in episode 3.2. It was one of the most hated of all the feudal obligations, where local lords could compel peasants to work on public projects without pay or compensation. Apparently, not realizing that this law had never actually been used, the Marines just started conscripting Haitians to build roads, for free, under armed guard. So the Haitians were not just being paranoid when they said that the arrival of any foreign power would lead directly to re-enslavement. Now, mostly what the Americans wanted, though, was to end the ban on foreign ownership. But they found that even their willing collaborators in the Haitian government did not want to give up this all-important clause. The puppet president tried to outflank opposition in the Senate by calling for a new election in early 1917, only to find the election brought in even more opposition. The new Senate refused to even consider lifting the ban, so Major Smedley Butler led a unit of Marines into the legislature and dispersed them at gunpoint. Viva democracy. With the legislature dissolved, the Americans then proposed a new approach. Experts in Washington would draft a new constitution for Haiti and submit it as a public referendum. This new constitution would obviously drop the ban on foreign ownership, but it would also indemnify the Marines and any Haitian collaborators from criminal prosecution. And it also put all domestic power in the hands of the president, who would have the sole power to call for new legislative elections. The subsequent referendum vote was a complete farce. Okay, check this out. For starters, the election was run by armed American Marines. Then, to deal with the fact that most of the population was illiterate, a white card dropped into the ballot box would be a yes vote, and a black card would be a no vote. But, you see, only the white cards were put out on the table to be picked up. You had to ask for the black card from the armed Marine who kept them like in a little box under the table. So just shy of 100,000 people voted on the new constitution, which was about 5% of a population that now numbered about 2 million. The final tally, 98,294 yes to 769 no. Viva democracy. Now, while this was all unfolding politically, the Americans were also totally reorganizing the Haitian military. The essence of it was to keep the rank-and-file soldiers in place, but replace all the officers with U.S. Marines. This reorganized force was called the Gendarmerie, which is just a French name for an armed police force. The creation of this Gendarmerie, though, was important not just as a tool to maintain the occupation, but it also fundamentally undid the old balance between Port-au-Prince and the outer districts and the rural-urban split. Essentially, the Gendarmerie commanders took their orders from the central occupation authorities in Port-au-Prince without connection to or reliance on the local population they monitored. When the occupation ended, this centralized police state structure remained intact, with Haitian officers simply stepping back in to replace the departing Marines. This new military police model would, for the first time, make nationwide tyranny a real possibility. But the creation of the Gendarmerie created as many problems as it solved. Those displaced Haitian officers obviously weren't happy about any of this, and in October 1917, Charlemagne Perrault, the man who had been fired for standing his ground in Léogâne, was arrested on suspicion of fomenting revolt. Then, in September 1918, Perrault escaped from prison and did go into open revolt. Organizing the dissident Haitian officers and various Kako fighters in the north, Perrault started a true insurrectionary uprising, finding tons of new recruits amongst the totally ticked-off corvée laborers. And as these things always go, the American Marines had no good way to tell insurgent combatant from peasant non-combatant, and so their counterinsurgency tactics became reckless and indiscriminate. Summary executions would often follow flimsy accusations. Entire villages would be burned on suspicion of aiding the rebels. The Americans also introduced the latest in military technology, using planes to drop bombs on suspected rebel hideouts, which were often just, rural villages. This obviously created the same vicious cycle that the Leclerc expedition ran into, where yesterday's civilian becomes tomorrow's insurgent after today's atrocity. And the thing is, it's not like every Haitian supported the insurgency. The rebel units usually acquired supplies by raiding and stealing from peaceful communities, strong-arming the population into supplying them. But most of those rural communities wound up hating the Americans more because of all this recklessly indiscriminate repression. Unable to defeat the insurgency, the Americans decided to cut the head off the snake. 2 Marines and a local Haitian collaborator conspired to draw Perrault into a trap. They staged a fake battle where the collaborator was allowed to beat the Marines. Impressed, Perrault brought this guy into his inner circle. The collaborator then tipped off the 2 Marines about the location of Perrault's house. The Marines snuck in one night and shot the rebel general dead. For this, they each received the Medal of Honor. Perrault's body was then famously photographed, and copies of the pictures were dropped from planes all over Haiti to prove that the rebel chief was in fact dead. The active insurgency carried on for another year, but finally burned out in 1920. The Americans occupied Haiti for the next decade, and given the state of American racial politics at the time, it should come as no surprise that many of the leaders of the occupation were crazy racist. And they wrote back home that the Haitians weren't even children like American Negroes. The Haitians were little better than animals. The Americans tried to reintroduce large plantation economics, and up in the north, large-scale sugar operations again, but the Haitians weren't really having it. The occupation authorities concluded that this was because the population was too backward to understand modern farming techniques, but mostly we're just back to bleep you bleep hole, I'm not gonna do it. So all in all, it's safe to say that the occupation of Haiti was wildly unpopular in Haiti, and during the occupation, tens of thousands of Haitians migrated out of the country, usually either across the island to the Dominican Republic or across the water to Cuba, only to find the U.S. Marines were there too, and the only work to be done was on large-scale industrial plantations. There was just no escaping it. But all of this was becoming unpopular in the United States too. In the wake of World War I, the interventionist-minded Roosevelt corollary was giving way to a more isolationist sentiment in the United States. And in the 1920 election, part of the successful Republican platform was ending all of these Caribbean occupations. Republican presidential candidate Warren Harding specifically cited the moral horror that was the rape of Haiti. So the final occupation in Cuba came to an end in 1922. The occupation of the Dominican Republic ended in 1924. The last incursion into Honduras also came in 1924. And by the end of the 1920s, American public opinion had turned decisively against international occupations. When Franklin Roosevelt was swept into office in 1932, he brought with him a rebuke of his famous cousin's corollary that he called the good neighbor policy, which is just as friendly as it sounds. The occupation of Nicaragua then ended in 1932, and then finally in 1934, the United States pulled out of Haiti. But by the time Franklin Roosevelt came to power, though, the occupation in Haiti was already winding down. An anti-American demonstration in Lacaille in December 1929 got out of hand, and the Marines wound up firing on a crowd, killing a dozen or more people. After this, the Americans clearly lost their taste for the occupation, and in 1930, the first elections in 15 years were held, and this time the Marines were ordered to stay in their barracks. But though anti-occupation leaders naturally swept these elections, they did lay the groundwork for the continuation of American business in the country, even after the American Marines pulled out, offering, for example, a monopoly on banana exports to Standard Fruit. The Constitution written by the Americans was replaced in 1932 by a new Constitution that returned Haiti to its standard form of President, Senate, and Chamber of Deputies, but critically, the ban on foreign ownership was not brought back. So even as the last of the Marines pulled out in 1934, American business interests stayed behind. But unfortunately, the aftermath of all these American occupations led to an era of ruthless dictatorships throughout the Caribbean. This was the era that saw the rise of, among others, Batista in Cuba, Somoza in Nicaragua, and then over in the Dominican Republic, Rafael Trujillo, who came to power in 1930 and would stay in power until he was assassinated in 1961. Trujillo was particularly ruthless, and he developed a tightly controlled military dictatorship that employed modern methods of fascist propaganda to create a cult of personality that would soon be emulated in Haiti's own coming dictatorial nightmare, run by Papa Doc Duvalier. Trujillo's atrocities intersected with the history of Haiti directly in 1937. After reaching a seemingly innocuous treaty with the Haitians, firmly establishing the border between the two countries, Trujillo went home and said that he intended to purge all Haitians who had happened to have migrated to his side of the island. But this was not about forcing them to return home. Trujillo sent his armed forces up into the borderlands. They closed the border, and then proceeded to systematically massacre every Haitian they found. In English, this is called the Parsley Massacre. Now, the number remains hotly disputed to this day, but anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 people were killed in just a few days over October 1937. Now, this particular massacre, though, was more or less swept under the rug, and like a good neighbor, the United States helped broker a small restitution payment by Trujillo to the Haitians, where nobody really admitted what had just happened. And unfortunately, in a few years, the Haitians would have their own far greater horrors to contend with. Now, though the United States had pulled out of Haiti, the two presidents who ran the country from 1930 to 1946 were both drawn from the colored elite, and they maintained strong ties to the United States. During World War II, Haiti declared war on the Axis and tried to make itself an indispensable source of rubber for the Allies, but the plan to turn Haiti into a rubber factory failed both economically and socially. Like the McDonald Railroad contract, forced dispossession of the rural poor to make way for rubber plantations caused unrest and havoc, and once the war ended, the market for rubber dried up anyway. Then in the summer of 1946, another little revolutionary upswing took hold. Student-led demonstrations ousted the U.S.-backed government and brought a black leader into power for the first time since before the U.S. occupation. This guy's name was Dumasse Estime. But unlike previous revolutionary youth movements, these new guys were not fired up by classical liberalism, but rather left-wing communist ideology. And they were part of a wider pan-American rise of leftist opposition to the capitalist imperialism of the United States that was turning all their governments into stooges of the damn Yankee bankers. But this new left-leaning black government of Estime ran into the double problem of the country being too broke to deliver on any of its social promises, and the all-powerful United States hunkering down for the Cold War and thus not having any interest in helping out a bunch of radical leftists in Haiti. Attacked from the right for being too far to the left, and from the left for being too far to the right, Estime soon lost favor and abdicated in 1950, giving way to a general named Paul Magloire, who immediately reversed course and secured favorable treatment from the U.S. by running a stridently anti-communist regime. When Magloire then tried to extend his term of office beyond its constitutional limit in 1956, his opponents united to drive him out of office. Now, after this, it looked like the presidency was either going to go to Louis Dejouet, representing the wealthy colored elite, or a massively popular leftist labor leader and former math teacher named Daniel Fignolet. But instead, luck, cunning, and violence brought in dark horse candidate François Duvalier to power. François Duvalier was a medical doctor by training, and a member of a black nationalist intellectual movement that had emerged during and after the U.S. occupation. His main claim to fame before becoming president was the leading role he had played in a UN relief effort to wipe out a particular tropical skin disease, which earned him international acclaim and lots of support in the rural areas where he had worked, hence his nickname, Papa Doc Duvalier. But Duvalier was not a nice guy, and he had zero political scruples. He saw an opportunity to seize the presidency in the chaotic 1957 election, and he took it. But he didn't do it with speeches and promises. Instead, he organized these anonymous armed gangs, called the Masks, because they wore masks, to intimidate, assault, and kill Duvalier's opponents. After the left-wing Daniel Fignolet was exiled from the country by his right-wing opponents in the military, Duvalier shoved his way in, and with the help of his masked thugs, won the election in September 1957. After his inauguration, Duvalier wasted no time cloaking himself in a mystical cult of personality that soon had him claiming to be the living personification of Haiti and stoking rumors that he might actually have voodoo power. But Duvalier didn't have any voodoo power. He just had a brand of political terrorism that made him one of the most infamous dictators in history. Once in power, he reorganized the government to make it purely authoritarian, and then reorganized the Masks, turning them into a private police force that was officially called the National Security Volunteers, but which everyone else called the Tonton Macoute, after a particularly scary voodoo monster who devoured children. During Duvalier's reign, the Tonton Macoutes embarked on a campaign of deliberately random terror, abducting, killing, raping, vandalizing, all without warning and often for no real reason. Duvalier also secured for himself the power to suspend civil rights anytime he declared a state of siege, which he would randomly declare whenever he wanted. In 1961, Duvalier then staged a referendum to extend his presidential term to 1967, using the trick that the Marines had once used. You had to tell the armed Tonton Macoute which ballot you wanted, the yes ballot or the no ballot, and nobody asked for the no ballot. Now, ironically, the Kennedy administration was so incensed by this that they cut off aid and withdrew the American ambassador, even though this was literally from the manual of the U.S. occupation, not 40 years old. But Duvalier got back into American good graces by embracing an anti-communist front, and anyone even remotely left-wing were prime targets for the Tonton Macoutes. But all this terror did not fully clamp down on opposition, and the usual round of rural insurrections broke out during Duvalier's reign and plagued him as much as they had plagued any Haitian president. Believing that the Dominicans were aiding these rebels, Duvalier burned a huge line along the border and ordered his men to kill anyone who stepped foot in the no man's land. Then another insurrection led by American-educated and trained guerrillas started down in the South in 1963, but was quickly crushed. The following year, Duvalier then held another public referendum, this time to make him president for life. And for this election, he dispensed with all democratic pretensions. Only one pre-printed yes ballot was issued. Your job as a voter was to pick it up and drop it in the ballot box. From a population now numbering about 3.8 million, Duvalier claimed in this way 2.8 million yes votes, though a few thousand defaced ballots with the word no scribbled on it did show up. Now, life for everyday Haitians during the Duvalier era was very difficult. The rural population struggled from long neglect and unsustainable environmental degradation. As the population grew, the interior mountains just stayed put, forcing people to clear steeper and steeper grades of land or overtax what little land they had, leaving the soil severely depleted. But the really big problem now was deforestation. Deforestation had been a threat for a long time, especially as the easy cash to be made from exporting firewood had made logging an easy business to get into. I didn't mention this, but on Dessalines' final tour of the South right before he was assassinated, he was actually cracking down on the illegal exportation of firewood. But even as late as the American occupation, probably 2/3 of Haiti's natural forests were still intact. But after World War II, everything hit critical mass. Hurricane Hazel came through in 1954 and dealt a debilitating blow to the forests, and it was kind of all downhill from there. And by this point, it wasn't even primarily because of over-exportation, because Haiti's chief source of fuel was, and remains, charcoal. So as the population grew and grew and grew, more trees had to be cut down. And if you Google a map of Haiti right now today, you can literally see the problem. Something like 98% of the indigenous forests have now been wiped out, leading to mass soil erosion, mineral depletion, and regular unstoppable flooding. So during the Duvalier era, the hard-pressed rural population had to either move to the cities in search of work, contributing to the mass overcrowding of Port-au-Prince, or seasonally migrate over to the Dominican Republic factory farms. But to get there, they had to buy a work permit from the government, and then the Dominican plantation owners had to match that fee. This all created a huge slush fund for Duvalier, who was now basically leasing his people to the Dominican Republic. Meanwhile, the urban centers were now kept under close watch for any seditious activity, leading almost every educated professional to find an opportune moment to pack up and leave the country. Something like 4/5 of the educated professionals and their families abandoned Haiti during the Duvalier era, and this is not good if you're trying to maintain some kind of stable and functioning economy. And this is to say nothing of the now tens of thousands of rural and urban poor who also fled the country, becoming the so-called boat people that Americans saw in the evening news a lot in the 1970s and 80s. And what is now called the Haitian diaspora. By the time Baby Doc Duvalier was overthrown in 1986, roughly 1 million Haitians had left the country. And while I'm here doing some numbers, I should also mention that it's reckoned that somewhere between 30 and 60,000 people were either killed or just vanished by the Tonton Macoutes during Duvalier's reign. By 1971, Papa Doc Duvalier's health was failing, and so he held yet another referendum on the right of his 19-year-old son Jean-Claude Duvalier to succeed him as president for life. I don't even think that there were ballots for this one. It was just unanimous approval. Then just a few months later, in April 1971, Papa Doc Duvalier died. A useless piece of garbage, if ever there was one. He brought with him nothing but murder and terror. He did nothing for his people but wreck an already poor country even more than it had already been wrecked. His son, soon dubbed Baby Doc Duvalier, was not much better, though the worst heat of the terror seemed to have been replaced by a low, constant flame of repressive political tactics, though the Tonton Macoutes were as omnipresent and horrible as ever. Their ranks had swollen to include 300,000, and they were eating up 2/3 of the annual national budget. Baby Doc Duvalier, though, was little more than a pampered playboy, who had been just 7 years old when his father had seized power and had grown up a prince, living fat on the profits from the government's, that is, the Duvalier's family's, monopoly on tobacco exports. But the Duvalier family anti-communism kept them inoculated from U.S. pressures to reform, and American business interests moved into Port-au-Prince, using cheap labor to manufacture all kinds of consumer products for American consumption, including, and I did not know this, every single baseball used in Major League Baseball between 1977 and 1990. Rawlings had a factory in Port-au-Prince when they became the official baseball supplier in 1977, and that factory would remain there for 13 years, before relocating to Costa Rica in 1990, citing political instability, and I can't really say that I blame them. So Baby Doc finally came under some pressure to ease up on the tyranny when notorious do-gooder Jimmy Carter was elected president. And the late 1970s were a little tiny flowering of openness that was violently shut again in 1981 when President Reagan replaced Carter. And once again, the Duvalier family anti-communism took precedence in American foreign policy calculations. But eventually, the toll of nearly 30 years of brutal dictatorship finally brought the Duvaliers down. A swine flu epidemic in the early 1980s was countered by the mass slaughter of every pig in the country, which turned out to be one of those the cure is worse than the disease things, and by then the AIDS epidemic was beginning to take hold and nobody knew what it was or how to stop it. Protests and demonstrations in the mid-1980s finally peaked in 1986, leading to violent reprisals by the Tonton Macoutes, but this time the reprisals opened the floodgates of public rage instead of shutting it all down. Overwhelmed, Baby Doc Duvalier tried to hang on, but everyone in the country now wanted him gone. And even the Reagan administration told him, yeah, it's time for you to go. The U.S. Air Force was kind enough to fly him off to exile in Paris, though, where he would soon lose all his ill-gotten wealth to a bitter divorce proceeding, and then live in modest exile for the next 25 years, fending off periodic attempts by the French to get rid of him. He would, for some reason, then return to Haiti in 2011, whereupon Duvalier was arrested for corruption, and he was still waiting to be brought to trial when he died of a heart attack in October 2014. Good riddance. So that brings us up more or less to contemporary Haiti, where the history is almost too recent to objectively analyze, though one guy does stand out as the dominant personality, and that's Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Aristide was born and raised during the Duvalier era, went to seminary, and was ordained a priest in 1982, and he brought with him to the pulpit liberation theology, which actively promoted social justice and a defense of the poor against the exploitation of rich and powerful elites. So naturally, Aristide quickly ran into trouble with the Duvalier regime and was forced into a 3-year exile that he spent mostly in Montreal. But with anti-Duvalier sentiment spreading, Aristide returned to Haiti in 1985 and gave a famous mass during Easter week that helped galvanize the opposition. But when Baby Doc was finally driven into exile in 1986, power first passed into the hands of a provisional council of government composed of 3 civilians and 3 military leaders who oversaw the first supposedly free election since the Duvaliers had come to power. But what followed then was a quick run of coups and counter-coups. The guy elected president in January 1988 got into it with the head of the army about who really controlled the officer corps, and the head of the army proved his point by deposing the new president in a coup. Meanwhile, in the background of all this, the old Duvalier loyalists and senior leaders of the Tonton Macoutes were still just hanging around and eyeing their own return to power. In July, a land reform movement started up in the north that was opposed by one of the huge landowners in the region. The military government endorsed this guy's right to keep all of his land and do with it as he saw fit, and with this blessing in hand, used paramilitary forces, mostly old Tonton Macoutes, to attack the land reform activists on July the 23rd, 1988, killing at least 140 and probably more than that. As this was unfolding, Aristide was busy dodging multiple assassination attempts and continuing to rail against the old tyrannical powers that still seemed to rule Haiti, even though the Duvaliers were now gone. And he wasn't wrong. On September the 11th, 1988, Aristide was set to give mass to 1,000 parishioners in the poor Port-au-Prince neighborhood of Saint-Jean when a group of about 100 old Tonton Macoutes pushed their way in and opened fire with machine guns. When the crowd broke up in panic, these guys then let fly with the machetes. And while Aristide himself escaped, at least a dozen people were killed and close to 100 injured, and the church burned to the ground. And then, the perpetrators of all this, called now the Saint-Jean Massacre, were allowed to go on TV and not just defend what they had done, but promise even more blood if Aristide ever gave another mass. In response to this, a group of young non-commissioned officers staged a coup of their own on September the 29th, 1988. They said it was to bring honor back to Haiti, but then they handed power off to General Prosper Avril. The irony here is that Avril was himself an old inner circle member of the Duvalier regime. He was in fact their principal agent for foreign affairs, and when he came to power he did not restore the honor of Haiti, so much as bring back the Duvaliers without the Duvaliers. He ruled for 3 years, and in that time pretty brazenly executed and tortured his political opponents into submission. But by 1990, Avril ran out of steam, and he was tossed out after a wave of street protests in Port-au-Prince. An interim government then oversaw the first really free and open election in Haitian history, and in late 1990, Jean-Bertrand Aristide won in a walk, with 67% of the vote. But since this is Haiti, there are no happy endings. Aristide embarked on a program of widespread reform that, among other things, tried to investigate all the atrocities committed by the Tonton Macoutes and then shut down the massive amount of cocaine being funneled through the country from Colombia with the help and protection of senior Haitian military and political leaders. And since we're now basically in current events rather than history, it's hard to, for example, assess how deeply the CIA was involved in the Haitian cocaine trade. But for sure, after the fall of Baby Doc Duvalier, the CIA helped organize, train, and partially fund a new intelligence service for Haiti called the SIN. This new intelligence service was trained for work in counter-narcotics, but then all those same guys turn up on a list of all the chief narcotics traffickers in Haiti, including the chief of the Port-au-Prince police force. And many of these principal players then got together in September 1991 and staged a coup that drove Aristide out of the country, the presumption being that he was probably about to crack down on their activities. These guys then set up a little military regime that was not recognized by the rest of the world, and the Americans responded by embargoing Haiti, which had the rotten side effect of throwing tens of thousands of Port-au-Prince factory workers out on the streets. Rawlings had already packed up and left the year before. In 1994, President Clinton then secured a UN resolution to support Operation Uphold Democracy to put the democratically elected Aristide back in power. The U.S. Armed Forces started mustering to go in, and a little three-man commission of ex-President Jimmy Carter, ex-chairman of the Joint Chiefs Colin Powell, and Senator Sam Nunn talked the little narco-military regime into giving up rather than face the full brunt of a U.S. invasion. With this regime headed into exile, the United States once again sent its military forces in to occupy Haiti, this time restoring Aristide to power. The following year, the restored Aristide then took the huge step, and I'm not really sure how he managed to pull this off, of just straight up disbanding the Haitian army, converting its disbanded pieces into a domestic police force on the one hand and a coast guard on the other. The army, that had been so instrumental in dictating the course of Haitian history and not always for the better, was now no more. It's still no more. Haiti right now today does not have an army. So, happy ending for Haiti, right? Aristide was succeeded in 1996 by a longtime ally named René Préval, who had himself been a part of the Haitian diaspora during the Duvalier era. And though he and Aristide had a falling out over Préval's willingness to privatize various government services in an attempt on the one hand to improve the economy and on the other to satisfy Haiti's international creditors. But their falling out wasn't so bad, because in the year 2000, Aristide's new political party won the election, and power was successfully transferred from Préval to Aristide, which, as you may have noticed, never happens in the history of Haitian politics. Now, there were some irregularities in the 2000 election, but nothing that came close to the stuff that we've already talked about here today. It was during his second term as president that Aristide then started beating the drum that the French really ought to pay Haiti back for the indemnity that had so crippled the country back in the 19th century. Aristide put the bill at $21 billion, and this may come as a shock, but France isn't interested in paying it back. But as had happened with his first term in office, Aristide did not make it through his second term. In 2004, a prominent gang leader was assassinated and his family blamed Aristide. So they changed the name of their gang from the Cannibal Army to the National Revolutionary Front and organized all of Aristide's enemies against him. These guys seized Gonaïves and then Le Cap, and then as their forces marched south, heavy pressure was brought to bear on Aristide to resign before a bloodbath commenced. So Aristide signed a vague letter of resignation and got on an American plane that flew him off to the Central African Republic, and eventually he would settle into exile in South Africa. But he soon began claiming that he had done none of this willingly, that he had been basically kidnapped by the Americans who wanted him out of the way, and the Americans said, "No, that is a lie. You got on the plane willingly, and you know it." I have literally no position on this. I'm just telling you that this is what the two sides are saying. So now we're practically right on top of events. In 2006, a kinda mostly pretty good election brought René Préval back to power, and so he's the guy who got to deal with the string of disasters that we're going to wrap all of this up with. In 2008, world grain prices shot through the roof, and there were food riots in Port-au-Prince. And then this was followed by the really, really big blow. On January the 12th, 2010, a magnitude 7 earthquake hit about 16 miles west of Port-au-Prince. The overcrowded metro area of the capital now numbered some 2 million, and most of these people were living in structures that could not hope to stand up to repeated whacks with a baseball bat, let alone a magnitude 7 earthquake. And this is to say nothing of the long-neglected infrastructure of Haiti, which was just destroyed. Roads, bridges, hospitals, phone lines, water, sanitation, everything was just wiped out. From the poorest shanty towns to the presidential palace, the destruction in Haiti was vast and deadly, and since the infrastructure was wiped out, it was also nearly impossible for anyone to help anyone else. The final death toll was put at a low of 50,000, with a high of 300,000, and at least 1.5 million people displaced. The country is still not even close to recovering from this disaster, which was then exacerbated by a cholera outbreak, which we've just recently found out is very likely linked to unsanitary conditions at a UN aid station near one of the principal watersheds during the recovery efforts. And since I just read about that a couple days ago, that seems like a pretty good moment to end the history of Haiti. So today, Haiti is, as everyone is contractually obligated to point out when talking about Haiti, the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. They got there through a mix of the world screwing them over a lot, their own political and economic mistakes, and then environmental catastrophes caused both by God and their own hands. But they will never not be the country that was born from the only successful slave uprising in the history of the world. That they had been created by a group of men and women who would not be slaves anymore, who beat back every major world power who tried to come in and tell them how it was going to be. The history of Haiti is not pretty, and Haiti is not in great shape right now. But I'm proud to know them, proud to know their history, and proud to have shared it here with you over the course of this series, and I hope that from now on, whenever you encounter news about Haiti, you feel a better connection to the country and understand them a little better, because they deserve to be more to us than just the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. They were once the avengers of the New World. Now I'll end this all by turning the clock back all the way to 1815. President Alexandre Pétion was told that a freedom fighter from the Spanish Main had failed in his most recent attempt to win independence from the Spanish Empire, and that he and his companions had landed in Le Caille on Christmas Eve, 1815. Pétion gladly welcomed this dashing 32-year-old colonial aristocrat to Port-au-Prince, and over repeated meetings, the two men became friends. They shared a Republican vision for the Americas that would one day see them all free of European tyranny. To help the would-be liberator of Spanish America return home to continue the fight, Pétion gave him and his companions 7 fully crewed ships, 1,000 guns, and 30,000 pounds of gunpowder. It would not be enough to win, but it would be enough to continue the fight. And of course, you've known since I started telling you this story that dashing freedom fighter down on his luck was Simón Bolívar, who did indeed return home and continue the fight, thanks to timely aid from the Republic of Haiti. And when the Revolutions podcast returns on June the 5th, I am going to tell you all about it.